and scholarly delegates. A heartfelt welcome to all of you. We all have assembled here to celebrate 151st uninterrupted monthly meeting driven by National HRD Network South Gujarat Surat chapter, a national record created with the help of all the participants and host organizations. This celebration is in the form of full-day convention on a theme, building the future we want in these challenging times. I, Manthan Joshi, along with my co-anchor, Dr. Rashmi-Ben Ghamawala, will act as a beacon to guide you through today's invaluable intellectual exploration. We are thrilled to witness such enthusiastic participation and highly learned audience gathered to deepen their understanding on this topic. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves. As we journey through insightful presentations and stimulating discussions, let us remember that our purpose is to learn, collaborate, and catalyze change through convention topic. So, without further ado, let's dive into our promising schedule, and I request Rashmi-Ben to please come on the dais and take it forward.
Thank you, sir. To start with, we request our esteemed dignitaries, Shri Ashok Ramchandran ji, keynote speaker, inaugural session, Shri Pravindan Gadvi ji, chief guest, inaugural function, Shri Himanshu Bhatt ji, convention chair, and Shri Kamal Naik ji to come on to dais and occupy their distinguished chair. We feel honored and take this opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Shri Ashok Ramchandran ji, Director HR, Aditya Birla Group. Sir is postgraduated from XLRI Jamshedpur. He began his HR journey in 1989 as an executive trainee at Asian Paint, Ankleshwar plant, and reached at the level of factory manager in his 11 years of journey. And with over 3 decades of experience, Ramchandran ji previously held leadership roles at GE Capital, Tata AIG Insurance, Vodafone India, before joining Aditya Birla Group in 2015. He is an expert in the area of talent staffing and development, succession planning, rewards, and organization design. Prior to Aditya Birla Group, his last stint was at Vodafone India as the Director HR. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your esteemed presence. We feel glad and honored to have you today with us. Thank you. We now move on to introduce our chief guest of the inaugural function, Shri Pravindan Gadvi ji, Unit Head at UPL Limited, Jagadia, Unit 5, and Vice President at Bharuch District Management Association. He carries with him 26 years of corporate experience. He has been a President of Rotary Club Bharuch, Narmada Nagar. He has also served as a Vice President of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. Prior to UPL, he has worked with companies like Lupin, Sarabhai Chemicals, and Avantage Crop Science. Sir, we feel honored to have you today with us. Thank you for your presence and gracing the event. So let's begin our convention with traditional inaugural ceremony. We acknowledge our reverence for wisdom and knowledge by lighting the lamp of enlightenment. To do the honors, we invite all the dignitaries on the dais to lit a lamp of wisdom as we are officially commencing our day. We request all the dignitaries to lit the lamp.
Thank you.
Thank you. We request our dignitaries to occupy their chair. We would like to call upon Ms. Hemangini and Ms. Bhakti, management students from Narmada College of Management, to welcome our dignitaries with books.
So photo. Thank you.
Thank you, students. Thank you, sir. Now we take great pleasure in inviting our convention chair to the stage to present the welcome address. A person with a vision who does not need any introduction, a man of virtues and a selfless leader, a backbone behind all past 150th uninterrupted NHRD monthly meeting, our own Bhishma Pitama, Shri Himanshu Bhatt sir.
कार्यक्रम में जब स्टेज पर बैठते हैं ना, तो घर के कार्यक्रम में भी ऐसा सुनना पड़ता है, बट that is what the love is all about. Our very dear and today's respected keynote address speaker, Ashok, प्रवीणदान भाई, कमल भाई, सामने जो डिग्निटरीज बैठे हैं, जो गुरु के स्थान पर बैठ सकते हैं, लेकिन साधक की जगह पे आज बैठे हैं, कमलेश भाई, हरीश भाई, जीवराज भाई, पराग भाई, डे साहब, तृप्ति बहन एंड टीम, और एकदम जिनके कारण से आज ये कन्वेंशन हो रहा है, ऑल दी पार्टिसिपेंट्स। मैंने जो आपको बताया कि यहाँ जो लोग बैठे हैं सामने, ये एक भरूच की विशेषता है। भरूच में कुछ ऐसे लोग रहते हैं जो लोग अपना काम व्यवसाय भी करते हैं, बट दे कीप ऑन डूइंग समथिंग गुड फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, फॉर द सिटी ऑफ भरूच, फॉर द एरिया ऑफ भरूच। आज कमलेश भाई, हरीश भाई, जीवराज भाई, ये जो यहाँ तीन बैठे हैं ना, इन्होंने अपनी लाइफ के बहुत अच्छा टाइम भरूच सिटी को दिया है। इनफैक्ट ये तीनों को फॉर एग्जांपल कमलेश भाई तो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर थे, हरीश भाई डायरेक्टर ऑन बोर्ड हैं, जीवराज भाई की पहचान ही सद्विद्या मंडल है, एंड दे वुड हैव मेड अ फ्यूचर एल्सवेयर आल्सो। पूरी दुनिया में घूमते तो बहुत बड़ी पोजीशन पे पहुंचते, बट दे केप्ट ऑन डूइंग समथिंग गुड फॉर भरूच। ये तीन वो लोग हैं जो आनंदपुरा साहब की एक प्रतिकृति रूप जैसे हैं। ये भरूच की विशेषता है, वेयर पीपल डू समथिंग फॉर द सोसाइटी ऑल्सो। और ये वो लोग हैं जो हम जैसे लोगों को एनकरेज करने के लिए आते हैं। Big thank you that you have come and honored us really. आज कुछ यंग लोग आए हैं, कुछ बहुत सीनियर लोग भी आए हैं, but who may not have the परिचय नजदीकी विथ अशोक। अशोक यहाँ के लिए और बहुत सारे एचआर के लोगों के लिए और जो लोग नेशनल एचआरडी नेटवर्क के साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं, हम सब के लिए ही इज अ रोल मॉडल। भाई आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप के डायरेक्टर बने हैं तो वो रोल मॉडल तो बनते ही हैं, नॉट फॉर दैट पर्पस। वैल्यूज, वर्च्यूज एंड हैबिट्स, ये 3 चीजों में अशोक लाजवाब है। और कोई भी व्यक्ति उनसे बहुत कुछ सीख सकता है, बहुत कुछ। प्रवीण दान गढ़वी जी जो यहाँ है, वो भी अशोक के जैसे एकलव्य है। इन्होंने एग्जीक्यूटिव की पोजीशन से काम चालू किया था, आज वो साइट हेड है, मतलब प्रोफिट सेंटर हेड है, और अलग अलग पोजीशन से होते हुए आए हैं। ये सब लोग हम सब की प्रेरणा है। तो इस रूप से for in that manner, for this convention, we have fortunately we have the faculty members. आज तो 2 यहाँ हैं, but those who are going to be addressing us during other sessions, they all have addressed the word on different forum. तो एक बहुत बड़ा लाभ हम सब के लिए ये है कि दुनिया जिनको ध्यान से सुनती थी, वो आज हमें कुछ बातें करने के लिए आए हैं। और एक ग्रेट फॉर्चून वी ऑल हैव। ये जो हमारा सेशन है पूरे दिन का, मेरी सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है, ये सब्जेक्ट तो हम सब लोगों ने पढ़ा ही है, बिल्डिंग द फ्यूचर वी वांट इन दीज चैलेंजिंग टाइम्स। भाई फॉर एग्जांपल एआई बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है। मेरे हिसाब से एआई बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज नहीं है, मेरे हिसाब से। शायद मुझे लगता है आप सब एग्री करेंगे, लेकिन हम सब के लिए सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज ये है कि एआई की चैलेंज आने वाली है, इसके बाद में भी इसके बारे में कुछ सीखते जाए, समझते जाए, मास्टर करते जाए, वो इच्छा दिल में जनरेट नहीं होती है। मुझे लगता है कि दैट इज बिगेस्ट चैलेंज। और आज के पूरे दिन के कन्वेंशन के बाद में यदि हमें ये इच्छा जनरेट होती है कि हमको भी तो अपने लिए कुछ करना चाहिए, हमको भी अपने लिए कुछ करना चाहिए। मे साउंड लिटिल सेल्फिश, लेकिन वहां से शुरू तो करें, अपने आप में हम दूसरों के लिए शेयर कर पाएंगे, हम दूसरों के लिए शेयर कर पाए। तो मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, आज जितना भी आप ले सके लीजिएगा, ले जाइएगा, अपनी टीम से शेयर कीजिएगा, शेयर विथ योर पीपल, शेयर विथ योर फैमिली मेंबर्स, शेयर विथ योर टीम मेंबर्स, बिकॉज इफ यू विल शेयर यू विल गेन, बिकॉज शेयरिंग इज द बेस्ट वे ऑफ लर्निंग। आज अभी और पूरे दिन आप सुनते रहेंगे 151st अनइंटरप्टेड मीटिंग, 151 मीटिंग, 151 महीने, 12.5 साल, इतने सारे टॉपिक, इतने सारे पार्टिसिपेंट, इतने सारे फैकल्टी, इतने सारे होस्ट। वो एडवर्टाइजमेंट है, मैं आता है ना ऐसा, सचमुच ही ये टू मच है। लेकिन नेशनल एचआरडी नेटवर्क ये चैप्टर की ओर से मैं आप सब लोगों से एक विद फोल्डेड हैंड, नतमस्तक से मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, हम ये करते रहेंगे, करते रहे हैं, बिकॉज गॉड इज काइंड। ईश्वर ने सद्बुद्धि दी, इसलिए हम ये कर रहे हैं, करते रहेंगे, ये गंगा बहती रहेगी। एंड मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, अशोक को भी एक नोट में हमने भेजा था, द बेस्ट इज येट टू कम, करना बस। अंत में मैं एक मुक्तक का उपयोग करना चाहूँगा। गुजराती भाषा के लब्ध प्रतिष्ठित साहित्यकार स्वर्गीय मकरंद भाई दवे ने एक काव्य में लिखा था, और एंड दैट इज व्हाट वी एट नेशनल HRD नेटवर्क साउथ गुजरात और सूरत चैप्टर would like to continue doing. Would like to continue doing. That means that is what we are doing, and that is what we will continue doing. That is બીજ વેર્યા છે અહીં અમે છૂટે હાથે. બીજ seeds. બીજ વેર્યા છે અહીં અમે છૂટે હાથે, બાકી ધરા જાણે, બાકી ધરા જાણે ને જાણે મેઘ. बस ये काम हमारा है. We'll keep sharing thoughts, we'll keep providing platform. और जो बात आपके सामने आने वाली है, जो बात कमल भाई भी शायद बताएंगे, लेकिन मुझे कहना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. ये क्यों हो पाया है? Because of our देव दुर्लभ टीम. ये देव दुर्लभ क्यों है अशोक, आपको मालूम है ये देव दुर्लभ क्यों है? ये देव दुर्लभ इसलिए है कि पूरी टीम में सब लोग सेल्फलेसली काम करते हैं. दे आर नॉट बॉदर्ड अबाउट पोजीशन, दे आर नॉट बॉदर्ड कि भाई मैं स्टेज पे जाकर के कुछ करता हूँ या नहीं. और मुझे कुछ अशोक, मुझे कुछ मिल रहा है ऐसा इनमें से कोई सोचते ही नहीं. एंड दे मेक इट अ पॉइंट, ईच एंड एवरी मीटिंग लोग आए. ऐसे लोग बेशक देव दुर्लभ भी कहे जाएंगे ना. ग्रेट, यू ऑल आर मोस्ट वेलकम एंड हैव ए ग्रेट टाइम टुडे एंड अहेड. आप लोगों ने ही ये सब कुछ पॉसिबल किया है. आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू यू. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
A big round of applause for our convention chair for setting the stage and eloquently outlining the purpose of our gathering. Thank you, sir. Let us proceed further for keynote address. So without further ado, we would like to invite Ramchandran ji on the stage to share insight on the topic and the words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ashok sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, as I was coming here, many thoughts in the mind. Bharuch and Ankleshwar area is very special to me. This is where I started my career. So for me, जब भी मौका मिलता है, any invitation to come here, I pretty much come. And I was telling Kamlesh bhai that last 5-6 months after I took charge of this new role, I have not been able to travel much. काफी busy रहा है Mumbai. This is the first trip I have to come here for, and I had to come here because this is my home. This is home base for me, my home location, where I started my career as a trainee. In times where infrastructure was far less than where it is, and along with Bhatt Sahab, as I formally and fondly call him, I joined as a trainee here. And looked up to people like Kamlesh bhai, Mr. Anandpura, late Mr. Anandpura, people who have built the district, and Harish bhai has been a great friend as well. I have seen the district grow, so it's a real pleasure to come back here to meet people. Apart from we have our factories here, but that is all right. Uske liye nahi aata hu. I come more for friends, and I believe that we can do a lot more in this district. So a lot of things attract me to come here. So I am definitely one of the active believers in what we should create in Bharuch district, what we have created in Bharuch and Ankleshwar to be where we are. कभी-कभी भूल जाते हैं कि once we come to some successful point, we forget that we started somewhere, and somebody made us successful. And for me, my first 5 years had Mr. Himanshu Bhatt as my boss, and I learned a lot as my initial year. Thank you, sir. To Serve with Love is a book, and I think I benefited from working with Bhatt Sahab across that early stages. I think taught me values, taught me culture, taught me character, taught me to be correct even when the option of being not correct was easier. So I think I learned it that way. Today I hope I remember that when I talk to my young colleagues around. And I was reflecting this morning that I think all of us as professionals, business leaders, HR leaders, young colleagues, students who are coming into the profession, I hope today is a day where you can reflect on what you are as a person. Sometimes a convention mein aake काफी कुछ सुनना पड़ता है. People come and give you a lot of ज्ञान. I don't want to give you too much of ज्ञान points. I want to have a conversation which hopefully will connect with you. And if each of you take back 1 or 2 points जो आपके लिए relevant है, then you can use it for your development. The phone is a distraction, so I would request all of you through the day to stay focused on the speakers, on listening in, participating, sharing. And I think in the journey of the conference is the learning. And I want to start by congratulating NHRDN. I've been part of NHRDN, I was in the national committee also. I've seen all the chapters of NHRDN. And I really mean it. This is one chapter at 151st monthly meeting continuously, which is indeed a national record. No other chapter is as particularly rigorous. Thank you to the entire organizing team, to Mr. Himanshu Bhatt and the entire team for believing in meeting regularly to share things. And thank you for taking out time today to be here. I think it's important. It is not important to have only visitors coming here. I think it's important that all of us participate wherever there's an opportunity. Big cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, where there are supposed to be more HR people, are less active. So it is not about the people, it is about the attitude we carry to learning. And I think I see that here, and I wish each of you and the NHRDN forum very, very best. Happy to stay connected even beyond just this session. So in preparation for this topic as to what lies in the future, what are the areas that I see happening in the trends that we are seeing, as well as how should HR people or even business leaders respond. I was trying to put my thoughts together. काफी कुछ है बोलने के लिए, but I could go on, and I don't want to keep on rambling. So I want 4 key themes I'm going to speak about, which I'm experiencing, which my group is experiencing, which business leaders are experiencing. And I meet a range of business leaders and HR leaders across the industry sectors. And I want to talk about 4 key themes which I see evolution. And I hope each of it sparks a thought with you. इसमें से if you can take down some thoughts for yourself to build further, it will maybe be useful for you that the time you're spending. The first theme I want to talk about is the changing business landscape. What are we experiencing? I think across India, we are experiencing growth and ambition of businesses. I think businesses are starting to invest deeply in growth and significant expansions. And this is true for all technology industries and manufacturing. एक समय था when only services was growing. The GDP contribution from services was very high. Now I think there is a flight back to manufacturing. And we believe there are, across many states in India, deep investments are happening in manufacturing. Whole lot of large groups and medium-sized groups are coming back to big-time manufacturing. A lot of multinationals are willing to invest in manufacturing. What that means is that the location of attraction of investment has to be a good infrastructure. Going forward, industries are choosing investments where there is good talent pool and social infrastructure, without which the investment in industry itself is being questioned. So when we make a map on where to further invest, this is becoming more and more important. And I say this because the state and the government infrastructure and the private infrastructure is starting to now work closer and closer, and they have to work closer and closer. Many states are able to attract better investments simply on the basis of great social infrastructure. And that's what we were talking just over breakfast today, saying the need to develop social infrastructure is going to be a defining game changer to attract investment and therefore attract jobs to our setup. So growth and ambition of business is एक जगह पे है, but उसका implication we should understand. And I want all of us, particularly our students, our young colleagues to read about this. कभी-कभी हम लोग अपने काम में इतना busy रहते हैं that we don't really take out time to read or prepare ourselves. So I would say do stay knowledgeable about what's happening in the industry. Second, the marketplace customer is become highly volatile. Manufacturing businesses can have successful 2-3 quarters and can suddenly customer demand can dry up. Your processes could become inefficient. Customers are asking for green processes. They are asking for safety records. They are asking for sustainability commitments. They are asking for human rights records, as Harish Bhai was talking about. So what many times we assume for granted, that HR job is to implement Factories Act or Contract Labor Act, it is becoming a bigger job now to handle the rest of the issues. Because customers are asking for evidence. मैं आपको order क्यों दूँ without all these commitments? And in a competitive world, companies are using this as an advantage. Now you might think, if I'm a HR head in a unit or a young HR professional, मैं क्या करूँ इसमें? What can I do? My seniors have to do it. My business leaders have to do something. That is true. But you have a role to play also. So I don't want any of us in this room to think, इसमें मेरा role नहीं है. All this is big talk. Big talk नहीं है, ये हम लोग भी कर सकते हैं. Each of us have to do our own way to make sure our job is fulfilling. All business processes, in manufacturing particularly, is becoming more digital. But some refer to AI. Digitalization is a journey which is clearly underway. As a group, we run modern factories and we run very old legacy factories, 50-year-old, 60-year-old factories also. How do you convert factories to modern digitalized processes? How do I gather data and analytics and give insights? Is becoming a very important part of running modern factories. I'm sure in your own factories also you're seeing this trend of digitalization. And as young colleagues and friends, you must start understanding the value of digital and digitalization. And sometimes people say, "Nee, big companies mein investment opportunity rehta hai, but if I'm working in a small scale company or a small company, I don't have the access." Good news is access is available to everybody today. None of us can say हमारे पास access नहीं है. Access to training, access to course, access to content, सब कुछ है. Access to forums, access to networks, सब कुछ है. I think what we need to have is our own interest to do it. And I tell many of my young colleagues in my company who think coming to office and doing a good job itself is a full-time job. And I keep telling them, sometimes companies have annual plans, quarterly plans, monthly plans, weekly plans, daily targets, shift-wise schedules and targets. ये shift में achieve नहीं हुआ तो 4 question आते ही हैं. But somehow we miss the central point. What is our plan for ourselves? So do you have a plan for yourself is a question I keep going back to all my young colleagues. And even if you're not so young, I must have a plan for myself. When I took on this role in January, I made a plan for myself called 30, 60, 90-day plan, which had a daily and a weekly component. Without a plan, we will not deliver. So having a plan for yourself is a big learning I've had in my life, that if you don't make a plan for yourself, life floating में ही जाएगा. लोग बोलते हैं यार time pass करना है. Time pass करने की जरूरत नहीं, अपने आप pass होता है. So we have to be clear that we don't have to pass time with an effort. Without doing anything also it will pass. So quite often we give excuses. Weekdays बहुत busy रहता है. You don't understand. I'm very busy. I'm in a busy job. Sure. Weekend आएगा. Weekend family is requiring. Everybody is requiring. We have to go out. Fun time. फिर week start हो जाता है. करते करते year हो जाता है. So I keep asking all our people to please make a plan. Don't make a plan, it won't happen. So digitalization, productivity and cost is becoming a differentiator in the cost of operations. And customers are becoming more and more demanding. We have customers who say that in the Vilayat lines that we operate, I want only from line number 4 this particular product quality. So people are becoming more and more demanding. We are submitting our track records on HR to customers as part of the RFP process. So it is becoming really demanding. Supply chain is becoming very volatile. what we thought was markets globally or regional markets is becoming more difficult to get material from. Freight delays, wars and other disruptions are happening. Countries are becoming more protectionist. So as in that process, supply chain is becoming very important to understand. How do you make sure the factory is always kept just in time process? एक जगह पे just in time है, on the other side supply chain volatility. How do you make sure your factory is always running and running in a systematic manner? How is your business well funded is becoming important. And here the issues like working capital management is becoming very important. And I say this because many of us in HR don't understand finance. So I would request all HR people in the room to start understanding business, because without understanding business and financials, we will be reduced to managing some basic processes in HR. And iske bare mein knowledge is all available in the internet. So everything is available, courses are available, you can easily learn. In my role, I'm asked to understand P&L, asked to understand working capital management. And I think this is almost an expectation that I come with that insight to the table. Otherwise, business leaders don't have time for me. That's the reality. Either help or get out of the way. Beech mein baith ke I cannot say, nahi, I'm important, listen to me. Nobody's interested. So HR people have to be prepared to succeed. Preparation mein aapko plan banana hi padega. In the plan you have to put this. So think of the preparation. The other big change I'm seeing, and I'm sure Harish Bhai and Kamlesh Bhai are all sensing it, company boards are becoming more demanding. Boards are saying, as management team, show me results. Independent directors, advisory firms are picking up questions on how companies are performing, and they're wanting results. Not just financial results, but also responsibility results. Responsibility results are becoming more and more important. Therefore, what are boards doing? Uske bare mein, that's another opportunity for us to read and be prepared. The other trend I'm seeing in business is, it is not important to have one Sachin Tendulkar, you have to have a great team. So team effectiveness, results are outcome of team being effective. In my businesses, we run about 110 factories across. I have fantastic factories and I have very average factories. The differentiator is the team. How well does the team come together? It's not a function of one person's brilliance, one person is very good. How do we come together to win? Win in the area, win in the factory, win the customer, win in the community is all going to matter. So team effectiveness is a big, big thing. And the last business imperative I'm seeing in this theme is reputation. जब reputation जाता है, सारे जाता है. I think you don't have a choice. Reputation is 100 or 0. I cannot be little honest. I cannot be little good. ये कहता हूँ कि reputation is a smell test. Either it smells well or it stinks. एक दोनों में से एक तो होगा. You cannot have a reputation which is in the mid path. So what is your reputation? What are you known for? Becomes very important. And ये known for seniority के साथ नहीं होता है. Known for मैं बोलने से नहीं होता है. You will know me for who I am and whom I am not. My teams will know me for what I say and what I do. So what is our reputation that we are building as individuals, as people? I might say learning is very important, but मैं खुद learn नहीं करता हूँ. So then what is my value of my reputation जब मैं I tell my students or my employee to say learning is very important. When I myself don't learn, what is my right? So reputation is becoming very important. So in the second theme I'll now talk about, I'm seeing 12 people trends. 12 people trends coming out of the changing business environment and the challenges of the volatility of the times today. The first trend I'm seeing in the people area is job markets are growing. As I said, industry is growing, job markets are growing, but unemployment is also growing. Job markets are growing, but unemployment is growing. So you might wonder, why is it? Opportunities hai to fir job unemployment kyun बढ़ रहा है? I think, and I look to our senior faculty and our people who run large institutes, how do we prepare students, the gap in the skill sets that between what the industry wants and what the academics are teaching is possibly there's a big gap. And I think the responsibility is there in both sides, industry also, to contribute better to academic institutions, to tailor-make courses, to prepare students to come out and succeed. Industry of the future is demanding better skill sets, better attitudes, better values. When I have two good people for one job, the differentiator is not the technical competence. दोनों लगभग same रहते हैं technically. But when we make a criteria for bigger roles, there is technical competence and there is behavior and attitudes. And quite often it is the attitudes and the approach to situations, learning, which differentiates people. So how do we bring into students very early? And Tripti, when you were explaining over breakfast that this is a journey you are trying to build across, that's how you are talking about it. That giving students the ability to match the new skill sets required, helping them prepare for success. Interview के लिए जाना एक चीज़ है, but वहाँ जाके you have to shine because it's a competitive world. And across India we have to compete and win. To do that we have to prepare. So I think that is a big change we need to do. Even in organizations where there is a pyramidal structure, not everybody is going to rise. People who are rising are those who are better prepared. And preparation hota hai when there is time in hand. You cannot prepare when there is knock on the door. When the door knocks with an opportunity, आप open करने के लिए तैयारी होना चाहिए. If you are not ready, the door person moves to the next door, who's ready to open the door. So are we ready to open our doors of opportunities is a question I keep going back to all our young students and young colleagues. Saying don't regret कि भाई, and लोग बोलते यार this is wrong, so and so succeeded. You know, India mein we have this tendency to say he won this because of, mujhe nahi mila because of. I think we have to stop making excuses and simply bring sharper focus on ourselves. And I think we must be accountable for our own expectations and success. Usme investment to khud ko karna hi padega. And I seek all our youngsters to make sure you focus on your own development, and that is must. So the second point I mentioned already, which is industry to closely partner with education institutes. If we don't do that, society will suffer. You will have lots of so-called educated, qualified people who are not getting jobs today, and there is societal unrest. So every time a central or state government announces a job fair, there are millions of people applying. We must find solutions for this, and I think industry has a role to play in this area. The premium for good people is going up. That's a big trend I'm seeing. Pressure on cost and salaries will always be there, but premium for good people is going up. For every job, there are many applicants, but there is one or two good, really good applicants. And companies are willing to pay a premium. Companies are in a hurry to start and show. Bharuch district, there is a lot of investment happening. Companies are simply poaching people across. At one level, tactically karna padta hai, but the bigger story for companies, large companies, including mine, is to invest in fresh talent who will come in and build that company rather than simply poach people who are already trained somewhere. So can we play a big role in getting training of industry people across done is a big issue, because we are finding constantly premium going up means there's a cost of operations which goes up. And everybody in industry feels mujhe opportunity milna chahiye. All of us get up in the morning wanting to succeed. Yes or no? Yes. Yeah, we want to succeed. We want to be seen well. Kuch karne ke liye aage badhe hain now. But life is differentiating. Only those who are well prepared and ready for that opportunity get that opportunity. वो वहाँ कैसे पहुँचे? We must each of us make a plan. The fourth trend I'm seeing is companies are blending two things: culture of care with performance with an edge. Culture of care with performance with an edge. All companies have to have a good culture. I'm sure each of us are building great cultures, warm cultures, where people are welcome to come and you build people. But companies are also moving to performance with an edge. Normal performance management process to rehta hai, annual stuff. But edge kyo bolta hu? Edge from a point of view that differentiation. If I'm not a successful performer repeatedly, companies are losing patience faster. So tolerance of non-performance is going down. When I say edge, people are saying, Ashok, if you don't perform, we'll give you opportunity 1, opportunity 2, we'll advise you, coach you. But after that, we'll have to move on with you. Because I can't afford to keep on training, I'm not here to train you. I have to run a business. So that performance with an edge, while you have culture of care, that they welcome me to do well in the company, but equally I must deliver. If I don't deliver, at some time company loses patience with us. And this is happening at junior, mid, and now much more at the senior levels. In fact, in my new role, I'm bringing upon a lot of focus at the senior levels. Saying if senior level people don't deliver the expectations, then why have such senior people? So I think this pressure on delivery and performance with an edge is becoming more and more important. The fifth thing I spoke about in the HR trends, we will get outplaced, we will get outpaced if we don't stay in line with technology as a modern HR practice. And irrespective of your ability to invest, people say large companies have big budgets. I can tell you, many of our companies have very tight budgets. So even if you are working in another firm where budgets are tight, it doesn't matter. Technology and learning is available at a low cost, open source basis. How to source that open source basis and bring the technology to your employees and help them become more modern is the future. It's a very contradiction ek bata raha hu. The moment you build an employee CV value, they tend to stay with you. They are grateful that apne mere paas you invested in me. I'm always grateful to my early companies which invested in me. Grateful to people like Mr. Ivan Shumat who invested in me. People like us who are ordinary people, they made something out of. So I think that is a real opportunity for HR people to say, how do I make a difference to anybody I touch? If I have to help you equip with technology, can I do that? Even if you change and transform the life of 2 people, 1 person, 5 people, you have done your job. So it is not like changing the organization means a bada cheez. Actually, you can bring it down to any level of granularity. I think that touching employee lives and making a difference, part of that is technology preparation. A lot of us have to be technologically better savvy. Many of my young colleagues are far smarter than me on technology. But I must ask questions and learn. If I start behaving like a senior guy even in technology, फिर तो गया, company भी गया, मैं भी जाऊँगा. So I must learn from the right guru, and my trainee could be the better guru in this case. So who is your trainee for what? Who is your guru for what subject? You must be clear. So please appoint some very bright youngster who is technologically savvy to be your reverse mentor for teaching you technology. उस पे plan पे लगाइए. Put it on your weekly, monthly plan of development. If you don't do that, we'll always feel very busy. कि यार, we're all very busy. Senior people काफी कुछ करते हैं. Kind of nonsense. ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. We all have to have a plan. Because individually, I'm 100% to myself. You're 100% to yourself. Good governance and diversity is becoming a must. Companies are being asked results on good governance. I spoke about it. Good governance is not just sustainability or pollution, it's also about overall good practices, including the kind of people you employ. So diversity is becoming more and more important. And at a time when women in manufacturing was not seen as very popular, things have changed a lot. I have Renu here, who's the HR head there. I have a lot of worthy colleagues in manufacturing. Global company like Shell, their upstream rigs operation, which is a very upstream, difficult, so-called male job, is headed by a woman. So companies are moving towards running entire factories with women. So women don't have any more, oh, she's a woman, she can't be in manufacturing. Am I right, ladies?
True.
Yes or no?
True.
Yeah? I hear a loud true there. I think times have changed. I had an interesting story. One of our very senior leaders in one of my businesses, in my last 11 years in Aditya Birla Group, I'm a big believer of diversity. Diversity of any kind. Diversity of region, diversity of gender, diversity of physical capabilities, diversity of skill sets. One of my very senior leaders, I kept saying women in workforce. We now have many women in middle senior level management in manufacturing at very distant locations. Bharuch is a big hub. I have locations which you wouldn't have heard of also in India. Dur tak, okay? Where reaching itself could take, even today, anything between 12 to 28 hours to reach. We have fantastic women working there. So my senior colleague, he was the unit head there, and I kept telling him, sir, you must have more women. Somehow he kept resisting this movement. And while the rest of the group was moving, he kept creating this island saying, "Nahi, yahan pe to women nahi chalega. We have workers, ye sab nahi hoga, nahi hoga, nahi hoga. We can't have trainees, we can't have women." So at some time I was thinking, yaar, I'm going to now give him a final rocket, ki bhai ye karna hai. One day he calls me and says, "Ashok, I need help." So how can I help you? My daughter who's finished chemical engineering, I need you to talk to her. So I said, okay, a lot of people ask me for youngsters, advice, etc. I said, well, what does she want to talk about? He says, Shalini wants to enter manufacturing. And can you please talk to her? So I said, sir, do you want me to talk her into it or out of it? Abhi tak to aapne is side hai. Now you're telling me that your daughter wants to go this side. I said, what do you say now? I said, matlab, aapko kya samjhao? You wasted so much of company time on this journey. And I said, I'm sorry to say this, that all your experience, I wish you had put to better use. So I met Shalini, we had a fantastic conversation. Very bright girl. She's very happily in manufacturing with P&G and doing a fantastic job. Okay? So it's an inspiring story for me to learn from. And I'm now thinking, why did it take Ashok so long to get to this point? Why did I give this person so much of time and leeway? Now he's a big believer of diversity. He said, "Hey, we must have, my factory is a great factory. I have a great environment." I said, "Abhi tak kya kar rahe the aap?" So the journey of diversity and opportunity is upon all of us. Women don't want to be treated differently because they are women. They want to be treated on merit. And I think this is an important movement. It happens the moment you have your own daughter who turns around and asks you the same question, life stops. Life changes at that moment. So we must rewire this in our minds. Okay? The other HR trend I already spoke about, I won't take too long on this, which is HR people to be more business centric. HR people must know business numbers, centric production processes, must have beyond their routines. If you are stuck in your own routine of managing day-to-day operations, you will be stuck doing that. And I say this with a sense of accountability. Today, many of our, what we call as blue collars, our workmen are also coming in with a lot of education. They're coming diploma holders, ITI. They are coming fully equipped to learn. They have their own aspiration. They want to grow. They want to come into larger roles. How do we build their careers is becoming equally important. So HR is not just for the staff and the management cadres. HR is also for my colleagues who are coming into workforce, young, bright, who don't want to be treated in the typical way that we sometimes treat workmen, and they want to come in and grow as careers. How does HR provide, and this is a big societal challenge, I can tell you that. In certain districts in Karnataka, we are having big issues because we didn't address it in time. Now I believe we are starting to address it in time and giving proper opportunities for people to come and grow. One of my earlier supervisors who became a supervisor, he was a shop floor workman, became a supervisor. He's today in my middle management cadre in my factory in Karwar and doing well. So there is an opportunity development, and you have to remember that our workmen children are also having aspirations. Many of my workmen children are in significant roles in private sector as well as including government, and 2 of them are IAS officers also. So it seems that aspiration sabke paas hai, and we must help them fund it, and that's a beautiful opportunity for HR to deliver. Another big trend I'm seeing is ageism. Ageism is a new word I'm learning also. That while there is focus on next generation and young talent, there is focus on expertise. 58, 60 years is no more a retirement age. People want to work longer. People are saying, yeah, 60 is the next 40. Those of us who are close to 60, I can't imagine. I was a trainee in Bharuch. Now I'm close to the other end of the spectrum. Okay? But most people say 60 mein kya hai? I still have another 15 years to work and I want to give. So apparently people with experience want to stay longer, younger people want opportunities, but opportunities are only that many. So how do you manage this complexity between expertise and senior colleagues who want to stay longer, and younger people who are saying, boss, when will Ashok leave the chair so that I can take his job? I'm already, 6 months I'm already, people are saying, boss, what is your plan for future? Well, give me some time and then I'll vacate the seat and whoever wants it can take it. But that pressure of both upside and from down and up is very intense on road. So ageism is something we have to prepare for. You need a mix of both, youngsters, freshers, as well as experience. Therefore, another big priority coming up is, are we helping people prepare for retirement? I was sharing with Bhatt Sahab, and he was sharing that quite often when somebody is 57, 58, you're called for a program on retirement planning, financial planning, emotional planning. People don't know how to retire. People don't know how to live a life beyond active professional life. There is a lot of trauma in retirement. We all belong to institutions. Institutions mein cover rehta hai, air cover rehta hai. And when you leave an institution, you feel very alone in this world. So are we preparing people to retire when maybe they are 45? Can HR colleagues identify people to prepare them? I tell my HR colleagues, saying, don't prepare me when I'm 58, it's too late to prepare me for 2 years later retirement. Catch me when I was 45 and help me prepare financially. Many people don't have proper financial backgrounds when they retire. So can HR people proactively do something about it as a service to your colleagues? Or are we too busy doing HR for HR or HR for the unit end? Your real constituency is the people. My real constituency is my employees, not my senior leader. Senior leaders apne aap ko manage kar lete. So keep this in mind. India is normally very hierarchical. Manufacturing is very hierarchical. But we have to make it relevant to whom you need to deliver in HR, which is our employees. The other big 2 priorities I want to talk about. Mental health is coming as a massive priority in people trends. Whatever, as a community, as a district, as BDMA, as NHRDN, can I ask that we consider doing some deep work on mental health? This is leading not just to seniors taking their own lives, youngsters, trainees, finding it difficult to cope with priorities. They come into businesses and struggle with it. They don't know how to express themselves. And if I'm the junior most in the hierarchy and my boss is a tough boss, kiske paas jao? I feel very surrounded. I don't have friends. And the only way out, and my family says, you better not quit the job because I need the money. So what is my option but to affect myself and do something bad to myself? We are seeing, in mental health terms, the number of suicides in India, in industry, going up. People are finding it difficult to cope with it. Cope with the pressures, cope with failure. And failure to sab kya hota hi hai. I have failed many times, I have learned many times. I have struggled many times. Times when I have said, should I give up and do something else? But I have to stay the course. But somebody helped me there. My seniors helped me there. My mentor helped me there. My colleagues, friends. Do we have a network? So mental health, I would seriously ask our NHRDN chapter, but is a big priority. And it doesn't affect only our lowest common denominator. Even very senior people are affected deeply. Children of very successful people are deeply in trouble on mental health. I quite often get called out to say, can you please find a mechanism to help mental health? It's a silent disease and needs treatment, needs help, needs professional support. Education institutions mein hota hai. Children come under pressure, they don't know how to cope with it. They come under peer pressure. So I want us to really deeply think about this big trend which has happened. And it's a very HR trend. It's an opportunity. I find HR is a gift. Me being in the profession is an opportunity for me to make a difference. Iske liye idhar hu. And I think we must, each of us must harness that possibility. The last point I want to talk about is learning and careers is a big trend. People will stay because you are giving them learning opportunity. People will stay with companies because the companies and the leadership is allowing them to learn. Itna kaam mat karao that there's no time to learn. If you invest in me, I stay committed to the company. If you don't invest in me, I'll find better companies to go to. And opportunities, as I said, are available for good people. So investment in learning is becoming more and more super important. People are looking for freshness. And it's a contradiction. Manufacturing seeks standardization. We process every day chalao and you get standard outputs, run it efficiently and effectively, that's manufacturing. But the people who run manufacturing need excitement, need freshness, need learning, need opportunities. Are we doing enough for our line function people? Is HR doing enough to host conventions for thinking and people development for line managers and not just for ourselves? Can I look to NHRD in our chapter to do something for our line colleagues in Bharuch district and host them as great people managers? Because the true HR is actually done at the line level. Can we make them great HR people? Is an opportunity. I come to a few points that I just wanted to share as a closure. I think HR people are being asked to play 4 roles, as I see. One is what is called a team facilitator. Team facilitator means that can I bring a team together to bring the best out of them? And that comes with a deep understanding of process, team, people. And that comes with not being judgmental. I have to be open to different views. So team facilitation skills is a great opportunity for Bharuch team to host possibly a program on team effectiveness and how do you become a facilitator of team effectiveness. Many of our senior colleagues who've been CEOs and large leaders of businesses are running teams. They are facilitating a lot of work. Every time the boss doesn't give a decision, he's a facilitator. Second big role we are asked to play is the guardian of values and culture. I quite often called upon to make a call on a successful leader but not sticking to values. Successful leader jinka ego itna bada ho gaya that it is starting to affect people and operations. He might be very important for me from a business point of view, but there will come a time when we will say he's less important, but more important is the impact the person is creating. So how do you create values and culture? Can there be a good definition for yourself as HR colleagues, as business colleagues? Put down what are the 4 tenets of value you're creating, values you're creating. What is your culture definition? Iske baare mein we have to think about it. We can't be too busy every day. Use a weekend to think about it if your weekdays are busy. Use travel time. So somewhere you have to invest time in some of these topics, jo aaj ka nahi hai, future ka hai. Otherwise you'll be busy doing your day-to-day things. I'm sure just the moment you finish today, you'll be busy. So keep some time for defining your culture. Third role we are being asked to play, all of us across HR and business leaders, championing the ease of working. Ease of working. Making it easy for people to do well. Sometimes decision hierarchies, sometimes bureaucracy. We keep talking about the government on bureaucracy. I think even internally organizations can be very bureaucratic. Ek approval time lagta hai. Ek request takes time to clear. So ease of working, and are you a champion of that, is becoming a leadership call. And last role we have to play, which is I think the most important role, is creating winners out of ordinary people that you spoke about. We are surrounded, all of us were ordinary people. I was just a trainee. It all looks very senior now when I'm invited to speak. But I'm as nervous as possibly I was when I was a trainee, when I'm sitting here and I get invited to come and say something. I'm also preparing, I'm also saying, yaar, itne log will dekh rahe hain, I better to say the right things. So guess who's under pressure, you or me? Let's be clear who's under pressure. So creating winners out of ordinary people is a fantastic opportunity for HR and business leaders. In the middle of all our process work, don't forget that this is your sacred duty. If you can make a difference to one student, one career, one colleague, one anybody, you would have changed life. And I know there is so much of goodness in this. Kamlesh, I want to take the liberty to explain. You may not remember, but I remember when I was a personal manager in Asian Paints here in Ankleshwar. One of those days when I was just becoming a factory manager, he had invited me saying, Bharuch, Aajao, I'll show you something. You were very active in the Rotary Club at that time. And all of us talk about great projects that we support. And I think I had great role models who I saw building. They were all in busy roles. I was just doing my normal job. In spite of his busy role, they took time to build a district. And you see, you can create beauty out of every context. You took me once to the Bharuch Shamshan Ghat. I don't know if you remember this. Now I say this for a purpose. Every society needs believers, needs people who do the right thing for people. So one day when I was here in the GNFC auditorium, Kamlesh Bhai said, Chalo, on the way out, I'll show you something that we are creating. It hadn't been opened yet, it was just got created. He said, come, I'll show you what it is. So we went in, and I was obviously feeling very, you normally go to schools, you go to colleges, you go to functions, you go to hotels. Here is somebody who's saying, come and see what we are creating as an institution also, as a Rotary Club, what have we created there. So we went and saw this. How dignity is provided even in the last journey was something I learned. And here, it was beautifully kept, maintained, and it was available to public, and you made it happen. So I just want to say salutations to you, sir. And I think you can create excellence in every opportunity. And for me, that is inspiration. इतना कर सकते हैं in the middle of a busy job at the peak of his career, तो फिर मुझे क्यों नहीं time मिल रहा है to do normal things. So I stay humble about it. I stay humble about what I can do more. जब भी मुझे लगता है कि बहुत busy हो चुका हूँ, it's nonsense. I have to come back to earth and say, भाई काफी कुछ है करने के लिए, get with it. Book पढ़ने के लिए time नहीं है. That's again nonsense. I'm giving myself excuse. I have to be harsh with myself to deliver. He delivered excellence. Even in a situation where normally you and me will not go for an effort. Is that right? So be it building a college, be it building your factory, building your student, building your institution, building any institution, it takes that effort. And I really want us to commit ourselves to do that for ourselves. Not because किसी और के लिए करना है, boss का appraisal मिलने वाला है. Forget your boss. Sometimes we make too much of an issue of our bosses. You have to do it because you want to. I think that is the journey I learned right from my early times with Vatsab and the people like Kamlesh Bhai, and I've seen them build districts. Harish Bhai has built a district beyond his life and profession. Anandpura Sahib, which we still remember very fondly. I don't know how many of you know him. Many of the youngsters may not. People who built the institution beyond their day job, you know, and still stayed simple and humble. So thank you for those learnings. Last word for the HR people, I just want to talk about a few qualities. This is the few, as they say, beyond experience, sharing few gyan points. बोलते हैं ना, ये भी सुनना पड़ता है आप लोग. So bear with me on a few points I wanted to share beyond my experience. I think there are two buckets I want people to remember. And I talk to my business leaders also, and I have a session in the afternoon with my business leaders. You have to be functionally competent. In your job, you have to be functionally competent. If I'm not functionally competent, if I have to know labor laws, I better know labor laws. I cannot say I feel Factories Act में ऐसा लिखा है. Feel तो है नहीं इसमें. Either I know it or don't know it. You've got to be functionally competent. If you are good on training, you must know what training means. You must know what instructional design means. जो subject matter, you can't tell a doctor that I don't know what it is to operate your heart, because though I'm a heart surgeon, you've got to know your functional competence. Second, business and financial acumen. Iske bina HR will become just normal people. You have to elevate yourself to business and financial acumen. Third is digital and technology. So 3 expertise areas that I want you to focus on as young HR colleagues. Then I have a few qualities which have helped me learn. I want to take the liberty to share since I have this opportunity to share. I think I've taken more than my expected time. My apologies. I'll just finish. I think HR, one of the big qualities I've learned is to how do you stay empathetic and courageous. Courage ki zarurat hai because you have to stay for the right quality, right reason. You can always compromise, but how do you stay right for the right reason? And empathy means you must feel for your colleague. I tell my HR colleagues that sometimes, God forbid, kahin fatality ho gaya, they say, sir, uska fatality ka handle kar diya. I said, fatality handling nahi puch raha. I'm asking, what is the name of the person? He says, sir, wo pata nahi, but don't worry. Set kar diya. Allah, kisko set kiya? And set kyo kiya? What did you do this for? And I think early on I learned a big lesson in this. And I must share this very personally difficult example. And I'm going to take this 2 minutes. Sorry, give me this time. Asian Paints, Ankleshwar factory. I was an early trainee, early career. We had an unfortunate fatality. And a contract worker died. And I think Bhatt at that time said, find out what the compliance status is. Then I found that the compliance status, hey, the boy had come in 2 days back and we hadn't completed the compliances. And it became a bada issue. So obviously Workmen Compensation Act, Labour Court in Bharuch, etc. I go there, contractor standing, there's a lady with 3 children standing there, wife of the person who passed away. I didn't have the documents because nomination forms and the compliance. My job, I had failed. I hadn't done proper gate checks. And that is what was happening. So documents nahi tha. So when the judge came on board, he said, where are the documents? The entire documents got presented. And I was shocked because documents weren't ready. But the contractor got up and submitted all the documents. I was like, how did you get the documents? So the judge quickly said, okay, all documents in place, passed the order, I went back to the chamber. Now I came out saying, I called, where did you get the documents? Idhar se mila, kuch bhi nahi tha hamare paas. What the contractor had done without telling us, he had forged the entire documents. And he was looking very proud about it. So obviously usne set kar diya within quotes. So I was quite taken aback. I was early career, second year in my career, and I didn't know what was happening. Should I be happy issue solved ho gaya? Or I didn't know what. So I came back to office, discussed it, said I didn't know what to do. I think I learned an early lesson saying that is not right. Therefore, go and confess that this document was wrong. So I went back to the Labour Court in Bharuch, met the judge in his chamber, and told him what we have done is wrong. And that this is not right, the document submitted was wrong. Now you might say, ye pagal hai. Possible. You might also think that be practical assured. Possible. That's also possibly true. Everybody is right about these things. So I called up Mr. Patwardhan, was the head of HR at the group level that time. He called up and said, and I had a director called Mr. Chari, who was a very big doyen in HR at that time. He said, take a stance that this is not right. Go confess. Have the courage to confess that you failed in your duty. Okay. So I did fail in my duty. Went and confessed. The judge, of course, he knew I was almost like a student coming out of the green. Gave me a earful, made me sit, called the documentation back, cancelled the order, got the contractor reprimanded, requested him not to penalize the company because we are confessing on our own. He was fair on that. We didn't penalize the company. We changed the whole thing back, completed everything, and paid the family that and more. So I learned courage. I learned empathy. I learned that every employee, every person deserves dignity. And taking a fingerprint of a dead body is not right. So hard lessons I learned, but I learned it early enough for me to stay the right path today. So I hope all of us learn our lessons and stick to these paths. So I just wanted to share this example on courage and empathy which I learned from my home. Don't let seniority become a stop for learning. All of us, whether we are learning, whether we are retired or not, can learn a lot. So please stay learning. Every person matters is a second point I want to share with you. Every person matters is true, and you must stay focused on that. Be prepared is the last point I want to mention. If you're not prepared, future is not ours, and we must prepare. So there's no excuses not to prepare. So that's the last point I want to mention. And in fact, the CEO's expectations from us, my CEO's expectations from us is, are you prepared to help the company be successful in the future? First of all, do you know future kya hai? Are you aware that you have to help prepare? And are you doing enough to prepare for the future? I think that's the expectations of companies, that's the expectations of CEOs. That I think is the role of HR as well. I think it's a big opportunity for HR and all of us to do that, whether you're in business now or in HR. So with those warm words, I just want to say thank you for being patient listeners. Thank you for spending the time with me. Thank you, Bhatta, for having me here. Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure being here. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry it took longer than expected. Sorry.
Wow, sir, you have really mesmerized our audience through your speech. Thank you, sir, for your exceptional inputs on the topic. Your insights and expertise had made a significant impact, and we are grateful for your valuable contribution. Your thought-provoking address has set a perfect platform in this convention. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for the audience. We request our participants to put forward any questions or queries related to the last session. I request student volunteers to provide mic to the audience.
Or a point.
Yeah.
Not question.
Or any point that you would like to bring in the conference.
Yeah, very good morning, sir. I'm Saurabh Mehta. We had, met at the breakfast table. So it was a wonderful session, sir. And including me, I hope everybody has enjoyed with the great learnings. So, sir, I want to understand, like nowadays, a lot of global issues are going on, wars, pandemics. Because of this, many companies' businesses are getting impacted, which has resulted in, downturn of the turnover ratio and the profitability. So what companies are doing, whether they are Indian or multinationals, retrenchment, layoffs, and the first criteria which we are being given by the CEO or the we can say business leaders, like near retirement age, as well as the people who are on to big packages, let's remove them first. So I don't feel it is a good stand. So what we should do into this kind of situation?
I think it's a good question, important point you're raising. The issue of tackling this, my experience on this is that the problem cannot be solved for when it happens. Actually, we have to think a little ahead, a few years back from that point. Because you're going to have future moments like that. Hone wala, because industry is going through extremely volatile moments. Factories and businesses are becoming redundant because product lines have changed, efficiencies have changed, cost of operations has changed. So be it long-term settlements, be it management cadre salary changes, need to be firm when we have to be firm. There's a lot of education, for example, we are doing with our unions to tell them that don't keep pushing for more and more and more increases. just because you think I'm vulnerable today. The moment I allow that to happen, my factory will become unproductive, and there will come a time when I will wind it down. Because there are better low-cost locations available today. So the cause of educating the workforce is becoming more and more important as a proactive challenge. And therefore, normally LTS baat hota hai just 3 months, 5 months, 6 months before. And the act of bravery for HR people ki bhai hum log ne sign karaya. But I think the act of bravery is actually 3 years, 2 years prior. In educating people that don't keep asking for unreasonable things. Because sometimes in a moment of weakness you may get it also, but you'll pay a longer term price by losing jobs. I think industry has to be progressive, but industry also has to be cost efficient. And even to management teams, we are very clear. We use for management cadres max cap. We use compa ratios to bring certain level of maximum cost value to a role. The other learning we are sharing now is that if I keep doing the same job, the same way, I only get increments every year. Sometimes the company will wonder, for a job worth X, Ashok is earning 2.5x. What is the point of keeping somebody more? Unless I bring in that experience to the job. So when I say performance with an edge, people are asking these questions. Saying, why should I continue to pay more for the same person, same job, doing it the same way? So, am I doing differently? Am I learning more? Can I take another job? Can I do something differently? These are questions coming. So I think we have to prepare a little ahead of time to make sure we are not cost uncompetitive. But I'm talking about good progressive companies. And companies are badly managed, retention, uska alag baat hai. But we have to make sure our companies are kept ahead of time. A lot of education of people goes into it.
So sir, in continuation to this, so these people have been working in the organization since past 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. And at the end of their journey, like a near retirement, they are being asked to go. So the employees have been very loyal to the organization. So the organizations also has to be loyal with the company, with the employees.
You're right. So it's a mix of the two. So we have to have a, see, let me put it this way. Best thing is to avoid such a situation. That's the best solution. But kabhi-kabhi avoid nahi hota hai, for whatever, good reason or bad reason. Then doing it gracefully becomes the solution. So that you don't say ki suddenly 2 mahine ke baad you're out of a job. Can we do it gracefully? Can we do it with time in hand? Can we bring some dignity to the person who also you're asking to go at 57? 57 mein kahan naukri milega in another place? Especially if he's a technical person belonging to one industry. No other industry wants somebody who's 57. But I go back with that repeatedly to the fundamental point. When this person was 45, when the person was 40, when the person was 48, did we do enough to keep him new, keep him learning, keep him alternate skill sets? Sometimes as industry we build so much of specialization in one person that the person becomes redundant in a minute. So I worry about that. That's why I said I use time to prepare. But jahan zaruri hai, unfortunate hai, play with time in hand. Be graceful, that's all. And companies utna to budget rakhna hi padega to be graceful. I can't just say 2 mahine ke baad I can't afford you. That is not right. So that grace has to be there. It's not an easy solution, but prepare with time in hand.
Thank you, sir.
Because in a very odd way, sometimes when we have to do that, people come back and say, if you had told me this 3 years back, I would have found a job. आप मतलब बोलना था तब you didn't tell me. जब too late है आप बता रहे हो. So people are saying, tell me if I'm not doing well, मेरा redundancy शायद होगा. Tell me in time so that I have time in hand to search. And sometimes at 50, 55 people have family responsibilities. People have children whose marriages are coming up. तभी आप बोल रहे हो you go. So getting honesty to people is very important. And I think sometimes we miss that duty to be honest. कि boss 4 साल में your skill sets might become redundant. So please do these 3 things to become relevant. Otherwise, for sure 1 year later, you could be redundant. ये forewarning करना बहुत जरूरी है. Am I coming through? Without that forewarning, you are catching people by surprise and saying out. That is always a disaster. None of us can afford to suddenly leave a job. But preparation is on. Where you should be firm is when there's integrity issues and so on. Also then you should be unyielding. Integrity जब आ जाता है बीच में तो you should be ruthless about it. Sexual harassment, easy issue, close. उसमें कोई understanding, care, time कुछ नहीं है. हाँ, close. But on normal issues, people need time. Yeah. We take any other question and then we'll hand it back.
I would request one last question since we are running out of time, and then we'll move on. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Nishan Pandey. So you have mentioned about that adding the CV values, employee to stay, right? And somewhere I have read that create a learning opportunity for adding that CV value and create a culture to employee to stay. And I think the colleagues here will relate to it that employee retention is a major challenge at this locality. So I want to understand what are the major components in a culture to grow in the organization, to culture to employee to stay. What are the major components as per you?
This can take 1 more hour. Huh? So I'll give it a quick run. No, please, no, please. I'll just give it a quick shot and then you can pick it up further as well. I think culture is the whole experience of employees. It is how you are welcomed, it is how you are treated, it is how you are taught, it is the lessons you learn, it is having a supportive environment in the factory, it is having bosses who are not very hierarchical, it is having the opportunity to try and learn, it is getting some time to study, learn, read, come back and deliver. It is being trusted. It is giving the opportunity to do more. It is also about having a balanced time. People are today talking about quality of life. One of the issues that Bharuch as a community we have to resolve is this quality of infrastructure because of quality of life. People are wanting a better quality of life beyond my day job. So in the factory and outside the factory, there is an opportunity to create. I think all that goes into retention, all that goes into creating a warm environment. Is the company getting work out of me or are they developing me? Is another question. I feel good when somebody helps me develop. When my boss takes actual interest in my development, when HR is even interested in knowing what I'm doing, in helping me do an extra course. I know Ravindan, I was talking about he's going to Oxford for a course that his company is sending him. I heard it over the breakfast today. I'm sure there is an inspiration to being sent for courses and training, being inspired to do things. Even if community work, can I be contributing to community work? So there are so many ways to harness my capabilities and potential. I think those are ways to build a culture. I think that's a big topic in itself. I'll give you 1 or 2 books which I think are very relevant to read. Since I'm a book lover, so in my mind, I carry a book with me all the time. There's this book called Hidden Potential, which is the recent big hit by Adam Grant. You must read that. So 3 books I'll leave you with as a takeaway before I wind down and get off. Adam Grant, Hidden Potential. Second, Immunity to Change by Bob Keegan. Immunity to Change. Both are talking about why we don't change and what it will take to change. And our potential kya hai aur karne ke liye, and why are we not actualizing it? He talks about character and padne like this Adam Grant. And the third is a book called Habits. Habits. I want to end with that to say without habits nothing works. Without deep habits we cannot succeed. So I think 3 books for you to consider when you build culture. A book padne se culture nahi banega, but it gives you food for thought to think and build. Okay? All the best to each of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we have our chief guest, Shri Pravindan Gadviji. Now, it's our privilege to listen to Shri Pravindanji. We all know him, and he will address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manthan. Respected today's keynote speaker, Ashok ji, Kamal bhai, Himanshu bhai, people who are legend in Bharuch, Harish bhai, Kamlesh bhai, Jivraj bhai. Yesterday, Alkesh called me regarding today's event. I was not much aware about the way you have planned 151 first meet of NHRD. But once I come today morning and I realized that this is the audience in front of him, I have to give my thought. The people normally जिनके सामने बैठ के हम प्रेरणा लेते हैं, I think my first job, Adventist Crop Science, Tushar Upadhyay has recruited me. So he is here. Harish bhai, Kamlesh bhai, who used to be the motivator in all forum whenever we get opportunity in Bharuch district. Ashok ji has delivered a wonderful concept about the HR functions. तो मैं यहाँ बैठा था तो मुझे थॉट प्रोसेस आ रहा कि मैं यहाँ क्यों हूँ चीफ गेस्ट में, और एक मुझे छोटी सी कविता याद आ गई कि मैं यहाँ क्यों हूँ. तो एक छोटी सी कविता से शुरू करता हूँ, उसके बाद व्हाट आई लर्न इन माय 25 years of life with respect to beating the challenge and creating the future we want. कविता ऐसे कि कुर्बान हूँ उनकी बख्शिश पे कि मकसद भी जुबान पर लाया नहीं, बिन मांगे जितना दिया जितना मेरे दामन में समाया नहीं. बिन मांगे दिया इतना कि मेरे दामन में समाया नहीं, ये तो कृपा है मेरे राम की, वरना मुझ में ऐसी कोई बात नहीं. So I think I am not so perfect person who can a chief guest in front of the people जिनके हम प्रेरणा लेते हैं, but जो भी thought process है, I think the people हम सब मिले हैं, 25 साल का एक्सपीरियंस सबके पास होगा, और ये 25 years के एक्सपीरियंस को अगर हम जोड़े, काफ़ी चैलेंजेस हमने फेस की होगी एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, और ये सभी चैलेंजेस में से क्या हमने लर्निंग किया, वो लर्निंग को अंडरस्टैंड करेंगे तो मेरे ख्याल से जो फ्यूचर हम बनाना चाहते हैं वो फ्यूचर हम बना पाएंगे. 3 चीज़ जो अशोक जी ने उनके स्पीच में मेंशन की, दैट इज बिजनेस, अनदर इज कल्चर. सो हाउ वी कैन मेक द बिजनेस मोर सस्टेनेबल. और मेरे ख्याल से 3 चीज़ जो नॉर्मली ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में यूज्ड टू टॉक, एंड दैट इज 3C प्रिंसिपल, कॉस्ट, कंप्लायंस एंड कल्चर. अगर ये 3 चीज़ के ऊपर हम फोकस करें, कॉस्ट मोस्टली 100% टेंजिबल, compliance partially tangible, partially intangible, and culture we consider is mostly intangible. तो कॉस्ट और कंप्लायंस को साथ में ले, नॉर्मली ड्यूरिंग आवर जर्नी ऑफ प्रोफेशनल लाइफ मैं मानता हूँ कि हम 2 तरीके के सिनारियो फेस करते हैं, गुड टाइम एंड डिफिकल्ट टाइम. तो एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, गुड टाइम कैसे होता है, डिफिकल्ट टाइम कैसा होता है. तो जब हम टेंजिबल थिंग्स की ओर फोकस करते हैं कि हमारा टर्नओवर बढ़ गया, हमारा प्रॉफिट बढ़ गया, वी इम्प्रूव और क्वार्टर बाय क्वार्टर, दिस टेंजिबल वैल्यू डिफाइन द कॉस्ट एंड दैट गिव्स अस मोस्ट ऑफ द पॉजिटिवनेस इन टर्म्स ऑफ द गुड टाइम. तो जब हमारा टर्नओवर अच्छा होता है, जब हमारा बिजनेस बढ़ता रहता है, जब वॉल्यूम डिलीवरेंस ज्यादा रहता है, तब हम कंसिडर करते हैं कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज अ गुड टाइम. तो जब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का गुड टाइम रहता है, जब इंडिविजुअल पर्सन ग्रो करता है, उसका जब गुड टाइम होता है, तो हम सक्सेसफुल फील करते हैं, वी फील प्राउड, वी फील सक्सेसफुल, हम बहुत ही ज्यादा हैप्पी फील करते हैं. बट ये सिनारियो में हम जो एफर्ट्स लेते हैं उसके बाद जब डिफिकल्ट टाइम आता है तब हम भगवान को याद करते हैं. जब डिफिकल्ट टाइम होता है तब सबसे ज्यादा एफर्ट्स हम डिफिकल्ट टाइम पे करते हैं. हम सबसे ज्यादा कमिटमेंट कि नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसा डिफिकल्ट ना आए, वैसी सिचुएशंस कैसे हम क्रिएट करें, वो कमिटमेंट हम डिफिकल्ट टाइम में देते हैं. इन अदर वे जब गुड टाइम रहता है, समटाइम्स वी बिकम एरोगेंट, समटाइम्स वी टेक थिंग्स ग्रांटेड, समटाइम्स वी बिकम कैजुअल. एंड जो गुड टाइम है वो टाइम पे अगर हम कैजुअल हो जाते हैं, अगर हम टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड हो जाते हैं, दैट लीड्स अस टू डिफिकल्ट टाइम. एंड दैट डिफिकल्ट टाइम मे बी विद रिलेटेड टू कंप्लायंस, जो पार्शियली इंटेंजिबल है. हम कभी कभी मिस कर जाते हैं कि जो हमने सिस्टम डेवलप की है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू सेफ्टी, हमने सिस्टम डेवलप की है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू क्वालिटी, हमने सिस्टम जो डेवलप की है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू एनवायरनमेंट, दैट गेट डिटोरिएटेड एंड ये डिटोरिएशन की वजह से वी फोर्सफुली कम डाउन टू द डिफिकल्ट टाइम। तो हाउ वी कैन मेंटेन कि हम गुड टाइम में बने रहे, हाउ वी कैन मेंटेन कि हम डिफिकल्ट टाइम पे न जाए, हाउ वी कैन एंश्योर दैट कि अगर डिफिकल्ट टाइम पे हम गए तो कैसे जल्दी वो गुड टाइम में वापस आ जाएंगे। दैट आई थिंक वी नीड टू कंटिन्यूअसली इवैल्यूएट आवरसेल्फ टू मेंटेन द कॉस्ट एंड कंप्लायंस मोर सस्टेनेबल and to meet any challenges we envisage for the futures. Third part we consider as a culture. तो अशोक जी ने भी बताया कि कल्चर दो तरीके के ही रहते हैं, आइदर पॉजिटिव कल्चर और नेगेटिव कल्चर। न्यूट्रल कल्चर आई डोंट थिंक कि न्यूट्रल कल्चर जैसा है, आइदर हम पॉजिटिव है एज ए पर्सन, एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और हम नेगेटिव है। तो कल्चर यूज्ड टू बी टू टाइप्स ओनली, पॉजिटिव कल्चर एंड नेगेटिव कल्चर। और कल्चर डिफाइन करते हैं पीपल। If more people are positive in the organization, सबसे ज्यादा लोग अगर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में पॉजिटिव है तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन becomes a positive organization, the family become a positive family। और ज्यादा एम्प्लॉय, ज्यादा पीपल, ज्यादा टीम मेंबर अगर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में नेगेटिव है तो दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कंसिडर्ड टू बी नेगेटिव ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एंड दैट define the reputation of the organization, how the organization has built those values, how they can create positive culture among the workplace. That is I think more important in terms of defining the culture। और हम सब अंदर कुछ ना कुछ लेके चलते हैं, पॉजिटिव एनर्जी लेके चलते हैं, पॉजिटिव कैरेक्टर लेके चलते हैं, पॉजिटिव थॉट लेके चलते हैं। बट ये पॉजिटिव थॉट को कैसे एनकरेज करें जिसके कारण नेगेटिविटी सरप्रेस हो और पॉजिटिव फ्लो हमारा कंटिन्यूअसली डिलीवरेंस हो। एक बहुत ही अच्छी महाभारत की कविता है कि तू खुद में एक महाभारत है, तू खुद में एक महाभारत है, अर्जुन सा पार्थ भी तू, कृष्ण का सारथी तू, दुर्योधन सा अधर्म भी तू ही कृष्ण, तू ही धृतराष्ट्र का, दुर्योधन सा अधर्म भी तू ही युधिष्ठिर सा धर्मराज भी है, कुंती की लाचारी तू ही द्रौपदी सा बेबाक भी है, कर्ण सा दानी तू ही शकुनी सा कपटी भी है, द्रोण सा गुरु तू, एकलव्य सा शिष्य भी तू, तेरे अंदर जो किरदार है तो खुद में एक महाभारत है। तेरे आज से तेरा कल बनेगा, तेरे कर्म का ही तुझको फल मिलेगा। समय के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ना भी होगा, अपनों के लिए कभी अपने को छोड़ना भी होगा, और तेरे जीवन का एक पड़ाव होगा जब करना होगा अपने महाभारत के पात्र से तुझे चुना होगा। तो जिस पात्र को अपनाएगा वही तेरा व्यक्तित्व बन जाएगा। तो जरा ध्यान से निर्णय करना, क्योंकि तुझसे ही तेरी राहत है। तो खुद में एक महाभारत है, तो खुद में एक महाभारत है। तो हमारे अंदर सब कैरेक्टर पड़े हैं, हमारे अंदर शकुनी भी है, हमारे अंदर कर्ण भी है। हम फेसबुक पे फोटो रखते हो कर्ण का रखते हैं कि हम बहुत दानी हैं, बट अंदर कभी कभी कंपनी में पॉलिटिकल हो जाते हैं तो शकुनी भी हो जाते हैं, कभी कभी अर्जुन हो जाते हैं, कभी कृष्ण जैसे हम किसी लोग को उद्देश्य भी देते जाते हैं। तो हमारे अंदर सब कैरेक्टर है। किस कैरेक्टर को हमें बाहर निकालना है, किस कैरेक्टर के ऊपर हमें फोकस करना है, जिसके ऊपर हम ज्यादा फोकस करेंगे वैसा क्रिएट हम अपने आप को कर पाएंगे, वैसा क्रिएट हम अपनी टीम को कर पाएंगे। एक छोटी गुजराती कविता से 2 मिनट कि मानस कैसा है, कि मानस ने चतुराई जो भाई मानस ने चतुराई, ये तो ये मां क्या नहीं पकड़ाई जी, ऊंडे ऊंडे इच्छा करे कि आखो जगत मन ओळखाए जी। हम सब ये मानते हैं कि सब हमें पहचाने, सब हमें मान सम्मान दे, सब हमें बुलाए, आखो जगत मन ओळखे ये भी जंखना थाय जी, पण ऊंडे ऊंडे उपाधि करे कि क्या कहा चो न ओळखे जाए, जो भाई मानस ने चतुराई जी। तो हम सब जो एनर्जी अंदर लेके बैठे हम खुद को जानते हैं, बट हम ट्राई ये करते हैं कि पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट ही हमारे बारे में लोग जाने, नेगेटिव कैरेक्टर न जाने। एक दूसरी पॉइंट उसके अंदर कि जब बालक का जन्म होता है तो लोग बैठते हैं कि किसके जैसा हुआ, पुत्र जन्म थाय ત્યારે આખું ઘર મળીને એનો અણહાર કાઢવા જાય जी। કોઈ કહે કાકા, કોઈ કહે દાદા, અને કોઈને એમાં મામાજી દેખાય, જો ભાઈ માણસની ચતુરાય जी। પણ એ જ બાળક મોટો થઈને જો ક્યાંક ખોટા રસ્તે જાય जी, તો કોણ જાણે કોના જેવો થયો યા, કે અમારા સાથે કોળમાં નથી આવો કોઈ બાળ, जो भाई मानसनी चतुराई जी। तो हम सब अपने आप को जानते हैं, उसमें से कैसे पॉजिटिव चीज को बाहर लेके आए, उसमें से कैसे पॉजिटिव एनर्जी को हम बढ़ावा दें, तो ही हम पॉजिटिव कल्चर बना पाएंगे। और अगर पॉजिटिव करना है तो एफर्ट चाहिए। जैसे हमने दीप प्रागट्य किया, दिया जलाना है तो एफर्ट चाहिए, अदरवाइज अंधेरा है। ये रूम को क्लीन करना है तो एफर्ट्स चाहिए, अदरवाइज ये रूम को बंद कर देंगे, 15 दिन छोड़ देंगे तो भी ये रूम गंदा हो जाएगा। तो गंदा करना है उसके लिए एफर्ट्स की जरूरत नहीं है, इंप्रूवमेंट करना है तो एफर्ट्स चाहिए, अदरवाइज डिटोरिएशंस करना है तो एफर्ट्स की जरूरत नहीं है। तो हाउ वी कैन क्रिएट सच एटमॉस्फेयर अमंग द टीम, हाउ वी कैन क्रिएट सच एटमॉस्फेयर कि जिसके कारण हम लर्निंग की जो झंखना है वो हमारे खुद में एज ए लीडर, हमारी टीम में एज एन इंडिविजुअल क्रिएट कर सके। और मेरे ख्याल से जो एचआर का रोल है, आजकल जो वर्ड्स है एचआर बीपी, एचआर बिजनेस पार्टनर कैसा बन सकता है, तो कैसे लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, तो ही हम ये कंटिन्यूस ग्रोथ दे पाएंगे। नॉर्मली हम 2 जोन में काम करते हैं, लर्निंग जोन एंड परफॉर्मेंस जोन। सबसे ज्यादा लर्निंग अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले उसको लर्न करके जब हम यहाँ से वापस जाए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, तो ये लर्निंग को मैं कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करूँ एज ए परफॉर्मेंस। और अगर वो इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे तो हमारा खुद का परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ेगा, हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ेगा। सर्टेन टाइम के बाद हमारा परफॉर्मेंस फ्लैट हो जाता है एज ए इंडिविजुअल, एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। तो वो टाइम पे इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि वापस हमें लर्निंग जोन में जाने की जरूरत है। अगर हम लर्निंग जोन में नहीं जाएंगे तो परफॉर्मेंस जोन में रहने के बाद हम अपने आप को डिफेंड करते रहेंगे कि मेरा परफॉर्मेंस बराबर है, क्योंकि दिस इज द ओनली वे वी कैन डिलीवर। तो जब हम लर्निंग जोन में आते हैं तो वी नॉर्मली बिकम मोर इंटरेस्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ गेटिंग द सजेशंस, इन टर्म्स ऑफ गेटिंग न्यू आइडियाज। जब हम परफॉर्मेंस जोन में रहते हैं तब हम ज्यादा डिफेंसिव मोड में रहते हैं। तो जब हम अपने आप को डिफेंसिव करना शुरू करें एज ए लीडर, एज ए टीम मेंबर, एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हमें ये चीज बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से ध्यान में रखने की जरूरत है कि हमें नया लर्निंग चाहिए। अगर हम लर्निंग वापस नहीं करेंगे तो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस को हम इंप्रूव नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो आई थिंक एज ए लीडर, एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ये जो साइकिल है, लर्निंग जोन में रहो, उसके बाद परफॉर्मेंस जोन में चले जाओ, अपना खुद का परफॉर्मेंस इंप्रूव करो, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का परफॉर्मेंस इंप्रूव करो। वंस वी रियलाइज कि मेरा खुद का परफॉर्मेंस या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का परफॉर्मेंस फ्लैट हो गया है, वापस लर्निंग जोन में आ जाओ, नए कॉन्सेप्ट हम अपने आप में सीखे, नई टेक्निक सीखे, क्या टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट है, क्या नया सराउंडिंग में हो रहा है, ये सब चीज को अगर हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा सीखेंगे तो ही वापस परफॉर्मेंस जोन में जाके खुद को और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को इंप्रूव कर पाएंगे। सो आई थिंक अ वेरी गुड प्लेटफॉर्म हियर इट इज बीइंग क्रिएटेड कि ये लर्निंग हम सबको मिल रहा है। एंड भरूच में काफी ऐसे फोरम है जिसके माध्यम से हम लर्न कर सकते हैं, और ये लर्निंग में आने के लिए भी एफर्ट्स चाहिए। जैसे कल मुझे बताया गया कि आपको यहाँ आना है, तो अगर मैं नहीं आता तो आई थिंक आई मिस लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, बट आज जो यहाँ आके लर्निंग मिला है दैट विल हेल्प इन टर्म्स ऑफ इम्प्रूविंग माय परफॉर्मेंस फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड फॉर द इंडिविजुअल। सो आई थिंक दिस इज द वे आई थिंक द फ्यूचर हम बोल रहे हैं कि हमें कैसे क्रिएट करना है, कैसे बनाना चाहिए। तो इफ वी keep focus on such part, cost, culture and compliance, how we can prevent difficult time, how can we remain continuously a good time, that is only happen if we create positive culture, and that gives learning throughout the journey of the professional life. It will I think meet the objective with respect to building the future which we want. So I think these words, I thank Alkesh and team for giving me this opportunity, and once again thanks Harish bhai, कमलेश भाई, आप यहाँ रहे जिससे और एनकरेजमेंट मिला टू डिलीवर द थॉट्स व्हिच आई वाज बिलीविंग इन माय 25 years of life. So with this, thanks once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful sharing, especially તમારી કવિતાઓ જેનો લાવો બધાને અમને મળતો જ રહે છે ઘણીવાર. We have learned a lot from your session. Now we invite Shri Alkesh bhai Rana for presenting mementos to our dignitaries of our inaugural function as a token of gratitude and honor.
Thank you, students. Thank you, Alkesh sir. Thank you, sir. It is said that gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. So we now invite Shri Kamal Naik sir to come on the stage and render vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rashmi. Wow, what a fantastic, powerful session. सबको मजा आया ना? खूब सीखने मिले ना? Great, great. So, माननीय अशोक भाई, प्रेमदान जी, श्री कमलेश उदानी साहब, हरीश भाई, डॉक्टर जुराज भाई, ऋषिकेश भाई, मयूर भाई, तृप्ति बहन, आज सही में बहुत मजा आया। शुरुआत बहुत अच्छी हो रही है और ये मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है कि मुझे आज वोट ऑफ थैंक्स कहने का मौका मिला है। थोड़ी कुछ एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में अशोक जी ने बात की, मैं उनके साथ मेरा एक एक्सपीरियंस आपसे शेयर करूंगा वोट ऑफ थैंक्स कहने से पहले। एक बार क्या हुआ कि कुछ काम से मैं उनके ऑफिस में गया, हम दोनों बैठे थे, उतने में एक आदमी आया उनका डिपार्टमेंट से, बोले सर वो लोग ना बोल रहे हैं। अशोक जी पता नहीं आपको याद है कि नहीं, तो बोले ना बोल रहे हैं। तो अशोक बोले कमल जस्ट वेट फॉर 2 मिनट्स में आया। गए 2-5 मिनट में आए, मैं कुर्सी बैठा था, अशोक भाई बाजू में खड़े थे। ऐसे भी अशोक भाई को देखना है तो जैसे कुतुब मीनार को देखना है ऐसे देखना पड़ता है। हालांकि प्रोफेशन की हाइट में वो हिमालय से भी ऊपर पहुंच गए हैं। तो मैंने जैसे देखा वो समझ गए कि कमल जानना चाहता है क्या हुआ। तो उन्होंने बोला कि ऐसा है हमारे यहाँ कि हमारी ट्रेनिंग जब भी होती है तो खाना फ्री में होता है। लोगों को पता है कि आज ट्रेनिंग है, फुल डे सुबह से शाम तक तो कैंटीन में खाना मिलेगा। और उस जमाने में एशियन पेंट्स में अच्छा खाना मिलता था। बाकी कैंटीन में 5 रुपया रेट होते थे, उनकी कैंटीन में 15 रुपया थे। मगर ऑल ऑफ ए सडन उस दिन क्या हो गया, 9:30 बजे कुछ शटडाउन आ गया। तो उन्होंने और उनके टेक्निकल मैनेजर डिसाइड किया कि ये लोग ऐसे बेकार बैठे रहेंगे, इससे अच्छा कुछ छोटी सी ट्रेनिंग कर देते हैं। तो 2 घंटे की ट्रेनिंग रखी, से अराउंड 11 to 1 ऐसा कुछ टाइम होगी, क्योंकि मैं भी अराउंड 11 बजे के पास पहुंचा हुआ था। लोगों ने क्या कहा कि ट्रेनिंग के बाद हमें खाना मिलेगा कि नहीं। तो जो ट्रेनिंग जिन्होंने कोऑर्डिनेट किया था उन्होंने बोला नहीं, मुझे तो ट्रेनिंग के लिए बुलाया है, तो 2 घंटा ट्रेनिंग है, उसके बाद तो कुछ नहीं, खाना वगैरह कुछ बोला नहीं है मुझे। नहीं तो हम ट्रेनिंग नहीं करेंगे। अशोक भाई वहां गए, मैंने जो बोला ना कि वो आके बोले वो ना बोल रहे हैं, तो इसी बात के लिए ना बोल रहे थे, क्योंकि वो उनका डिपार्टमेंट से आ गया। अशोक भाई वहां गए और उन्होंने उनसे जो बात कही वो सीखने जैसी बात है। उन्होंने कहा देखो भाई ऐसा है, ये ट्रेनिंग क्यों रखी गई है। ट्रेनिंग इसलिए रखी गई है कि आपकी स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए रखी गई है। खाना क्यों दिया जाता है, ताकि आप ट्रेनिंग में रहते हैं। अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि खाना ही आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो मैं अपनी जेब से पैसा देता हूँ, आप 10 लोग हो, ये 150 रुपया लो, कैंटीन में खाना खा लेना, और ट्रेनिंग नहीं होगी। शाम तक आपको अच्छा लगेगा क्योंकि आपने खाना खाया है। और अगर आप ट्रेनिंग लोगे, आप कुछ सीखोगे, तो ये जीवन भर काम आएगा। चॉइस इज योर्स। लोगों ने बोला सर आप जाइए, हम ट्रेनिंग करते हैं। So that was my experience. Ashok bhai, thank you very much. Thanks for your valuable time. You have come all the way from Mumbai, and more of it, your invaluable knowledge sharing. Similarly, हमारे प्रेमदान भाई ने जो बोला कि कल शाम को ही उन्हें पता चला कि उन्होंने यहाँ आना है, क्योंकि जो फैकल्टी को हमने इन्वाइट किया था वो आ नहीं पाए, ऑल ऑफ अ सडन उन्होंने कहा। तो यहाँ हम लोग 10-12 लोग बैठे थे। कुछ लोग उनके बारे में जानते हैं, मैं भी एक बार उनको मिला हूँ और एक बार कल सुना भी है। तो जैसे ही अल्पेश जी ने बोला कि हम प्रेमदान भाई को बोलते हैं, तो जितने लोग जानते थे उन्होंने एक साथ बोला यस ही शुड बी देयर। तो ये इनकी पॉपुलैरिटी है, और आज भी काफ़ी मुझे सुनने मिला उनके बारे में उनकी तरफ से। तो थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने हमारी लाज रखी गुजराती माँ को। नॉट ओनली दैट, लेकिन यहाँ जितने भी यंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं उनको ये भी पता चलेगा कि एक टेक्निकल पर्सन के पास भी एचआर के लिए कितना सारा नॉलेज है और कितनी एम्पैथी है। स्पेशल थैंक्स टू डॉक्टर जुराज भाई, उदानी साहब, हरीश भाई, हमेशा हमें इंस्पायर करते रहते हैं, आज भी आए हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू। Sincere thanks to our supporters, First Stop India, Caller India, SRF, CEIL, Gita Hospitality, Priya Placement, विशिषा पटेल, जिन्हें बट साहब भामा सके के बुलाते हैं, Z1 Security and Allied Security, Honey Beezer and Regenta Hotel। बाकी फैकल्टीज भी इतनी दूर से इतनी विषम परिस्थिति में भी आए हैं, खास करके ऋषिकेश रावल साहब और मरु पटेल साहब अहमदाबाद से आए हैं। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। जैसे आप जानते हैं ये हमारी 151st मीटिंग है, तो ये मीटिंग हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में होती रहती है, महीने में एक बार हम मिलते हैं। तो बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं जिन्होंने हमें ये सपोर्ट किया है, और खास करके सनोफी जो ना अभी जयंतीवा है, अतुल है, कलरटेक्स है, नर्मदा कॉलेज है, डेक्कन है, कैमिनोवा, एशियन पेंट्स, ऐसी बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, करीबन 50-55 जितनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है कि जहाँ हमने मीटिंग की है, और ये अविरत यात्रा को चालू रखने में उनका बहुत बड़ा सहयोग रहा है, बहुत सारा सपोर्ट रहा है। तो ये सभी को मैं खास धन्यवाद कहता हूँ, और विशिष्ट धन्यवाद नर्मदा कॉलेज, डॉक्टर तृप्ति बहन, रश्मि बहन और उनके टीम को। ऐसा नहीं कि इसी साल में होता है, हर साल जब भी बैच बदलते हैं, जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं, सभी लोग बहुत ही उत्साह से सपोर्ट करते हैं, काम करते हैं। लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट, अर्जुन भाई भट्ट, ये सारा जो दिखता है सारा काम अर्जुन भाई का है। थैंक यू अर्जुन भाई, थैंक यू वेरी मच। कृष्णा स्टूडियो, थैंक यू वेरी मच। तुषार भाई मेरी तरफ देख रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तुषार भाई? सो ओके फाइन। अच्छा, मैं कुछ भूल गया हूँ तो आप यहाँ आ सकते हैं प्लीज, मैं भूल गया हूँ तो आप आइए प्लीज। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच, आई हैंड ओवर टू तुषार भाई।
I think the entire NHRDA chapter and Mr. Himanshu Bhatt deserves a big round of applause.
Repeat.
We are honored and we are touched.
थैंक यू अशोक जी। जो मैं सोच रहा था, अच्छा वही आपने તો મારું કામ બહુ ઈઝી કરી નાખ્યું છે અશોક સાહેબે। આપણી સંસ્કૃતિમાં કહેવાયું છે અગ્નિહોત્ર। અગ્નિહોત્રનું નામ તો બધાને ખબર છે, એનું શું કાર્ય છે, અવિરત આહુતિ આપે છે। એવા આપણા એચઆર પ્રોફેશનમાં જો કોઈ અગ્નિહોત્ર જે છે આપણા ભટ્ટ સાહેબ, કે જે સતત અને અવિરત આહુતિ આપે છે આપણા પ્રોફેશનમાં, અને માત્ર એમનું કાર્યક્ષેત્ર ખાલી એનએચઆરડી પૂરતું નથી, એવા બીજા ઘણા બધા ક્ષેત્રો છે કે જે આપણના ધ્યાનમાં નથી, અને જ્યારે આપણને એની ખબર પડે છે ત્યારે આપણે ખરેખર અભિભૂત થઈએ છીએ કે ખરેખર આપણને આ આવી પર્સનાલિટી, આવી વ્યક્તિ જોડે સહવાસ મળે છે તે જ આપણું સૌભાગ્ય છે। હવે એમને માટે જરા એક આમ તો કમલ સાહેબે જે કોઈક વખત જે લાગણી વ્યક્ત કરેલી હતી તે હું 2 મિનિટ લઈશ, વધારે નહીં લઈ। અને એમ કહેવાય છે કે ભાઈ તમારી જે લાગણી, તમારે હસવું હોય તો તમારી માતૃભાષામાં જ કરવું પડે, તો મારી લાગણી પણ હું માતૃભાષામાં જ વ્યક્ત કરીશ। અમારા સૌના વડીલ, ગુરુ, માર્ગદર્શક અને મિત્ર એવા શ્રી હિમાંશુભાઈ ભટ્ટ સાહેબ માટે આજના 151મી અવિરત સભાના પ્રસંગે જેટલું કહીએ એટલું ઓછું છે। આમ છતાં કેટલીક વાતો ફલક પર લાવ્યા સિવાય નહીં રહી શકાય। શ્રી ભટ્ટ સાહેબ એટલે ઉજમ, ઉત્સાહ અને પ્રેરણાનો ધોધ, નિસ્વાર્થ સેવા એમનો ધર્મ, ઉદ્યોગ જગતને ઉત્કૃષ્ટ વ્યવસાયિક યુવાનો આપવા એ એમનો સંકલ્પ। શ્રી ભટ્ટ સાહેબ ને એ માનવતાનું પ્રતિબિંબ છે, જ્ઞાનનો ભંડાર છે, વાત્સલ્યની મૂર્તિ અને કટિબદ્ધતા, વચન પાલન અને સમર્પણનું ઉદાહરણ છે। સમય પાલન કહેવું પડે, આજે હમણાં જ વાત થતી સાહેબ જોડે એટલે સાહેબે કીધું લેટ વોટ મે કમ, આપણે 9:30 વાત કરી છે એટલે 9:30 આપણો કાર્યક્રમ શરૂ થશે. શ્રી ભટ્ટ સાહેબ એટલે સમાજ અને ઉદ્યોગ વચ્ચેનો સેતુ. ટૂંકમાં કહું તો ભટ્ટ સાહેબ એટલે પોતે એક સંસ્થા. અમે સૌ તેમના લાભાર્થી અને તેમના ચીધેલા રાહે ચાલી અમારી કારકિર્દીને સફળ બનાવવામાં યશ પ્રાપ્ત કરે છે એ ઘણી આનંદ અને ગર્વની અનુભૂતિ કરીએ છીએ સાહેબ. તેઓ ખૂબ તંદુરસ્ત રહે, વ્યસ્ત રહે અને અમારા પર તેમની કૃપાદર્શી અને આશીર્વાદ આપતા રહે એવી પ્રભુ પ્રાર્થના. થેન્ક યુ.
પ્રણામ સાથે આ બધું એક બજેટ ન વધારે મન ન દઈ પાય એવી ભગવાનને પ્રાર્થના કરું. તમારી દિવ્યતા છે આ બધી.
આ તબક્કો આ પ્રસંગ એવો છે કે આમને આપણે આભાર વ્યક્ત કરવું એ બહુ નાનો શબ્દ છે, પણ તે છતાં આ એક તક ઝડપતા હું અલ્કેશભાઈને વિનંતી કરીશ કે તેઓ શ્રી પ્રવીણદાનભાઈને હેલ્પ કરે, સાહેબને પુસ્તક પુષ્પથી અભિવાદન કરે અને સન્માન કરે.
અરે ભાઈ મને big surprise.
થેન્ક યુ પ્રવીણજી, થેન્ક યુ ભટ્ટ સાહેબ. અને આ પ્રસંગે શિષ્ય દ્વારા ગુરુનું સન્માન થાય એના જેવો બીજો કરોડો પ્રસંગ નથી. तो अशोक जी, मैं आपसे विनंती करता हूँ कि आप साल से साहब का अभिवादन करें.
Sir, photo. Sir, photo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really are inspirations.
थैंक यू.
Honor. Honor.
Thank you, Tushar sir, for a wonderful surprise.
Really big surprise.
Now let us have a short tea-coffee break for 10 minutes. We request all the participants to stay back for the whole day. We have many upcoming Power Pack sessions and many surprises too. Please stay back. Thank you. We all will resume back in 10 minutes.
Photo, photo,
Welcome to Surat.
I don't know if you remember that.
Namaste, Rishikesh bhai. I'm Surat.
So touched by that.
Good.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Definitely. All well, all well.
Doing great.
सही जा रहा है आदमी लोग लास्ट तक कितने चाहिए आता है वो अभी चला रोड कैमरा नहीं चला है तो वो मजा चला अल्लाह वो बंद कर दो
%14% of the executives today exude qualities of enterprise leadership, who hold the values of visualization, of realization, mobilization, and catalyzation. Hence, to develop leadership pipeline in today's competitive era is indeed very, very compelling. And this calls for not only the development of skills, but also the development of mindsets. A mindset of purpose, a mindset of courage, a mindset of awareness of self and creating an impact, a mindset of inclusion for multiplication effect, and a mindset of integrative thinking. It is less about following a leader, it is more about creating more leaders in the pipeline. And this reminds me of a very small incident of Swami Vivekananda ji. When he approached Sri Ramakrishna Paramhans to become his follower, Sri Ramakrishna Paramhans said to Vivekananda ji, if you really want to be my follower, grill me as much as you can, and if I come up with the right answers and I can convince you level-headedly, only then accept me as your leader, and only then, believe me, leaders are made. So it's more about not being at the helm of affairs, but being at par with many leaders that we can build and transform in our journey in the organizational life. This is what we call as strengthening of the leadership pipeline. So it's time for us now to listen more about the theme, building and sustaining and strengthening a strong leadership pipeline from Sri Rishikesh Rawalji, the President, Group HR and Corporate Communications, Zydus Life Sciences, on a very, very relevant concern. Having said this, I call upon Sri Rishikesh Rawal for his address. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you, Trupti ma'am, for introduction on the topic. Before I start my session, I definitely want to once again compliment Sri Himanshu Bhai and the whole NHRD team, the committee members and all the office bearers for 151 uninterrupted sessions, which is an amazing record for the National HRD network across India. So I know how difficult it is to organize event and that also month after month for 151 month is amazing. This is the passion of Himanshu Bhai and the whole team who is organizing this, and I felt personally very happy when Himanshu Bhai called me to speak here. I have my roots here in Bharuch. For my professional career, I stayed in Bharuch for 5 years. So very close to this area, Bholau Road at Dharamanagar Township. So, so I stayed at Pfizer Colony, and before that I worked for Glaxo. And when I was working for Glaxo, that is the first time I met Himanshu Bhai when he was heading the HR for Asian Paints. And I still remember those, 30 years back also, he was so passionate about the HR forum, Ankleshwar HR forum, and he was organizing every month where the HR people of Ankleshwar, GIDC and the surrounding area, we used to meet and, exchange the ideas and some best practices and all that. And Himanshu Bhai was the actually the core in organizing that. All others were participants like me, but he was the one who was taking leadership. So compliments to you, Himanshu Bhai, for your passion, and you are a true inspiration for all of us. So when you invite, definitely there is no way we can say no for not attending this event. Thank you so much. This topic is very important, effectively, building
લેવડા લો બેટા
building and strengthening leadership pipeline. I think this topic is close to everyone's heart, whether you are in HR or not in HR. I don't think this is the domain where only HR talks about it. If you talk to the CEO, CEO also has the same concern. Whether you talk to CFO, CFO also will have the same concern. Or Chief of Operations, he will also talk about the same concern. So it is not an HR topic in true sense. I would say it is a management priority area. And why this leadership pipeline, when we say strengthening leadership pipeline, I personally felt that it is not only for the business organizations. Look at the spiritual organizations. Over there also, for continuity reasons, they do have this concern for who will be the next leader of this institute. Whether it is an NGO, whether it is a spiritual institute, any kind of organization where the people come together for a cause, and there is always a concern who is the next person. Even people talk in politics also, who is after Narendra Modi. People always talk about who is going to be the next Prime Minister, who is in pipeline, and people have their own guess about the names, but we are not here to discuss the politics. So I think leadership pipeline is a topic where I think it's a matter of interest and matter of concern for everyone. I'm not the expert in this area, so please don't expect a great gyan from me. I'm not an expert, but I thought I'll share some practices of Zydus and whatever I learned over a period of last 35 years in my career. And there are seniors who are sitting here who have been, my seniors. So definitely a lot of inspiration from all of you when I speak here. At Zydus, let me take you to way back in 1995. About when we talk about leadership. In 1995, there were, like Cadila, it started in 1952 as a Cadila Laboratories Limited. And there were two partners, Raman Bhai Patel and Mr. Modi, Indravadan Modi. So they two, as a partner, they started this company in 1952 in Ahmedabad. And over a period of years, it became, in 1995, by 94, 95, it became the second biggest Indian pharma company in India market share. So it was that big organization in 1995 with the turnover of 450 crores that time. And those days, 450 crore was considered to be a very large business turnover in the context of 1995. But both the partners, they decided to split with amicable understanding that now we want to start our own companies in the pharmaceutical business itself, but we want to have a vertical split. And that's how the split happened in 1995, June 1995. Assets, products, manpower, everything was divided. Brands, everything was divided. Plants, R&D, our brands, everything was divided. People at a junior level, of course, there was an arbitrator who decided that who will go to which side. But those who were in the management category, they were given an option. There was an arbitrator who was appointed, Mr. Kirit Raval, and there was a secret ballot, because nobody will, on the face will say, I don't want to work for you, I want to work for you. So it was agreed that Cadila name will be used by both. One company which is owned by the Modi Group, it is known as Cadila Pharmaceuticals Limited, and the company which was owned by Mr. Patel family was known as Cadila Healthcare Limited. But gradually, we decided that Zydus will create its own brand called Zydus, so that gradually you come out of that shadow of Cadila and have your own branding. But while I'm talking about this secret ballot, so management staff was given an option that where you want to work. To surprise, almost 90% of the management staff, they voted in favor of Cadila Healthcare Limited, which is owned by Ramanbhai Patel family, and his son Pankaj Bhai was also director, who is the current chairman of the company, Pankaj Bhai Patel. 90% of the management staff, they voted for we want to work for this company, because they felt that I think they are more progressive, they are more in terms of people practices and more approachable, humanitarian approach. For whatever reasons, 90% of the management staff, they opted to work for Cadila Healthcare Limited. So they came on this side. Now what happened to the business? Business till yesterday was 450 crore. It got divided to 50% at 225 crore each. So till yesterday you were 450 crore company, from today onwards you are 225 crore company. The revenue was reduced to half, and the management staff salary and wages burden, almost 90% came on one side. You can imagine what can happen, because managerial staff compensation and salary and wages will be much higher compared to the workers. So your revenue came down to half, and your managerial compensation was so heavy that 90% of the people, they wanted to work on this side. So some of the people, they advised the chairman that should we advise some of them to go on that side, because how we will sustain when my income is reduced to 50% and your salary and wages burden is so high, the manpower cost to business turnover ratio will go for a toss, and business cannot sustain. And overnight you will not become a 450 crore company. It will be a journey of maybe 3 years, 5 years, 7 years to become a bigger organization. How we will sustain? So some of our people who were advisors to the chairman that time, Raman Bhai as well as Pankaj Bhai, they advised that why don't we, re-advise some of the managers to go on the other side so that we have a less burden. But it is the vision of why I am talking about this, because the topic is that of leadership. This is the leadership of a future where our current chairman, Pankaj Bhai, took the all senior people for a 3-day offsite to create the vision for the organization. Now we are a company which is known as Cadila Healthcare Limited. What we will do in coming 5 years time. So they went to Udaipur for a 3 days offsite with all the senior people along with him, and they brainstormed. They made presentations. They also invited some consultants from McKinsey and Professor Indira Parikh and all that to get the advice and perspective. And they decided that we will be 1,000 crore company by year 2000. That was simple mission statement, that we will achieve 1000 by 2000. Means you are in 95, you are 225 crore, and in 5 years time we will achieve 1000 crore. At the end of 3 days offsite meeting, this is what was decided. And about the managerial staff who came on this side, 90% people. Some people may think that it is a burden on us, but it was a great vision by the chairman, Pankaj Bhai, that he says, and he quoted a very nice punchline, that we build people to build business. Very simple, and we use even today, after 29 years, the same punchline on all the HR agenda, that we build people to build our business. Because I have people, now I have so many managers with me, so it's not a burden for me, it's an opportunity to build the business. And that is how the vision was created. And so leadership pipeline is not something very new at Zydus. It was thought about in 1995, even when I was also not there. So all credit goes to the chairman there, who thought of considering these managers who came to us as a strength of the organization, not as a burden for the organization. And finally, many of the media people, they laughed at us when it was decided that we will be 1,000 crore company by 2000, that how will this company achieve? It is impossible to get a more, 5 times of turnover in just 5 years. But it happened that Zydus got 1,000 crore turnover in 2000. It was a great teamwork by everyone under the leadership of the chairman and the managing director, and it happened. And then rest all is the history, where now today, this financial year, we will be closing over 22,000 crore turnover. So that has been the journey of this company. I am here in this company for 19 years. I just completed 19 in this on 1st of August. If I relate myself with this organization, when I joined, we had 6 manufacturing units across India. One was in Moraiya, which is outside Ahmedabad. One is in Goa. One is in Baddi at Himachal. One was in Patalganga, one Ankleshwar, another is in Dabasa near Baroda. So we had 3 API plants, 3 formulations plant. Today, we have 32 manufacturing facilities. In a span of 19 years, we have 32 manufacturing facilities within India as well as outside India. We have a plant in Myanmar as well as in London also. We had one plant in US, but we have closed down now. So that has been the growth journey. Why I am talking about these business numbers? Because when the business has grown organically as well as inorganically, there was always a need for the leaders at Zydus. And we always believed that instead of buying talent from the market, we must invest on people and we must build talent from within. And that is what has been the philosophy, and that is how what has been demonstrated in actions across the Zydus group all these years, and great inspiration from our management, the promoters of the company, who are very forward looking. You will be surprised to know that during the COVID time also, there was no reduction in my learning and development budget. 2020, 2021, when we had a very difficult time, thanks to our promoters, thanks to my CFO, that there was zero reduction in my learning and development budget. Otherwise, we all know what was the COVID time. We paid increments during the lockdown period on time. We are known for giving performance increments to everyone. The April salary which comes in your account every year, it is always a revised salary after your performance evaluation. And performance evaluation means it is with the proper performance dialogues and all the evaluation happens. And we always have a track record of giving new salary for April. There is no arrears. Always it is in April. And we all know 22nd March 2020, the lockdown was declared.
Yes.
And so increments was almost finalized, and we had given increment letters to at least 60% of our employees before 22nd March, because we were not aware that there is going to be a lockdown. So increment letters, normally we start distribution from 16th of March. So by 22nd March, almost 60-70% people were given increment letters also. But we all know that April salary will come on 1st of May, because April month gets over, and then on 1st of May you get the revised salary. And 22nd March the lockdown was declared, and we all know how uncertain period it was. So there were some discussions within the organization, what will happen now to performance increments. Later to there, yeah, but still, it is still in the hand of management whether we want to really give the effect in the salary of the revised salary, because of so much of uncertainty about the business. What will happen? Because we all know what happened in March and April 2020. But thanks to, once again, a very, very progressive thinking, we decided that no, I think we will go ahead with the performance increments. We will not stop it. And when people were given increments in their salary of April, people were overwhelmed. People thought that our salary will be reduced. Some people thought that there will be a job cut because of the cost pressures. But instead of that, we got performance increments on time for everyone. And this, I will not consider this as an accomplishment of HR. I would say it is because thanks to the very progressive thinking of the promoters. And you feel very blessed that you are working for such organization where you get support, because HR cannot do anything unless you have that complete ecosystem available to you. You may have 100 ideas to do that HR transformation, but if your promoters, they do not support you with the enough resources and the complete thinking process and thought partnering, you cannot do anything. So I feel personally very blessed that I have worked for this company and I have grown with this company over a period of 19 years, not only by title but also with the roles expansion which happened. I joined here as a General Manager HR in 2005 to look after the HR for all the manufacturing locations and R&D. Over a period of time, my role got expanded and I came to corporate around 12 years back. And I became the head of HR around 6 years back at a group HR head. Now, when I became the head of HR, I don't think I was the perfect choice for the organization. Our promoters had a choice that they can always get someone from the outside. Because Zydus is a brand, definitely they will get a talent from the market, somebody from Mumbai, Bangalore, Gurgaon, anybody will be happy to join us. But I think that has been the philosophy, that we will give opportunity to our internal people, and that is how I think in fact the organization has built the talent over a period of these years. So with this context, I'm not too much fond of presentation, but I thought since I have a time, I must structure my thoughts around this. So I asked my learning and development team to put some thoughts around what we have been doing at Zydus. So it is just sharing of some of the practices. Not necessarily that everything is applicable to you in your organization, because every organization has a different context and every organization has a different business scenario. Priorities are different. So I cannot copy any other organization. But there is always a learning. I can always moderate it. I can always make it which is more effective for me. And that is how I thought I will use this time with this structured presentation. So effective leadership drives organizational success and sustainability. When your leaders are constant, when the leadership is there for many years, consistent, there is a credibility. I have seen some organizations where the leadership is changed after every 2-3 years. And there are some new people in that order. I don't want to name the organizations. But over there, the people who are down the line, they don't trust those leaders because they see that every 1 or 2 years, here some new person is coming. And the last one who gave some commitment is no more in the organization. So if you have effective leadership, definitely the organizational performance, it is more sustainable and there is a credibility. I remember 2005 when I joined, when sometimes some people resign and you do a retention dialogue. Most of us, we do that we try to retain that person. When you are new in the organization, most of the people, they don't really listen to you in the retention dialogue. Oh, abhi aap aaye ho. You just joined 6 months back, you joined 1 year back. I don't know whether you will be there after 1 year or not. You are telling me that the future will be great here, but I don't know whether you will be here in this organization or not. So people really don't listen to you if you are not, as an HR, if you are not spent enough time on that role. So I have personally felt that at least in last 12, 13, 14 years, in this role or this organization, when you call somebody for a retention dialogue, more than 90% of the time people will listen to you. Because they see that, yeah, he is there. And you never give any false commitment to anybody. If you do a false commitment to anyone, people will definitely remember that and nobody will really respect you for that. So if you have given commitment to someone, you must remember that, what's the commitment, And what we have done, started, Vikram Bhai, he is my ex-colleague at Zydus, so he will remember. Earlier days, there were some complaints by some of our employees कि मुझे commitment दिया था कि अप्रैल में मेरा ये हो जाएगा, promotion हो जाएगा, या तो मेरा कुछ 20% correction हो जाएगा. And HR person had given me a commitment, or my boss had given me a commitment. Sometimes the HR also doesn't know. Boss had given the commitment कि तेरा मैं next April में promotion कर दूँगा. And if HR doesn't know, it will never happen. Or sometimes the HR has forgotten. That is also possible. So to build the credibility of our function, what we did, we started having a commitment sheet. If you give any commitment, that commitment is signed by that concerned employee, by the manager, and by the HR. All three will sign that this is the commitment I have given you, and it will go in the personal file, and we have one commitment file which we maintain in HR. So during the appraisal exercise, we open that commitment file, that how many commitments we have given. First, we must honor those commitments so that people respect us. Otherwise, if you just remember, we are now 27,000 employees across the Zydus group. How will you remember what commitment we have given? And in HR also there could be attrition. Somebody who gave commitment is not there with us. What will happen? It's possible that HR is also not permanently here. Some people at my site HR manager, or maybe in corporate or wherever, somebody will leave the organization. So if you don't have a system, it is a loss of credibility. So that is what we have started. And so basically, to maintain that sustainability is very, very important. So some leadership check, if you look at, there was a survey which was done by HR professionals in 2021, and where 21% said their organization had a formal succession plan in place. 21% people. 24% said that they had an informal plan in place. There is no framework, but they know if this person retires or if this person leaves, who will be in place. That's a very informal way, and there is nothing wrong in doing that also. That also is a way to do that. 20% say that they don't have a plan, but they intend to develop one. They have an intention. They haven't done anything, but they are thinking, yeah, aisa kuch hona chahiye. And 36% said they didn't have any plan also. So this is a very serious problem, where only 21% people in HR, they said that they have a proper plan for succession. So this is the scenario. And what were the most common reasons for not having this in plan? 31% people said that lack of time and resources to develop one. Because many of our HR team members, they are so busy in operations. This is about future. When you are talking about leadership pipeline, when you talk about succession planning, it requires a thinking. And when you really want to think, you need a time. You have to, delink yourself from some time from the operations so that you can think about the future. So 31% people said that they don't have time to think about this. 18% the organization is too small to have one. It is possible that some small and medium scale companies, perhaps it is too much to think about the succession planning and leadership pipeline. And 15% organization is family owned and operated, so they don't worry much about this. So they said, "Oh, jaisa hoga wo dekhenge." That is also one of the scenarios. So what are the challenges when we say leadership pipeline? One is very high turnover, lack of readiness for leadership roles, and difficulty in identifying the future leaders. We all know that good talent is always in demand in the market. So in some roles, you will always find this, that there is a high attrition in some of the leadership roles. And it is changing after every 5 years. Like in our pharma industry, around 20 years back, the R&D talent was in very, very high demand for the generic market for the US. But last 10 years, it has stabilized now. Then there was about 5 years period when the quality and the regulatory affairs professionals, they were very, very, very high demand, somewhere around 2005 to 15. But there is a cycle. So there is a high turnover, and how do you actually create that kind of stickiness that people don't leave? I'm very, very fortunate that Zydus has over 80% retention for general manager and above. Over 80% retention. Over my general manager and above, most of the people are with the organization for over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And there are people who have been working here for 3 decades or 4 decades also. And they have grown with the organization not only by title but also with the roles. So leadership pipeline is a very structured process. If you really want to do it, you should not do it in a very ad hoc basis. You must have a thinking process. You may not announce it publicly if the organization is not ready for it. But at least HR should have a document that really who will be taking over. And if you don't have that kind of transition employees into leadership roles, if you don't have even the plan which is in your diary or on your laptop, then perhaps we are running a very high risk of business continuity. At least HR and CEO together should have a plan. You may not announce it, but at least you should have a plan that which are my critical roles. And if this person retires or anything can happen, the person leaves the organization, who is my second line, who is my pipeline, who will take over? Do we have internal pipeline or not? Have we invested on the people? So what we do at Zydus is basically 4 pillars we have. One is leadership development, second is career progression, skill building, and succession development. So these are the 4 pillars of our My Talent Management Framework, which is what is creating my leadership pipeline for the future. And at least, I would say, 50-60% of my managerial roles, we are able to fill from within. We don't have to recruit from the outside. And that is what my tracker for HR monthly performance review, when I do a review with my team, this is one of the parameters that how many managerial positions we had, how many we offered, and how many were offered from within the organization, which is one of the KPI of the HR team. And that cannot happen overnight. You need to invest, you need to really build and create those kind of learning interventions. So when I say leadership pipeline stages, one is entry-level leadership. So we develop a basic leadership skills and identifying the potential leaders, which is like level 1 to level 2, when somebody becomes the first-time managers. Then we have a mid-level leadership where we enhance the strategic thinking and decision-making abilities. We have one intervention for this, which is for those mid-level leadership. Then we have senior level leadership, which is general manager and above, which is focusing on organizational vision, culture, and large-scale decision-making. And then you have executive leadership, which is N-1 level, those who are reporting to the CEO of the organization, or the chairman of the company, managing the entire organization with a focus on long-term strategy and sustainability. So these are the 4 pillars on leadership pipeline stages where we focus our energy. And we ensure that there is a structured intervention for every stage. When I started with early leadership, so we have a program called Learn to Lead. So those who are becoming the manager for the first time. So people are normally a functional expert, whether in the sales area or whether in manufacturing or R&D or in corporate functions. There are people who are individual contributors. When they get promotion, they become the manager of the people. But if you don't have that managerial capability, it can be a damage to the organization. So that is how we have this program called Learn to Lead, and it's a 6 months intervention for those who are first-time managers. Then we have one program which is for the DGM level people who are like, you can say after the first-time managers, those people who grow. There is a program called Build. We have one special program for the women, which is called Wings. So to create the women leaders in the organization. So last 4 years we have been doing this, and over 350 women employees have undergone this program. Many of them have taken up the managerial roles, and that is, once again, it's about 6 to 7 months long program. It is not like a 1 day, 2 day program. It's a 6 months long intervention where you invite the faculty who is the expert in this area, and so which is for the women employees. Then we have one program at Ahmedabad University. They have a program called Global Executive MBA for the pharmaceutical companies. It is called GEMBA. And it's a very expensive program because they invite the faculty from US and UK. The faculties are from Wharton and Kellogg schools and all that. It's a very, very expensive program for this MBA, which is a 2 years MBA program. You get full-time MBA degree, and it's costing to the organization around 10 lakhs rupees per person. So we sponsor some of those high-pot people at a VP and above level for this program. We also have one program with IIM Ahmedabad. Every alternate years, general manager and above, they are sent to IIM Ahmedabad for a 6 months long intervention, which is 4 days in a month on campus at IIM Ahmedabad, and so total 24 sessions at IIM Ahmedabad, which is creating the leadership for the general management. People from R&D, from operations, from marketing, sales, HR, finance, all those who are the general manager and above level people, they are nominated for this program, which is also a big investment for the organization, and we are blessed that we get those resources for that. It costs you around 1 crore plus to the organization to have such kind of intervention. And this program, we have been doing it for over last 24 years. It is not that we just started. Last 24 years consistently, once again we are starting the same program in October with IIM Ahmedabad. So that is our commitment to the learning. Then we have one ZCLOM, which is the Zydus Collaborative Leadership Model, where all the senior people who are the leadership team of the organization, who are reporting to the chairman, managing director, they come together and we have a leadership offsite meeting, where of course there are business reviews, but at the same time you also get some of the experts from McKinsey, BCG, and some of those renowned consultants to give you external perspective about the business. So that is one more initiative we have. So these are various programs, initiatives, what we have at Zydus, which is happening at a consistent level. We also do a lot of assessments. One is the first assessment is that what is really the requirement for the future? Are we relevant for the future? Because you may have some competencies for the current businesses, but when you want to build the business in the new geography, in the new product pipeline, or some new vertical. For example, we just started about 1 year back the medical devices business. Now it was something very new for us. We never had medical devices business. So naturally, we don't have the talent for medical devices, so we have to buy the talent from the market who is the expert from the medical devices business. So we got that kind of talent. But at the same time, in future, when we want to grow, for example, we just acquired one company in UK. Immediately after the acquisition, the first thought is that who will go to UK now as a plant head? We need to send someone from our current managers from operations who should become the plant head at UK, which is our new entity. And we could identify somebody internally with a proper assessment process. So within 3 to 4 months, we could conclude that the manufacturing person, the quality person who will be sent from here to UK. Now this is the global exposure you are giving to your people. We can always hire someone from local within the UK. We can hire, it will be at a lesser cost. But that's not the thought we have. We always think that somebody who has invested with us, somebody who has invested time with us, why not we give opportunity to such people for a global exposure? So we do the gap analysis, we do the assessing the current talent. We have a performance reviews which is happening once in 6 months for all the leadership roles. And also we look at what is the outcome we measure. The outcome is a clear understanding of the current state of leadership within the organization and identification of immediate areas of improvement. That is what we do when we do the assessment of the capabilities. That is the outcome which is expected out of that. So I talked about this program of interventions which happens at certain different levels. So organization is divided into 5 levels. Level 1 to level 5. Level 1 is the lowest level, which is an individual contributor level, and level 5 is the highest level, which is organizational leaders, who are the view heads, who are the functional leaders. So these are indicative titles like associate manager, manager, senior manager, DGM, GM, senior GM, VP, senior VP, and presidents. So there is an assessment and development center for each of these levels for the career progression. So for level 1 to level 3, we have a step-up program. Because you cannot have the same program for every level, because the capabilities, the intellectual capabilities, the exposure is very, very different when you are training somebody at level 1 or level 2 versus level 4 or level 5. So we have a step-up program where we do the complete assessment of your current competencies and what are the gaps we identify, and then build the programs around that. So which is a step-up program. And level 4 and 5, we have a LEAP program, which is learn, explore, aspire, and perform. LEAP. What is a LEAP? So this process we started around 10-11 years back, where earlier, when the promotions were happening in the organization at a DGM and GM and above level, it was very intuitive judgment that now this person is very hardworking, he has been in the same title with 3 years, 4 years, we should promote him now to general manager or some senior GM or vice president level. It was a very intuitive call, not much data driven. It is possible that most of the time your intuitive judgment is correct, but it is possible that somebody who was not ready for the title of vice president, those person can also become a vice president, and it can be a blunder for the organization. So we decided to introduce the assessment process. We started with Conferry, and we did first our leadership competency framework and did an assessment center. So whoever is recommended for promotion at a general manager and above level, they will be part of this LEAP journey. There will be a competency assessment on this leadership, which will be done by the external facilitator from Conferry. Now, in fact, we have changed from Conferry to SHL the last 3 years. So this assessment on the competency is done by independent person. There is no individual bias by your manager or by the HR. And you get a report that somebody who is recommended for a promotion at a say general manager level or senior GM level, that means at level 4. So you are evaluated, you are assessed for level 4. And they have their algorithm, because they do assessment center for 2 days. At the end of the assessment center, they do the debriefing of the report to individual as well as to his manager also. And then you get a report that this person is at level 4 or is at level 3, or some people are even, they're recommended for level 4 at a senior GM or vice president level, and actually in the assessment they come at level 2, which is also possible, and it has happened. And it is a shock for the manager that I was recommending him for a senior GM or a vice president level, which is level 4, and finally the demonstration of the capabilities what that person has demonstrated in the assessment center, and which is a very scientific assessment. It is not by individual whims and fancies. There are multiple tools. They have psychometric tests. They also have behavioral event interview. They have this mailbox where you prioritize, and there are multiple tools which they adopt. And at the end of this, there is a case study method also. And finally, we decided that we will use this, and it has really helped us in taking the right decisions for promoting people at a general manager and above level, which is our league. Actually, first time when we started the assessment in 2014, there was no such developmental interventions. Directly people were sent for assessments. So we got a feedback from those participants, okay, sir, humko pata hi nahi hai, what is this competency framework? At least we should know what is my competency framework. We don't know how to get into this leadership assessment center. So if you at least orient us to this, it will help us. So it was a good feedback for HR, and after that we started this LEAP journey. So now what we do for 2025 April promotions, we get the nominations in 2024. By July 2024, that these are the people who can be promoted in April 25. So their LEAP process, the LEAP journey, there are every month every competency there is 1 day module where the external coach comes and they orient them that when we say delivering excellence is one of our competency, what is delivering excellence? There is a 1 full day session. Team leadership is another competency. So there will be 1 session for 1 full day on team leadership. Then there is a building people capability is another competence. Working across the boundaries. So these are 6 competencies So there is a one full day session which is done. So there is a pre-assessment, and after these 6 months of journey, there is a post-assessment. So whether the needle has changed or not, that is what we measure at the end of this leap journey, and we take the promotions decision based on that. Once again, there was a feedback by the line managers, by the view heads, no, I think this external coach or external person, how can he decide about promotions of my people? I know my person who has been working with me for 10 years. How can this external person come and tell that no, he is not ready for promotions? So that was one more feedback for us, because see, when you do a change management, there is always a pushback, and there will be some very, very stalwarts in the organization, they will give a pushback to HR. But we have to remain firm, you have to remain, and you have to remain open also for the feedback. So it was a good feedback for us. Okay, yes, external person, because we do not know in that assessment center how the person has behaved. Some person is very, very introvert kind of person. Perhaps he could not speak properly during the assessment process, all that. So we said 70% of the weightage for the promotion is on assessment, but 30% is with the manager. So we gave a due respect to the manager's views also, that yes, if there is a role expansion done for this person, 15 marks for that. So you must give him a role expansion. If you are given a role expansion, 15 marks is given. Remaining 15 marks is again a managerial discretion. Manager को लगता है कि नहीं ये बनना ही चाहिए, senior GM vice president, 15 mark is your discretion. If you say 15 out of 15, okay, we will not challenge it. So 30% weightage is in the hands of manager, but 70% weightage is still by the independent assessment center. So people have started respecting this process, and generally I think we have been able to make a drive-through, and we are able to beat the talent from within, and people have seen a tremendous value in this intervention. So when you identify the future leadership needs, there is always a strategic planning and alignment. There is a forecasting of future needs, succession planning, and outcome is the roadmap that outlines the future leadership needs and the steps required to meet them. Because all others is in English. The outcome is very, very important. Whether you are able to create a roadmap that outlines the future leadership needs and the steps required to meet them. Because you might be relevant for today, but you may not be relevant for future. So that's very, very important for all of us to know. The beautiful book which is written, What Brought You Here Will Not Take You There. I'm sure I think many of you might have read that book. It is so interesting book. That with some level of competencies you have reached to this level. But with the same level of competencies you will not grow there. So you must adopt the new level of competencies if you really want to grow. And that is what this exercise is all about. So developing the leadership competencies, core competencies, tailor-made programs, training and development, and monitoring and coaching. We also give coaches to some of our high potential leaders so that they know there is a completely well-rounded development plan, and people know that company is investing on me. I don't have to look at the market outside for my growth. Company is investing on me, and we take initiative. Like last week I discussed one-on-one with one of my senior vice president who is with the company for last about 18-19 years, and we know that he is high potential. We are investing on him for N-1 role. So I called him to my office and I told him that I think you are a functional expert and we all respect you for your functional expertise. Do you think that you need some coach for managerial leadership? It is with his wish. You cannot say that you need a coach, first of all. The moment you say that you need a coach, the person will say I don't need a coach. So we have to have a conversation in a very matured way that we all respect you for your functional expertise in your area. But do you think that if you really want to become an N-1 in coming 1 year, 2 year, 3 year period, do you need any help? We can certainly help you if you need with some leadership coach who can have a monthly session with you, either in person or maybe over the Teams call. But it can help you in becoming a better leader at an organization level. And that person was overwhelmed. He said, yes, I'm looking forward to it. And we are now identifying a coach for him Definitely, it is not something which is in a hurry that we will do it. We will identify the best coach for that kind of person. So we do that kind of investments on people when we see a potential in the managers. So this is a very simple, it's quite complicated, but we do this kind of certification. Bronze, silver and gold certification. So there is, you can see this is up to associate manager level, manager and senior manager level, deputy general manager and above level, and the GM and above level. And this is VP, senior VP and president level. So there is a certification when people undergo training programs. So there is a bronze, silver and gold certification which we keep on giving. And this also is counted when we look at the performance appraisals, that what certification that person is. So if somebody has invested on himself or herself for the learning and development. Building leadership development culture. So it's all about engagement, recognition and rewards and learning environment. We have a online learning platform called Xylearn. So on your mobile also, at any point of time, whenever you are free, either on your laptop, on your computer or on mobile, there is an app which is there where you can undergo training program at your convenience. Whether you are traveling, whether you are at home, whether you are in office, sometime you are free, you can always invest on yourself, and there are about 300 modules on behavioral skills which is there on this. We also continuously reward and recognize those people who have invested on themselves, who are the best learners in the organization. We have a public recognition for them at the blue level. So culture that prioritizes leadership development and encourages everyone to contribute to building a strong leadership pipeline. This is how the whole ecosystem is built, and it requires a very consistent efforts, and it is not about talking, but it is all about actions. I can do all this good lecture about my leadership competency framework and all that, but finally I bring all managers from the market and I don't give any opportunity to current people, nobody will trust us. So it is not about having a framework but also practicing it. At least, yeah, it is impossible to get 100% managerial talent from within, but our target is that is 50 to 60% we should be able to get it from within the organization. We also encourage a very important initiative called Open Talent. Cross-functional movement. How do we ensure that people take that kind of risk moving from one function to another function, which is called Open Talent. And we have encouraged, and we have some examples where people have taken up such kind of roles also. Somebody moved from QA to procurement role. Somebody has moved from procurement to manufacturing role. Somebody from QA has moved to manufacturing role, or from manufacturing to QA kind of role. So we also invest like that. And when it comes to learning and development program on skill building, so there are three kind of buckets. One is managing others, managing self, and managing business. So in these three buckets, we have programs like bespoke learning interventions, which is business specific interventions. Then you have technical capability building, which is ongoing. Then we have feature skills program, management development programs, competency building program, behavioral programs, and soft skills program. So this is the complete compass of our L&D interventions, and this is how consistently we have been investing on people. How to overcome the challenges in building a leadership pipeline? It is not a smooth road. There is so much of hurdles, so much of challenges which comes up, and many times we see ourselves as a failure. And I own it when I discuss with my team that for this particular role, we could not identify a single person from our organization. So it's our collective failure. That we had to hire someone from the market. It's our collective failure as a team. That over the years, perhaps we could not build this talent. So one is communication, second is senior management support, and aligning with the business goals. HR programs, HR initiatives. First, we must understand our business priorities. We must understand what business wants from us. Then only you build your programs. You cannot do it in isolation. We must understand first the business priorities, understand business numbers, top line, bottom line growth and everything. And then only you talk about the interventions. Last 3 years, what we have started in our HR monthly review meetings, Vikram Bhai was part of many such meetings in the past. But last 3 years, Vikram Bhai, what we have started, that when we start our HR MPRM, which is a monthly performance review chaired by me and my all HR leads, they make a presentation to me about the last month performance on agreed KPIs. Before anybody makes a presentation, my corporate HR person comes and make the presentation on company's business vertical wise, top line performance versus budget versus actual, and the PBT performance budget versus actual. We present this in HR MPRM, taking this data from finance department, that what is companies, like we have a US business, we have API business, we have India formulation business, biologics business, international business, various business verticals. What is my budget for the last month and YTD versus what we have achieved, and PBT, what was the YTD budget versus how much we have achieved. So first we must recognize that business realities. If we understand these business numbers, I'm sure with a lot of conviction you can discuss with your business heads and you can discuss with the CEO, because you know what's the business, what are the priorities, what are the pain areas. We must understand that. We also deliberate that why this particular business in last 9 months we have only achieved 93% performance. We have not achieved 100% in any month for this. It is ranging between 90% to 93%. Let us discuss for 10-15 minutes. Do we have the capability issues there? We don't have the right people in that particular business. What is happening? So we discuss with that respective HR leads, okay, why your business in last 9 months consistently, not even 1 month you have achieved 100%. It's not a business failure, it is our collective failure. That perhaps maybe we are unable to give the right quality of manpower, or we don't have the right strategy for my product. So we must introspect around that. Unless we do that, otherwise we will say कि ये तो business वाले करते हैं, हमको क्या पता, हमने तो आदमी दे दिए, it is their job to do a business, हमने तो जितना आदमी चाहिए था 97% operating strength दे दिया, now what can I do? No, I don't think HR can use this language कि what can I do? It's not my job. Definitely I think we have to shoulder the responsibility. If the business is not doing well, we must own it 100%. Then only people will respect you. Otherwise you will say कि भाई, otherwise you are a functional leader कि मेरा काम तो खाली recruitment करना था और salary pay करना था, statutory compliance करना था. Then yeah, you are a functional leader. You never become an organizational leader. So we have, this is my last slide. So we have a talent council board which is chaired by the chairman, managing director and executive director. Then we have a talent strategy council which is all my BU heads. They are part of this talent strategy council where we discuss about the future talent requirements, succession planning, leadership pipeline. And there are 4 pillars: leadership development, career progression, skill building and succession development. These are the 4 topics on which we have a strategy council. And in this we have 5 verticals, because the talent needs for technical operations is very different than research, then sales and marketing, enabling functions which is corporate functions, and the global business, like which is my US business, Europe business, emerging market business. So we have these 5 buckets. So talent council, 3 or 4 BU heads are there, part of each of these who are relevant for us. For example, my CTO and chief of quality, they are the talent council for TO and quality, technical operations and quality. 3 or 4 of my R&D presidents, they are part of the research vertical for the talent council. This is how we have structured, so that there is a meeting which happens once in 3 months. You discuss about the future talent needs and then address it, that yes, these are the talent we need to build from within, or maybe we may have to buy it from the market. So this is how we have structured our program against the leadership pipeline at Zydus. And we continuously monitor on improvement, ongoing assessments, feedback loops, continuous improvement emphasis. And this is how we measure the impact. And finally, you don't build a business, you build people, and then people build the business. I spoke about it. So this is the last slide of my presentation, and I think it really helped. But these are my thoughts. I don't think this is a prescription. I have no authority to give prescription on this topic. I thought of sharing some of the practices what we have at Zydus, and definitely we can do much better. There could be even better practices, somebody sitting here in the audience who can also share, but these are our practices, what we have done. So this is what it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs on the subject. We are grateful that you shared your expertise and enthusiastically engaged our participants throughout the session. Once again, thank you for your time, efforts, and expertise. Now it's time for the audience to put up their queries or any question in front of the speaker. I request student volunteers to provide mic to the audience.
Good afternoon, myself Gaurang Seth. My compliments to you for leading such a holistic programs for your employees. I just have a simple question in terms of how do you ensure the behavioral performance of your managers who qualify for your this kind of leadership development programs?
So I spoke about these assessments. So this assessment is basically on the leadership competencies. So you may have your judgment that this person is, on the delivering excellence. This maybe his manager may say that he is 5 out of 5. But when the independent assessment happens by the external consultant, so we measure that person that against the target level of level 4 or level 3, where this person stands. So there is an assessment which happens on the behavioral and leadership competencies for the managers. So when we take a promotion decisions at a GM and above level, these are the, one of the criteria where we give a 70% weightage on the assessment process. Remaining 30%, definitely it's a prerogative of a manager where he can discuss with the HR that I'm giving 30 out of 30, maybe 15 for the role expansion or 15 for his overall performance. But the 70% weightage is still on the assessment of the behavioral competence, leadership competencies.
Okay.
So there is a process in place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tushar bhai has a question.
Yeah.
Yes,
Please
sir.
provide mic to Tushar, sir.
Yes, sir. Dushikaji, I was just thinking the journey is not always smooth. So in this entire gamut of creating pipeline, somewhere there must be some spike in this thing. So what are your practical tips on this, how to take care of these spikes?
So when we started this process in 2014, it was a very cut and dry process. That we decided that will be now, leadership competencies are finalized, and Korn Ferry will come and do the assessment center, and based on the results of the assessment report, we will take a decision. It was the first phase of our promotion. That is how it was done, and it was a change management. And I must own it. I was part of the team who was involved in this. We lost a couple of managers because the Korn Ferry assessment did not recommend them for promotions, and they were functional experts in their area. Somebody was like an indirect taxation expert. Now that person, perhaps he has not much of big people to handle, and it was a learning for us that we lost him to Adani. He felt humiliated because his boss recommended him for a title of senior general manager. He was GM, and it was our first year of assessment. We were also learning, and we tried to retain him, but he said, no sir, I personally felt very humiliated that my boss recommended me for a promotion, but the external consultant who came and they denied my promotion. So I lost one person from HR team also. He was recommended from DGM to GM level. And we being a process custodian, we cannot do deviations. He was also not recommended by Korn Ferry consultants that no, I think he is not ready for the promotions on the leadership competencies. So I could not promote him and he left the organization. So we had such 2-3 incidents which was a learning for us. And that learning was that I think we have not given them enough exposure of these competencies. What this competency means before they go for assessment. That is how this leap process started. In 2016 we started. That I think let us give them exposure of 6 months on this competency. Let us do a pre-assessment and after 6 months we'll do a post-assessment. So we know whether the needle has moved or not. And that has really helped us. Then last 5 years we started doing this 30% weightage given to the managers. Because managers sometimes they were not owning it, line managers or the view heads. कि ठीक है ये तो HR decide करता है आपका promotion. I have no role to play. I think we all hear that kind of conversation. That I don't know. I have no say in your career. Your career is decided by HR. Go to HR if you have a problem. It can happen. So we said no. We will follow the process of assessment. We will not drop it because we have a strong conviction that we must do it. But okay, let us give a 30% weightage to the view head. That view head can decide. And out of that 30 marks, we said 15 marks has to be for the role expansion. You have to tell us what role expansion have you given. That person cannot become the vice president when he was a general manager doing the same role. Now he wants to become a vice president. He must take up some higher responsibilities. So if he has taken up the higher responsibilities, then you get 15 out of 15. And 15 is out of your boss discretion. That he's outstanding, he's a subject matter expert. And then you don't challenge it. Boss says 15 out of 15, it's fine. But still, 70% is still on the independent assessor who is giving you assessment. But it's not a very rosy roadmap. There is a lot of challenge. First 3 years we had a huge challenge to make this happen in the organization. But I think collectively as a team we could make it.
This will be the last question as we are running out of time. Please.
Thank you, sir. This is the pain area for us also as an entrepreneur, and you have given a good insight to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir is having one question.
Hello. So my name is Dhaval and I am from Kolar, HR team. We are talking about competencies more, and competencies are the core part where all the structure has been built. So I want to know how much time it is sufficient time to spend to identify this competency for each of the roles. And I want to know what time your company has spent to identify the competencies for the first place.
So we engaged, those days it was a Hay Group, and then Hay Group got acquired by Korn Ferry. So 2013 we engaged with Hay Group. They did focus group discussions across all the levels in the organization. That Zydus, what should be our leadership competencies? So they spent around nearly 4 to 5 months talking to individual contributor level, middle level managers, senior managers, including some of our doctors. That doctors who are recommending my medicines, what they expect from Zydus, because they are my external customers. What do they expect? And we need those kind of focus group discussions. More than 30 focus group discussions were done. And there was a laundry list of more than 25 competencies. Laundry list, 25 competencies. Because everybody feels, ye to hona chahiye, ye bhi hona chahiye, ye bhi hona chahiye. But the job of a consultant was to list down. Okay, fine, we are listing down. Finally, there was a lot of iterations happened. Finally, a lot of competencies got combined or bucketed into this, and we narrowed down on 6 competencies. It took around 6 months for us to build a competency framework. So that was the preparatory job what we did at Zydus.
6 competencies for each level? Or?
Every level, yes. Every level the competency is defined. When I say delivering excellence at level 1 has a different meaning than delivering excellence at a level 5. And that has been defined, it is written in our competency handbook. If you meet us, I will show you how it is defined, each element is defined for every level. Because the meaning is very different when I say delivering excellence or say building people capability or team leadership or working across boundary. Meaning is very different at level 1 or level 2 or level 3 or level 5. So that we have defined.
Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for solving.
One more question, please. Thank you, sir. The way Zydus investing in people to build the managers. You spoke about the attrition ratio in top management, but however, sir, I feel that attrition ratio in middle management and junior management is more than top management. So, can you guide us how to reduce the attrition or retention and involve the people in junior level to reduce this ratio?
Wish I had an answer for this. This is a very difficult issue which all of us are facing, because we all know that the younger generation who joins the organization, which is their first job, they all want to move very fast in their life because of the peer pressures, because of the ecosystem from where they come. They want to buy a new iPhone, they want to buy a new bike, they want to buy a car before they attain the age of 30. All that pressures create so much of pressure on them that I must double my income in coming 2 years' time, 3 years' time. These are the realities. We cannot ignore these realities, because many a times you talk to a very young generation people for the retention dialogue, their thinking about their life is very different. You always tell them about future career and future progression and have some patience, you will grow, I am here for so many years and you will also grow. So I'm sure they murmuring in their mind, they are respect you, they don't tell you on your face, they don't tell me like my father. Tell me how much you can give me. I'm sure they must be thinking about it. That my father also tells me the same thing. Don't tell me the same thing. If you can revise my salary by 50%, I'll stay back. So these are realities. But at the same time, I personally feel that we must create some ecosystem of stickiness where they feel that organization cares for me through actions. Organization is investing on me for my development. So there are people, they stay back for that also. I have one person and many such people. I had seen him as an officer in this company. Officer is my first level of title in the organization. First, when you become the first time manager or a management staff, the officer is a junior most title. After officer, the next title is executive, senior executive, assistant manager, deputy manager, associate manager, manager, senior manager, DGM, GM, senior GM and vice president. I have seen an employee in our organization. When I joined in 2005, he was officer, he is a vice president today. Now imagine the kind of promotions where that person got. I have just calculated officer to vice president journey. And it is not because of favoritism. He has taken up multiple such efforts where people see you that company is definitely seriously investing on this, and there are people who are growing with the organization. Those who stayed back for maybe 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, they have grown with the organizations. If you look at my team today, who are my direct reports, most of them are with me for over 15 years. And they are not doing the same job. They have taken up higher responsibilities over the last 15, 17 years. All of them. So they have not only grown with the title, but they have also grown with the roles. So you must demonstrate that in your own function first. That you stay with the organization and you will grow with the organization. before you preach to others. For example, if HR is having 50% attrition, what will you tell to others? People will laugh at you if you talk about talent retention. So I'm very proud that my team, I have, they have been, most of them are with the organization for over 15 years, who are direct reports to me. And they have grown, taken up multiple responsibilities. Somebody has moved from Ankleshwar plant to corporate HR. We have such model also. Now otherwise people think that plant HR wale to plant mein hi rehte hain. They never grow. I have one summer trainee who joined me as a summer trainee in my Moraiya plant in HR. He is now DGM HR for compensation and benefits in last 13-14 years. He was a summer trainee. He was coming as a summer trainee at my Moraiya plant. So there are people who have grown with the organization. There are multiple such cases. So you have to demonstrate that if you have patience, definitely company will invest on you and you will grow with the organization.
Thank you so much. Thank you, audience. Thank you, sir, for solving queries of our audience. Thanks once again. We now invite Dr. Trupti Almola, Madam, for giving concluding remarks and render vote of thanks for the session.
Rishikesh Bhai, a wonderful session, so enlightening. Thank you so much. In the first session, we looked at the challenges that surround us as organizations and the need for developing C-suite leadership. And it was focused upon that building a leadership pipeline is an imperative. Through your session, sir, we could understand, and the way the chairman, Pankaj Bhai, led the organization, building this leadership pipeline focuses on three major aspects. The first one being culture building. And the display of culture by Pankaj Bhai and team is displayed by the very fact, the punchline of the company, we build people to build our organization. That culture is top-driven, top-down approach, and it then percolates down below and becomes the nature of the organization. The second aspect you talked about is on believing in your people. When 90% of the people, managers, decided to be loyal to your company, it became an understanding with Pankaj Bhai that he is going to believe in them, develop them, give them opportunities so that they can collectively contribute to the organization. And what is most notable here is the power of inclusion for a multiplying effect. All were included in the process of vision building. They visualized together and they lived through the vision together. And the third very important aspect is about the structured developmental interventions that your company focused on across all levels to build on the four pillars, namely leadership development, career progression, skill building rather, and succession development. And as you rightly mentioned, sir, that it was not an easy decision all the way. Building a leadership pipeline is not a very smooth journey, because there's always a conflict between two paradigms. On one side, the social values, and the other side, the economic values. On one side, people welfare, the other side, productivity emphasis on productivity enhancement. And to sail through such conflicts is difficult. And this was very well projected, sir, in your, you did a formal succession plan to put it in place. You did what is the reality check. And in the reality check as configured, it was only 21% of the organization had a formal succession plan. This gels very much, sir, with Korn Ferry's revelation that only 14% executives today have revealed a competence of true executive leadership. And this is essentially a matter of concern for all of us. The lack of readiness to lead, the lack of readiness to develop as future leaders is what needs to be bridged. And it would be incomplete, it would not be right to just clap physically unless we today determine for ourselves, for our organizations, that this case study, a real story of building a leadership pipeline, we would take some bits, some lessons, some interventions, just like the gentleman from Kohler showed so much of interest in developing within that company. Unless we decide today to pick up on these values, pick up on these insights and implement at their company, Rishikesh Bhai's address would not really bring an impact unless, and he'd be very satisfied if all companies take a lead from this. And because as Nelson Mandela said, that it seems impossible, it always will seem impossible, it always will seem difficult, but it seems impossible only till it is done. So we promise, sir, on behalf of the organizations and the executives present here, that we will take a bit from what your experience all so far has been and try and make our organizations better with creating a leadership pipeline. Thank you once again with a very, very big round of applause.
Thank you, Madam. Now we invite Shri Bhavesh Upadhyay sir to present mementos to our dignitaries of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to fill up our appetite with wonderful lunch. We are resuming back after a lunch break. Till 1:55 we should be in the hall. So stay committed for learning and stay with us for many such
इसमें की दिन इतने पत्थर की लग गई हाँ टीवी को नहीं चला ये टीवी किसकी है जा एक बाहुबली चालू
I request all the participants to take their seats. Students, volunteers, please ask the participants to join the convention. Students, volunteers, please ask the participants to join our convention. Requesting backside participants to take the front seats. We are running out of time. Requesting participants to take their seats. Student volunteers, take your role. We are about to start our next session. Please take your seats. Welcome back. Hope you all have enjoyed your lunch and also embraced upon the networking opportunities, isn't it? Before we start with our next session, which is on panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Trupti Almola for making a special announcement. Madam, please.
A very good afternoon. As discussed in the morning session, we said that leadership pipeline starts at the entry level and then upgrades and goes further and reaches the top level. In this forum, in this convention hall, we have people from across all these levels. We have young students, we have young executives, we have middle-level managers, and we have senior managers sitting here. So, as we discussed, the leadership pipeline calls for not only skill building, but more beyond that, value building. So, it's a brainchild of our Pitama, Shri Himanshu Bhai Bhatt, a small initiative which he is taking at the entry-level executive, at the students level, under the project what is called as Pragya. So, I call upon Shri Himanshu Bhai Bhatt sir to talk a brief on this Pragya project. Please sir, because it is his brainchild, just 2 minutes sir, please.
અને આને ગુજરાતીમાં આડી તરસ લીધા છે એવું કહેવાય. કોઈનું સેશન અને એમાં ઘૂસી જવાનું એવું. ઓકે, પ્રજ્ઞા કે જે પણ છે ને એ મારું બ્રેઇન ચાઇલ્ડ છે એવું કંઈ છે નહીં. દીપકભાઈ ધોમસે had suggested that we may work for industry. Then we decided that in place of industry we may work for the institutes. And that was the idea. And if at all we can provide right inputs on values, virtues and habits, then probably the young students can have a better start of the career. हमारा अनुभव ऐसा रहा कि हैबिट्स में यदि हम अप्रोप्रिएटली गाइड करते हैं और कुछ अच्छी हैबिट्स कोई भी बंदा पकड़ लेता है तो उसकी ज़िंदगी बन जाती है. हैबिट्स के बिना चलने वाला नहीं है, पढ़ाई के बिना चल सकता है. हैबिट्स के बिना चलने वाला नहीं है, पढ़ाई के बिना चल सकता है. और यदि ऐसा नहीं होता तो आईआईटी आईआईएम से भरी हुई एलएनटी में चेयरमैन के रूप में अनिल नायक नहीं पहुंच सकते थे. तो हमने सोचा कि हम इन लोगों को इनपुट्स देंगे. तो जो भी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं आईटीआई से लेकर के एमबीए तक की, उनका अप्रोच हमारे नर्मदा कॉलेज ग्रुप करेगा. मतलब उनकी जो एजेंसी जिसे ये कंट्रोल करने वाली है वो एजेंसी है नर्मदा कॉलेज. वो उनके इंस्टीट्यूट का कांटेक्ट करेगी और जो इंस्टीट्यूट को इंटरेस्ट होगी कि हमारे स्टूडेंट को आकर के आप बातें कीजिए, तो नर्मदा कॉलेज नेशनल एचआरडी नेटवर्क का कांटेक्ट करेगी और उनको बताएगी कि भाई फलानी इंस्टीट्यूट में एक सेशन के लिए इस तरीके से बात हो रही है, तो हम इफ यू परमिट विल गिव देम योर नंबर, आप लोग बात करके कोऑर्डिनेट कर लीजिए एंड देन विल कीप नर्मदा कॉलेज इन्फॉर्म्ड अबाउट द सेम. हम लोगों ने नेशनल एचआरडी नेटवर्क की ओर से नक्की किया है कि हम इसके लिए आने जाने का भी एक्सपेंडिचर इंस्टीट्यूट से नहीं लेंगे. कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट दे पाएगी लेकिन हम लेंगे नहीं. We would like to do it as a part of our responsibility for the society. तो इस तरीके का कार्यक्रम है. आपके एरिया में ऐसी कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूट है जहां ये बातें करनी है, वहां हम लोग जाके बात कर पाएंगे. हम लोग 3 एरिया के ऊपर फोकस करने वाले हैं. 1 घंटे का होगा तो भी ये 3 एरिया आएंगे और 1 दिन का कार्यक्रम होगा तो भी ये तीनों एरिया आएगा. फोकस ऑन फैमिली, focus on workplace and focus on society. ये तीनों एरिया के ऊपर हम फोकस करेंगे. तो ये बात आपको बतानी थी और आप अपने एरिया में इसका बराबर उपयोग कर सकते हैं. ओके, सितंबर महीने में सद्विद्या मंडल में उन लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट की है तो डेट नक्की करके हम लोग उस रूप से जाएंगे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. We now move towards one of the highlights of our convention, the panel discussion. For this, we would like to invite our panel moderator, Shri Mayur Patel, and our 3 panel experts, Shri Tushar Upadhyay ji, Shri Manthan Joshi and Shri Saurabh Mehta on the dais. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Starting with the introduction of our panel moderator, Shri Mayur Patel. Sir is a CEO at Proflex, a division of M&B Engineering Limited, and President at National HRD Network Ahmedabad chapter. He is also closely associated with National HRD Network South Gujarat Surat chapter. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Now, let me take this opportunity to introduce our three panel experts. First, Shri Tushar Upadhyay sir. Sir has started his career with Iron Exchange India Limited and worked with Sanofi India Limited as site HR head. He also has served as an advisor to Bharat Biotech International Limited. He has been veteran in the field of HR in Bharuch district. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Moving to our second panel expert, Shri Manthan Joshi. Manthan Joshi is an HR professional with 18 years of experience in the gamut of corporate and manufacturing HR. He did his Masters in Labour Welfare and Masters in HRD from South Gujarat University. He has worked with companies like Torrent, Rockwool, Rallis, Lubrizol. Presently, he is working with Perstorp, a Swedish MNC, as a country head HR. Manthan Joshi is in the executive committee member and co-chairman of the HR forum in PTMA. He has served as an executive committee member of Dahej Industries Association. Thank you, sir, for joining the panel discussion today. And we have our third expert panel member as Shri Saurabh Mehta, sir. He is having a versatile experience of 15 years in the field of HR. He specializes in the role of talent management, talent nurturing, change management, people engagement, compliance. He did his Masters in Business Administration with HR specialization. He is heading the people function of Adama, Dahej and 42 warehouses across India, handling the gamut of some 700 people. Earlier, sir was associated with Lupin Limited, UPL and Panasonic. Thank you, sir, for your presence in the panel discussion. Discussion is really going to be interesting as each of our esteemed panel members will bring unique perspective to the topic. They will delve into the topic on when the concept of loyalty has changed and frequent job changes are not viewed adversely by the recruiters. Does the concept of employee engagement still remain relevant? So, to further elaborate on the topic, we would like to invite Shri Mayur Patel, sir, panel moderator, to take on the stage. Sir.
Sir, please. Done? Okay. No problem. Done. People focus the CEO का कोई रोल मॉडल हो सकता है. People focus the CEO का कोई रोल मॉडल हो सकता है तो वो है श्री मयूर भाई पटेल.
So first of all, good afternoon to everyone. And my hearty congratulations to South Gujarat and HRDN team for having a 151st program. And I'm so privileged to be here, and all thanks to Himanshu Bhai and this blessed team, Devadurlabh team. Yes. So we all are part of the Devadurlabh connection of Himanshu Bhai, because he's the inspiration for me to connect with NHRDN, Ahmedabad, and of course Dr. T.V. Rao sir. So I think we always learn from great stalwarts, we look up to them. So I am here to learn and participate. So this chair has been given to me, it is his kindness. So my learned panelists here, so we will learn from them about the Rashmi Ben? Rashmi Ben, right? So sorry, so Rashmi Ben has already set the context, so I don't have to set it again. You've announced the topic very clearly. But before we start, a big round of applause for team here and his effort, 151 crores. Clapping is important.
Yes.
Post-lunch session more important. One more time. थोड़ा काम आसान हो गया. Thank you. So I have a Tushar Bhai very next to me, so I'll not consume more time. Tushar Bhai, topic has been well placed, so I would like to, for your opening comments about what are your views on this, please.
So, good afternoon once again. I need not say good morning. So, the topic is very vast and it is also very relevant also. And it will generate a lot of discussion, deliberation. So rather than we all four members talk about, I think we can generate more interest by your posing the question. So the first thing what is asked or is thought about to discuss is about what is the relevance of loyalty or say engagement with respect to the retention. So I think whether whatever may be the changes have taken place, but still as on date that the per se that concept of engagement still holds true and it is having an immense value and importance. Okay, dimensions have been changed, perspective have been changed, but we cannot say okay now this is a total change world. Whether we can talk about engagement or we should put our efforts or this thing on engagement. So I will request my colleague Manthan to elaborate further.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Of course, it's actually this topic is very much relevant when we are talking about our future. So there's a quote of Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest or most intelligent who will survive, but those who can best manage the change. And I think we are undergoing through a biggest change in our country, India transforming from economic perspective. We have been talking from decades. हम बचपन से सुनते आते हैं कि हम विकसित भारत है, विकासशील भारत है, हम विकासशील देश है, बट हम विकसित अभी तक हुए नहीं हैं. और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी वापस हमको एक विजन दिया है विकसित भारत. सो इकोनॉमिक विजन ऑफ विकसित भारत इज $30 trillion economy by 2047. And we have seen in last 35-40 years, Upadhyay Sahib, Kamal Nayak Sahib, Bhatt Sahib and all seniors are here. They have seen last 3-4 decades. Earlier, the loyalty means if you are with an organization where you are retiring, you are staying many years there. 15-17 years back, 18 years back when I started my career, I was told कि CV screen करना है तो minimum 5 से 7 साल अगर stable है वही candidate को आप consider करना, और अगर उससे नीचे है तो वो candidate को consider ही मत करना. And today, the pressure, and I'm fortunate to work with organization where I have handled 4 greenfield projects. This is the 4th greenfield project with Poster that I am associated, and fortunate to build a team from scratch and then retaining. So आज की तारीख में situation is like, ठीक है 2 महीने से पहले ही join किया, it's okay, एक बार interview तो करते. That is a big shift. And when we say $30 trillion economy, we can imagine there are many investments that will come, local as well as international. 15 years back, when we started in Dahej, there were very few industries who used to, manage transportation of employees. Then suddenly in last 15 years, there were a lot of greenfield projects and many employees started joining in Dahej. So वो जब दो चार कंपनियां थी, बिरला, GSCL, मेघमणि, देयर आर वेरी फ्यू, और बाद में इतनी सारी कंपनीज चालू हुई तो जो बसेस चालू हुई उसके ड्राइवर्स जो थे वो स्मॉल सीडान कार के ड्राइवर बस पे चढ़ गए, क्योंकि उनको उधर 8,000 9,000 सैलरी मिलता था और बस पे उनको 15,000 सैलरी मिलता है, एंड दैट हैज स्टार्टेड एक्सीडेंट्स ऑन दिस रोड. सो आज की तारीख में वही सिचुएशन हमारे टैलेंट की है, दैट वी आर रेडी टू कॉम्प्रोमाइज नॉट ओनली विथ टेन्योर बट ऑल्सो विथ कॉम्पिटेंसी and also with attitude, because we are not having the talent. So there is a big talent war, and that is going to worsen going forward. But at the same time, we have seen very exciting and positive changes in terms of employee engagement. So in fact, this concept is not only relevant, but now it has started getting more importance. And yesterday there were hygiene factors. Yesterday there were motivators, now they are all hygiene factors. So there are common benefits, facilities and practices that you must have. If you don't have those, then people cannot imagine to work with you. Once upon a time, these practices were motivators. I mean, this could be a best practices. Now those are all common practices. So now what else we can do, and I think we have a lot of surveys and findings and post-COVID, how organizations would look like, on the engagement perspective, how employees have shifted their perception, not only from salary perspective, but apart from salary, there are many things. And I think it's not the expert panel who will speak, but I request everyone to please make this session interactive. So let's have question answers and share your reflections. So reflections are also important, so not only questions, but let us make this more interactive. Then I hand over to Saurabh.
Hello. Yeah, Manthan, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Himanshu Bhatt sir, Madam, Kamal sir, and everybody who has been associated with NHRD's South Gujarat chapter for giving this wonderful opportunity to be a panel member on this wonderful topic. Normally, whenever I make presentation, I start with a safety pause. But as if today I'm not having any slides. But then also I would discuss about some safety things. As of there is lot of rain, so we should avoid using our vehicles driving in the rain water. Otherwise it can create problems to the vehicle as well as to us. That was a safety pause. Second thing, normally I start my discussion with the moral of the story. When we were students and younger kids, I mean to say, normally we read the entire story or we listen the entire story, and at the end of the story there is a moral. But I am doing something reverse so that people can correlate it in a wonderful way. The moral of this entire discussion would be, keep patience. Anything we do, whether there are some issues in the family, in the company, off-site, on-site, anywhere, into even our financials, keep patience. Because time is the ultimate remedy for everything. Whatever, what we understand or what we learn from social medias nowadays. I would like to ask the audience, majority of you are from the HR fraternity. So I would like to ask, what is engagement? Anybody can respond. What is meant by engagement? I would request to hand over mic to somebody, please, who want to answer this. Of course, there would be a question answer round, but to begin and to keep the stage on fire, let us begin with. Okay, attachment. Okay, sir. Attachment with the organization. Anybody else?
Connection with the organization.
Connection with the organization. Okay. Yeah.
I would like to quote one example. When we are getting married, our partner, we don't know much. When and we are getting married with our partner. So we accept the strength and weaknesses and the feeling and emotional things and grooming, up-grooming of the partner, and we really understand each other so that our married life get prolonged and we happily live married. So in the organization context also is both parties should understand each other, organization culture, organization value, as well as organization also understand the aspiration and expectations of the employee, and then getting aligned with both, the organization should move on.
Great, great, Vipul bhai. All the answers are right. I have framed my own definition for engagement. It's like any activity which we do along with the people, because no activity is being done solely. All the activities has to be done with the people, which makes them feel safe, happy at the workplace, and more on that, makes their family feel comfortable that my husband or spouse is working in that organization. If the family is highly satisfied, then ultimately we would be satisfied working with that organization. What I understand. There are key elements into engagement, especially 3 key elements. First is engagement drivers. What engages the people? Like leadership, whom we are reporting to. If we are, our leader is motivating us on daily basis through work or anything, some pampering, giving stretch targets. Like if our leaders provides us the drivers, then communication, which plays a very important role. For say, I want to make a change in a policy by reducing some emoluments of the employees. If I directly communicate in a public forum like this, like the hotel entitlement was 4,000, but as the company is not doing much good, now we are reducing it to 3,000. It will create a panic situation, as well as it will demoralize our people. So communication plays a very important role. Then culture of the organization. In one of the session during NHRD, we had the EVP HR of Atul Limited, I think, and there was a very beautiful line what he mentioned about the culture. We cannot change the culture totally, whether it is our family, whether it is the organization. We cannot change the culture totally. On timely basis, we can modify it, but the roots will be same. So from the inception of the organization or the family, whatever culture we build up, it will sustain till the last. We can make small or big changes or alterations based on the situations to maintain that culture. The placement, consultants who are sitting over here, they have been calling me. But my own employees are doing advocacy of my own company, and I'm recruiting through that. As well as the HR group, which is running down into Dahej and Ankleshwar, it is also helping me a lot. Somebody even, told me, one of the senior members, Saurabh, you have saved a lot of money from this group, so you should plan some activity for the HR fraternity, And very important, retention management. The people will stay with us. So that's all about the engagement. Now coming about the loyalty part. What is loyalty? Here what we were understanding was like, if a person stays for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, then the person is highly loyal with the organization. But what I understand nowadays, looking to the current scenario, every day a new, whenever in a month or so, I go to visit the Dahej, Saika, and from my cab only I see some new names which are coming up. So of course there would be attrition. The people who are with us since past 2 years, 3 years, of course definitely if they would be getting very good opportunities, they will go. We can retain them by providing them learning module. If the salary band is not much higher, we can adjust their salaries also. But attrition would be there in Dahej. When I started my career long 15 years ago, the KPI was attrition should not increase by more than 10% annually. Right now, the management has given me KPI, the attrition should not increase more than 25%. So it is understood that whatsoever you do, there will be an attrition of 20 to 25% because market is widely open. And see, it's not like I am providing canteen, other companies not providing. It's not like I am providing AC bus, other companies not providing. Each and every company is providing this kind of facilities plus or minus one. But culture makes a difference. But after a certain period of time, culture doesn't run the family. Money is required to run the family. So money also takes place very importantly along with the culture. So of course the people who are staying at least for 6 months also, I would say they are also loyal to the organization because they have seen our name, they have trusted our brand and they have joined us. So they are loyal. Thank you so much.
You have very elaborately explained both aspect, engagement and loyalty. So I think what you shared, we can say that yes, with engagement there are chances that loyalty will be established. Not guaranteed, but yes, there are chances. Let us take that as a hypothesis. And Tushar bhai, very well you said that perspectives are changing, dynamics are changing, realities are changing, and because of that all of things are moving. And best practices sometimes are becoming common practices now. So I think, so that also talks about expectations are going high. And when expectations are going high, I think what is the importance of understanding the expectations first? Because at the end of the day, it's all about employee expectations. They come into the organization with some sort of expectation for their career, for the family, for their growth. So maybe we can start with Tushar bhai sitting next to me.
So, sir, very rightly you have touched upon that point. So I was just, and we are always talking about engagement. But there is something more than engagement. At this present I am engaged. But how much I am involved? So there is one step forward, involvement. And to have this involvement, sir has rightly said, ki, what is the expectation? Until and unless I know the expectation, I know the ground reality, I will not be in a position to drive this process. So we have to say, and now earlier we were talking about generation X, or now we are talking about generation, what is the new generation now? Z. So I think we have to see, what if I say, if I say, if I'm giving you, okay, whatever hold true in my career, not necessarily that it will do, because now the entire world is changed. And if I don't know this thing and I don't have my plan or my environment, and one thing is very sure, never think or say that I have done this thing. We have to see that how we are facilitating this, how we are creating a conducive environment for that, so as that person or that group is remaining aligned with that, and he feel not necessarily that 100% expectation are met, and not necessarily that what rightly my friend mentioned about this retention. Okay, fine. If he is remaining for 6 months, 1 year, but what difference he is making remaining 6 months or 1 year, I think that is more important.
I agree with you, Mayur. Expectations are changing and changing too fast. Adding a lot of dimensions also to the expectations. Like today we have millennials who are almost taking leadership roles, and tomorrow after 10 years, Gen Z will start taking over roles where they'll be making decisions. And today, we have seniors who are almost near to retirement, and I have one case. The function director is almost on the verge of retirement and extended, but his team below is Gen Z or few millennials. Now and these are sales functions, so they have a lot of different expectations. We can't continue that old school of thoughts that no, you have to. You can compensate from monetary perspective, or say for benefit perspective, what Saurabh rightly mentioned yesterday. Couple of years back, AC bus and canteen facilities and mediclaim etc. used to be a best practice. Now these are they were luxuries. Now these are common practices. You need to have all that. But additionally, what do you give? So what we discussed in the first half, care for our people, mental health. Ashok Ramchandran sir mentioned very well. So in post-op, we have care as a core value that we drive. There is a flagship program called Care 365. And we drive mental health and physical health both for our people. We have, at least I have not seen, written down availability policy. You are not expected to disturb your team members after office hours. You are not expected to disturb your team members during their leaves and holidays and week offs. It's of course a guideline that manager and employee has to manage or agree that okay, we'll work this way. But we have, we have a culture where we drive, we care and provide psychological safe environment where people love to continue for a long time, don't want to leave the organization. But when it comes on a turnover, I don't think it's only one driver, maybe salary, that would make somebody leave. There are multiple factors combining. And just one last thing I want to mention. There is a Deloitte study in 2023 that says what employee wants, what employees want, and what is the perception of employer. So there are two areas in which both employer and employee have the same perception. One is work-life balance, and if we see old days, it was common that આજની તારીખમાં પણ there are shops and forget about big organization, but shops na employee, બે-ચાર employee હોય જે લોકો પેઢીથી shop ચાલતી આવી હોય, એ લોકોએ કોઈ સેટને પૂછવાની જરૂર નથી. બપોરે 1 કલાક જઈ શકે, સાંજે વહેલા જઈ શકે, સવારે મોડા આવી શકે, because that is a loyalty towards his owner. And they have been working with that shop from last 20 years, 25 years. And owner is also fully, trusting that his employee. So they would not have perhaps thought about employee engagement or, big jargons. What we are talking about loyalty. That is in our blood as an Indian. That is in our culture. If we can just provide a right, culture and atmosphere to employee, I think nobody wants to be illoyal. I mean, everybody likes to be loyal to the organization who is paying the salary and will not force them to leave if key drivers are not making them to leave. So work-life balance. Second, unmanageable workload. So workload, care for family, and feel engaged by work. These two areas in which employee and employer both are having same perception. But when employer feels that inadequate compensation can be one of the driver for employees to leave, actually that is not the reason. Employees feel, this Deloitte survey says, that they would like to be valued by manager, sense of belongingness, valued by organization, potential for advancement, flexible work schedule, having caring and trusting teammates. These are certain angles or areas that have come out in Deloitte study, that employees feel that these are motivators or these are engaging factor for them to stay in the organization, whereas employers largely ignore these parts, and that is the fact that Deloitte study says.
Yeah, thank you. So expectation versus reality, right? Many of you must be knowing, like whoever are connected with me, I'm a small investor also into equity since 2008. Yesterday, there is a mutual fund house, ICICI Prudential. They are having a fund like ICICI Prudential multi-cap fund. So yesterday they were having one webinar for some 1 hour. And the person who was managing the entire portfolio of some 13,000 crore AUM, his name was Saurabh Mehta. Same name. So he just began with the webinar. He just logged in, and 400-500 people must have logged in, and he have not turned on his camera. I received 3 phone calls. Means the people who were into my group, they called me up. Saurabh, you have started some mutual fund activity like a portfolio manager, and you are managing some 13,000 crore a year. Then why you are working? So apart from this, the discussion began like people who are already involved into equity, like since past 15-20 days. There was a kind of little hurricane into the market. Everybody was talking like market will go into correction. It has reached 82,000 Sensex and 25,000 Nifty. So it will be going into correction. If you talk about the last 30 years of history, then every 4 or 5 years the market gives a correction of some 20-25%. During COVID it was more than 40%. And I was the biggest sufferer. But of course it gave a lot of opportunities also. So the webinar was onto that thing only. That now the market won't be, giving correction of more than 10%. In spite of, foreign investments are going out and everything. And today itself you can see that US has reduced their cut off their interest rates. And from today onwards again our market is going on a positive.
Saurabh, I think you can take an entire 1 hour session on this based on experience. But if you can come back.
Actually, I was relating.
How to relate this?
I was relating to the expectations versus reality. So the people who have entered recently into this equity market, they are getting 30-40% of the return. Likewise, whenever a new joinee enters into the organization, he or she feels like I will stay with the company for at least 10 years. It's a very good company, very good company. But when there is a leap, like when there is a correction in the market, say 10%, there will be hurricanes into the company also, business also. Like say post-COVID, because of these raw material rates and all, many of the companies were not doing so good. So companies would be telling the employees that this year the increments would be little bit less compared to the previous years because our business is not doing so good. So it's a hurricane. So people will start thinking like, company बंद होने वाली है ना, मार्केट में हमें 20-25% राइस तो आराम से मिल रहा है, So people start searching for the job. Now the people who are highly loyal with the company, they will stay for a year or two. They will stay. Like let us see 2-3 साल देखते हैं उसके बाद सोचेंगे. So there are two category of people who are immediately flyers. In spite of they are being loyal with the company, they like the company, they have committed like we will stay for 10 years. But थोड़ा सा डीप आया, इंक्रीमेंट कम हुआ, फैसिलिटीज थोड़ी कट हुई, लेट अस स्टार्ट सर्चिंग अ न्यू जॉब. 2 साल ऐसे गए, कंपनी हैज टेकन अ कॉल लाइक लेट अस डू सम ले ऑफ एक्टिविटीज. सो एक पैनिक क्रिएट हुआ. सो जो सेकेंड लेयर वाले लोग थे who were very loyal to the company, they will also start searching for the job because they don't know whether the company will sustain or not. But again, coming back to the moral of the story, keep patience. See, the investors have invested some 1,000 crores of rupees into this business, so the company will not collapse suddenly, right? So if we keep patience, the business will again go up, and again whatever we were getting earlier, the same thing will be repeated. So I would request everybody to keep the patience during the employment terms. Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Actually, I think that is the most difficult part, actually, keeping that patience. Because these are the days and times of instant gratification and reels. I don't know how many reels we see in a day.
So, sir, with your kind permission, I think very rightly my colleague Manthan, you talk about this employer and employee expectation. So it provoked me that it's a very good, I think you have touched that, hit the nail. So basically I have worked, most of the time I have worked in the pharma company. And you know, pharma working is a very, very routine and mundane because everything is driven by system, SOP. If I am working on a particular one area or one particular, I have to do the same thing only. So over a period of time, there was a little bit murmur among the people, how many years I will work in the production? How many years I will work in the quality? So they were thinking, okay, now enough, we have learned this thing, we have mastered this thing. So what is next? What is further? So management deliberated on this subject and we want to do some meaningful activity. So we thought about creating an opportunity by way of giving a cross-functional exposure and other thing. And it is not something that today I will say, but gentlemen, okay, you are in production, you are in packing, you will go to the manufacturing, you will go into the quality. So we have very, very much systematic diagnostic approach, and it started with the training. We thought about, and sir, I will take liberty of taking your name because we designed, rather, sir inspired to develop one program, Arohan. And for this program, it started with the first initial input of training. There were 16 participants. And I think it ran about in 4 sessions. And that module was, I think, designed very, very keeping in mind the requirement of the organization. But sir, really thankful to you. You have designed a wonderful this module, and it has made a very significant change in this. So I am coming to the next thing. So after this 6-month intervention, we systematically draw out the action plan. So from people from production to quality, quality to warehouse. Because normally pharmacists, they don't like to work because they consider warehouses are not their function. Either we want to work in QA or in manufacturing or in packing. But their areas, nowadays in this present scenario, what is the importance of the supply chain? And we successfully ran this module, and I think we can visualize the changes. And to our utter surprise, what has happened? Out of these 16 people, there were attrition of 7 people. 7 people resigned. Not immediately, but in a phased manner. So everybody will ask you, what has happened here? We have done so many of these things. So what can be the reason? Because they know their value, they know their potential, they could capitalize that thing in other market. But management doesn't pursue this thing as this thing. They said, okay, we have done our best, we have provided this thing, okay, whatever investment I have made for these people, I am not in a use to reap the fruit of this thing, but somewhere in another, for society and that it is making a difference. So still I am happy and I will continue with this.
Very well said. That was a very important point. Yeah. Okay. No. So, okay, I think a lot of very important insights have come from this discussion actually. Very different, diverse areas. So we have a very diverse panel and diverse views also in this panel. But there is one connecting chord actually, if you can see. I think the shift is not only on the, engagement per se is not the topic to area to focus actually, right? Something little deeper level. That's what, we've been talking about, everybody is talking. And you mentioned about that, I'm engaged here, right? But how much I'm involved. So I think just like in the job is also so important, that how much our people are involved. Okay, now, is there any policy which can really engage people and make people involved? I have not seen policies, but practices, yes, definitely it can help. So, morning Rishikesh Bhai was mentioning about that the way they are focusing on leadership development. So, I am just trying to connect this. That is there any role of leadership to ensure that there is a stability in the organization? People who are joining the company, freshers, maybe what you are saying, attrition is accepted at 25%, but still, can the leader come and think like that? That how can I bring it back to 10%? Organization has given a liberty, that make it 25. But so is there a role of leader in their thinking and their thought and their practices, what they bring in? So that question to all of you.
Role of leader.
Role of leader.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so if I say role of leader, yes, definitely. Here I would like to also again use some relevant, practical experiences that I have seen. We conduct normally monthly pulse survey of an employees. And then at the end of the year, we have full-fledged employee engagement survey. Now, the contradiction is a function head or a department whose employee engagement score, we call it populum. In Swedish, it is called people survey, populum. So the score is crossing 90, 92, have the highest attrition in their department. And the function head whose score is below 65 or below 60, the score is, the attrition is almost very negligible. And whenever my CHRO or my CEO comes and when we present in the board meeting and function heads are giving presentation, when there is a higher score, definitely it is seen from speculative perspective or suspicious angle. Isme kuch juggling hai. And I know because I am closely connected and my team is closely connected with people and function heads. So a manager whose score is low actually is very transparent, very encouraging to have an open dialogues, share anything, any problem that you have, share your aspirations, give honest feedback and accept honestly and then work on those actions. Now this is a role of a leader. If I manage the score, then I will try to manage in any way. But within post-op, we do not force managers or leaders that your score has to be high. No, it is not that. What actually you are focusing on ground level within your department is very important. It's okay, your score can be below 55. Fine. But if your team is open, having high level of engagement, low attrition, it's okay. Sometimes it also happens that when there is a saturation and after a lot of patience also, if somebody is not getting an opportunity, fine, market is open, they can go out. But a role of a leader is very important. And someone whose score is high, having high attrition, we have actually seen and we have to put that leader into really a coaching program that how he can provide psychological safe environment in his team, really connect with his team, understand the expectation of Gen Z and millennials. That is a shift needed actually. So a role of leader, I fully agree, is very important. Its organization can give you framework or say guidelines, but actually the leader has an important role to drive engagement within the team.
I have one supplementary question. Thank you for the excellent insight. When we say that people are living in 2 months' time, 6 months' time, 1 year time, are we trying, or people are trying, leaders are trying to educate people, team members, that living early, what they can lose? Are there people getting that sense that if I leave this place, this is what I'm going to lose? Because fear of losing is a very powerful glue. Are people using that?
Fear.
Not fear.
Sorry.
What people are, for example, if I am an intern, I have just joined, or maybe a fresher, I am not sure. There is a very good engagement happening in the organization, very good programs are happening, but I have another opportunity, and for a few incremental percentage rise, I left. But am I really aware that losing this organization, what I'm going to lose?
I would like to share my experience. Actually, in such a situation, again, the role of a leader is very important. That how I can educate my team member, support him or her. So I have fortunately got all my managers whom I could say that I'm going because of this reason. This is an organization where I'm going. And I do not have any grudges with present organization, but this is something what I'm getting outside. And I used to also had a consultation from my manager and coaching that these are pros and these are cons. Okay, maybe one opportunity, not good. Second, no, this is good opportunity, you can go. Because here, it's difficult to provide you that. Now, that is again a role of a leader, that how I can educate my team, or similarly my function leaders, line managers, can educate their team members that if you are going, and that needs a trust actually, sir. So leader has to have that, employee should have a trust in a leader that openly can share. These are my pain areas, these are the reason for which I am going, and this is the organization where I am going. Then I can get right support and feedback from my manager to make a decision. So these are again open, transparent discussions to make career decision for employees as well.
I just wanted to help you throw some light on that. So it's a very important area for people to understand. Okay. I think we are, how much time we have? Good. 10 minutes, right? So you talked about taking audience questions. I had a few more questions, but I'm open to ask audience questions because that audience asked those questions. And please introduce yourself, but be very precise about what is the question, and we can have a short answer, so we can take more questions. And by the time somebody gets up for the question, one thing which I very recently learned, that one of the HR leader of Tata Motors shared, that people don't join jobs to leave the job. It's a very powerful thing. And second thing he shared, Dharam Rakshit, very recently SME Summit, I was there, so that's where he shared this. Second point he shared, that people start looking out when they feel that I am not being valued here. That is first point. And second point, he sees that I am not able to add value. So stage of a complacency, right? Such a beautiful thing. He said that just keep these two areas in mind and work on all the areas which you are working to create your glue for the people, and I think we will definitely have more stable team. Yes. Anyone can rise to the question, please.
Before panel, I would like to share my experiences on that. Generally, what I do when any employee resigns, maybe in a couple of months or 6 months, so or maybe after few years, so I ask that person to do a exercise. that we call it force field analysis techniques. So you write down what are the positive points you are getting here and where you are going, potential perspective, positive points. What are the negative things you feel or you perceive through your experiences, you also jot down those points. So by this exercise, employee gets self-aware about what he is going to lose. What maybe the picture, grass maybe, the picture may be very rosy, right? So by this exercise, at least employee can be challenged on his decision, and he can rethink on his decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent point. And I think it also boils down to this actually, that if we are able to create a human connections, our structures and processes and systems will give output. If we have failed to connect with the human as a human, no system is going to work. Because the most fundamental aspect is being human. And engagement, whatever you call it, give an example, somebody is working at a shop for 20-25 years, what is that? It has come from the within. That ownership has come from the within actually. So how we can create that environment with the organization? Many times, these are side effects of having a lot of structures around things. That's also people get frustrated and they start looking out. So I think these are the days where we need to keep things little fluid, not very hard-coded. So allow people to explore. One very beautiful insight our SME owner shared. He was a corporate person and then started company. He said that the day you recruit a person, retention is decided that day. Rather, he said, attrition is decided that day. Sorry, I flipped it. Attrition decided that day. He said, if you don't look at the right background, right value system, right attitude, right skill set, and role fitment, then that position is going to be part of attrition. So it is so important to pay attention when we invite somebody, onboard somebody. So many times these days we need so many numbers in the organization, and we don't get enough time to have those sort of profiles. That could also be one of the challenges.
I just would like to add to your point. You rightly said onboarding actually is very important. How it's like a bride, the day she enters at in-laws place, the way she is welcomed, the way her initial few days and months goes, that will decide her future commitment for that house. So similarly, it's the way that we value on first day, pre-joining, on the day of joining, onboarding and post-onboarding experience is going to decide. And I've seen that in my past, that I still remember a based onboarding program that I experienced for me when I joined one of my previous organizations, that made me to stay for long. And similar thing is for many other employees. So many a times, and one last thing just want to mention, that many a times as an HR professional, being a transactional, we continue remaining transactional in nature, we follow process. ये चेकलिस्ट हो गया ऑन जॉइनिंग का, और एग्जिट के टाइम पे वो फॉर्म भरवा दिया एग्जिट इंटरव्यू वाला, बट एक्चुअली उसके साथ कितना हमने इंटरेक्शन किया, उसके ऊपर ज्वाइनिंग के टाइम पे हमने कितना इन्वेस्ट किया, जब उसने रेजिग्नेशन दिया तो हैव वी रियली टेकन एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू कॉल हिम और हर इन अ कैबिन एंड टेक अ कॉफी फॉर 1 hour बैठे, बिकॉज एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज बिटवीन दिस joining and exit, I conducted 2 years back in my present organization for one of the functions, stay interviews. So we heard about stay interviews, but normally we don't practice it so frequently. But stay interviews are very important. जब बंदा छोड़ के जाता है तब उसको बोलते हैं मैं तुमको ये देता हूँ, मैं तुमको वो देता हूँ. वो बोलता है मैं 5 साल से 10 साल से था, तब आपने तो याद नहीं किया, और अभी मैं जब रिजाइन कर रहा हूँ तब आप बोल रहे हो. So these are very important things, how we remain connected. So engagement is one part, but we have to remain more and more connected with our people.
So if there are no questions, I have one question for you. Quick answer.
Sir, कोई भी एम्प्लॉय अगर छोड़ के जाता है तो वो 4 C में गिनता हूँ, कैरियर, कम्युनिकेशन, कॉम्पेंसेशन एंड बेनिफिट एंड कल्चर. ये 4 में फॉल होता है. मोस्ट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आर वर्किंग ऑन इट. कि क्यों छोड़ के जाता है, अपना ये अच्छा होना चाहिए और अच्छा ना. रीहायरिंग के लिए व्हाट शुड बी द क्राइटेरिया अपार्ट फ्रॉम सैलरी? अगर रीहायरिंग करते हैं वही एम्प्लॉय को, तो व्हाट विल बी द इफेक्ट ऑन एम्प्लॉय ब्रांडिंग ऑन द करंट एम्प्लॉय जो अपने यहाँ है, उनको कितना इफेक्ट पड़ता है?
क्वेश्चन कौन पूछेगा?
Very tricky question, and I think you must be experiencing this thing. That's why I think you are asking. But I think nothing wrong in rehiring, because I have seen in olden days, company very proudly used to say we have the policy of not to recruit or rehire. But gone are the days. Now say, okay, there can be many reasons for the person who is quitting. Okay, at that time you must have taken a lot of pain to convince him. Ki Baba, here you have got this thing, blah, 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 blah. But he has decided. But you know, ki what is the value of that person whom I am thinking or intending to rehire? Whether am I going to fulfill this position with the right that set of competencies, skill and other thing, whether I can afford to scratch the market, or if it is readily available, what is wrong with it? But there is something stigma attached. अरे यार उसको रिहायर क्यों करने का, जब भी जब रखने का था मैंने कितना उसको बोला. But I think we should, as a HR, come out from this. We should do a very fair evaluation. कि yes, and very rightly somewhere sir बोल रहे थे about that new business area. ऋषिकेश sir, about this medical device, this thing. We have passed through this thing because we had also one point of time on this new field of medical devices. So we thought ki okay, this is something, a new arena where we are entering, and there particularly in those areas only there was a lot of attrition, and we had come across this type of predicament only. One person is left and then he came कि sir मुझे वापिस आना है, and we thought कि okay, now we are in a very fast stage, and if we are saying and keeping our collar tight, no, I will find out from the market, but I will not recruit you. So I think we have to come out from that.
And I think when we rehire, I suppose that we can expect a higher extent of loyalty also, because that person, after having seen the world, thinks of again coming back. Means that person definitely.
That's so actually I've experienced that that's not even guaranteed, because that person is also having a life around him. Some circumstances come and again he has to leave. So we have experienced that. So actually, I think there are a lot of things which are happening with the people actually, which we fail to understand. Okay, one quick thing from all of you. What are the best practices? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Actually, when the organization's attrition ratio is near about 20 to 25%, so in that situation, does the employee engagement remains relevant?
Yes, definitely. See, engagement does not only relate to this festival celebrations or sports. Of course, in old days it was related to engagement, but nowadays the engagement definition is like to people development, people management, people nurturing. So, of course, wherever the people are living, but why we should stop all these good practices? It has to be continued for the betterment of the future.
Yeah, agreed, Saurabh. But it comes with cost, and it's a higher cost. So there is no guarantee that if we are investing in people and they will remain with organization next 2, 3, 4 years. So how does we convince to our management? As we have a tight budget also.
Can I add my bit here?
Sure.
So it's a good question actually, but it is never a cost, it is always an investment. So I think first management will have to understand. It starts with that. So people come at a later stage. Beautifully example was given by Rishikesh Bhai. How Pankaj Bhai thought. Think of this, 90% top executive of the company, they are on one side. Think of their salary and you have half the turnover. but he carried on. I think many times it's not with us, it's more with our leaders, how they think. What are the philosophy of organization? 25% attrition, 30%. In fact, if you go to, I just learned that in Infosys, the entire population gets changed in 3.5 years. That's the average. Now it is one of the great organizations, so that industry itself is like that. I think if you stop, now think of the other side. If you stop doing all those good things which are creating glue, experience, learning, opportunity, then probably that 25 will go to 35. It may happen, you don't know. I think what you do will never go best. Employee, when they leave, they carry the goodwill. Never forget that. आपने भी बात करी थी ना? It's very important. हमें जो करना है हमें करना ही है. If we work with that philosophy, people will come back. Good people will join you. People who will join you, they'll become good. That's also possible, right?
Just want to add one thing.
Thank you.
So Saban bhai, we worked in Raleigh, Tata. I of course left because of different reason for my growth. But as Mayur bhai rightly mentioned, if I get an opportunity again in future, I would love to work with Tata again. Why? Because Tata is not, focusing on employee. They are not differentiating employees. ये छोड़ रहा है, या this group is disengaged or this group is engaged. They have high level of values, ethics, strong culture that increases the commitment and engagement level of employees. Now, when you say, should we continue to invest in engagement in spite of high attrition? In fact, there is no. It has definitely to continue, but the approach of engagement has to be changed based on the transformations that is happening. So based on the expectation that we have seen. If you are continuing the same level of engagement that you have been doing from last 30 years, probably that will worsen the case. So we have to see our engagement approach, and that approach will decide how, going forward, attrition will reduce and will increase more level of engagement for people.
Thank you. To answer my last question, actually, I was wanting to ask you that what are those tips of engagement policies with best practices, or not common but best practices in today's context. So if you can share something which can help people. Please.
Yeah, thank you. See, as I just quoted, there are various things which are now connected with the engagement. Whenever a person joins, we all have a 3 or 4 days or a week induction process. I am having 1 month induction process in my organization. Earlier it was 3 days, then we managed it to 8 days, then right now it is of 30 days. Because we introduced the buddy concept into that. Now we are extending the buddy and mentor concept for first 6 months. Because it has been observed that the person who is not rightly inducted into the system or process, then early leaving cases are increasing. So we implemented buddy mentor process. The new joinee would be having a mentor for first 6 months as well as a buddy. Buddy is nothing like but a friend kind of. Whatever things or issues the new joinee is facing, the buddy is there to support him. Of course, HR department is always there to support, but as an immediate resource, company is providing him with a friend. That is called buddy. Then, during the first year itself, we prepare a skill matrix of the new joinee. What are the skill sets which are required to work in that particular function, and where the candidate or the new joinee is standing from L1 to L4, wherein L4 is the highest. After a year, the evaluation has been done through his reporting manager. After a year, wherever the gaps are there, means the skill sets which are not getting improved, those are the training requirements. Understood? The person who was on L1 during the next year evaluation also, if the manager has rated him as L1 only, then there is a training need identification. We identify the internal trainers who are already on L3 or L4 score set on that particular skill set. Those are the internal trainers. And we provide the trainings to those need identified people. this practice is followed not only for the new joinees, but for all the employees, including the functional heads. So I think this is a very good medium to engage the person. Second, cross-functional activities, what we say CFTs, cross-functional teams. Like I'm having some 42 activities, like for example sports or say Kaizen or spot recognition, wherein people from various functions are being kept into the committee. Once a month we meet so that they will also feel a sense of recognition that of course we are from say QC department or production department, but we are being involved into the initiative which HR has taken. So it gives you recognition. This also, I believe, it's a very good medium for engaging the people.
Thank you very much. If you have something to add, sir.
No, I think, of course, there are a lot of our present to management. 10% is not sufficient for people management. In fact, I need 3% more or 4% more. And that is something out of box thinking. My MD, who will be coming after this session, Mr. Vinod Tiwari, he always encouraged think from 10,000 feet above. Don't think routine. Think out of the box. See from future perspective. So, what we have been doing, we have to challenge existing practices, like giving sometimes flexibility, giving focus on care, mental health. Now, mental health, we just had Jyoti is here from my team. We have started mental health program. Now in India, when we talk about mental health, it is called as a stigma. Psychiatrist को बुला के training देने का, वो stigma है इंडिया में अभी आज की तारीख में. And when somebody is really having stress, especially working for 12 hours, 1.5 घंटा travel करना, many of us have been traveling 2 hours one way due to this poor road and a long distance. Then many a times we feel and all of our employees are feeling so stressed. Now, giving a focus on mental health during this time is very important. So as an HR, are we caring for our people that they are feeling mentally healthy? That will bring work culture also healthy in the organization. And this is one of the trend which is coming again and again in Deloitte study, Aon study of an engagement, that overall wellness, especially post-COVID pandemic, and high level of focus on mental health. Are we giving tools for them where they can really get right guidance, how to manage stress? हमने एक training कर दिया, बात खत्म हो गया. Then बाद में क्या? Are we giving them some tool and platform where they can always reach out, where they feel psychologically safe to consult? So these are certain latest trends, AI and machine learning. Now, are we using, so many times our policies, HR policies are based on judgments. जो हमने perception की बात की, management perception, employer perception, ये है और उसके हिसाब से हम हमारी policy बना देते हैं. But are we using algorithms? What are the trends using AI and machine tools that will help us to focus more on framing policies, and we have to review also regularly our existing policy. In fact, last 3 years we have made a lot of changes. So एक बार HR हैंडबुक बना के उसको पब्लिश कर दिए, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम उसको 2 साल के बाद ही रिव्यू करेंगे. अगर आज पॉलिसी बनाए और अगले महीने ऐसा लगता है इसमें
not loyalty. So Shiv Shivakumar very beautifully said that today's youngsters don't think that they are coming to your place for a job. They are volunteering. They are volunteering their time. So engage them, involve them, trust them, give them liberty, and they will do wonders. Somebody who has not done for 5 years, probably they'll do it in 3 years' time. So I think times have changed. Loyalty cannot be reviewed only in terms of long tenures, because with long tenures, complacency also comes. And many times we have realized in the organization, those who leave may not, the best talent sometimes you find moving, right? Because they have better opportunities and they have different aspirations. And Himanshu bhai, the program what you have started, Pragya. So this Pragya holds a great promise actually to educate our youngsters the values of career, family, human values. And with this education, money will not remain the only criteria in their life. It is so important in our life to educate our child at home, in our society, that money is important, but it's not everything. I think if they start learning this early on, I think this batch of students will be blessed batch actually, because they'll be able to make right career choices. And Himanshu bhai, Rishikesh bhai, for example, somebody who joined at a very junior level, became a vice president. So the loyalty pays off. If you want to contribute, organization has an opportunity, but you have to be around. So I think people who really keep changing, sometimes they lose track, sometimes they lose opportunity. Many people have excelled also, but staying around to contribute and create a difference and impact, which is very, very important. Before you leave your mark in the organizations. Don't leave before that. That's my closing. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, expert panel members and moderator Sahab, for your deep sharing on the topic of panel discussion. I request Mayur Patel sir to give concluding remarks and render vote of thanks. Vote of thanks, sir.
I thought we consume more time here, so I thought let me be very brief. We have the other gentleman and guest here. We want to hear them actually. So thank you all for the beautiful thoughts which you have shared here and your presence, hearing and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Hetal Bakre sir to present mementos to our panel experts and panel moderator. Student volunteers, please.
Sir. Thank you.
सब फोटो जोर से बोल
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Let us now proceed for a short tea break with a commitment of returning back in 15 minutes. We will be starting our valedictory session sharp at 4 p.m.
15 मार्को ले ला मार्को ले ला
बजरंगी भाई
ऑडियो इसमें 25 मिनट
રોનાલ્ડો છે ભાઈ મેં બી બનાવતા હમણાં મારા બી થયા પણ એટલે હું બનાવતો એનો રેકોર્ડ ખ્યાલ તો બીજી ફોટો નાખે ને સમજા
यार बेच है बेच तो कुछ ये ऑलरेडी मैं चालू कर दिया ये बताना बहुत पड़ेगा छे तो होली आदमी ना यार मेरी बात
ये होकर वो मानस से हाँ हाँ वाह देखा बड़ी वस्तु देखा दाखिला है टॉकिंग मुझे नहीं है मुझे बता लगा जो एक वीडियो को बारे में
Student volunteers are requested to please gather everyone in the convention hall. May I request student volunteers to please gather everyone in the convention hall? We are soon starting our valedictory session. All are requested to take your seats, please.
request those who are sitting on the back side, please come forward. Please come forward. આગળ આવી જાઓ.
नहीं चालू चालू नहीं चालू 5 साढ़े 5 एक कलाक खाई 4 पकड़ आते भी बोले अलग मैच तो आपने एलईडी छोड़ी नहीं कौन मैं निकल जाऊँ कैंसिल जाती
Canada and in global arena. He had managed profit and loss of $800 million with 5 large manufacturing sites in Canada, Sweden and India. He has excelled in improving profitability of business by engaging people and mergers and acquisitions of global assets. He did his bachelor's in chemical engineering from IIT Roorkee. Shri Tiwari ji has worked with IFCO India, Petronas Malaysia, Jubilant Life Science, DuPont India and Aditya Birla Group as Global Chief Operation Officer of Pulp Business. Sir, it's great honor to have you today with us. Thank you, sir. We also feel privileged to have with us Shri Harish Bhai Joshi as a chief guest of our valedictory session. Shri Harish Bhai Joshi is a versatile personality, currently acting as an independent director at Engineering India Limited, director at GTPL Narmada Cyber Zone, director of Sumangalam Formulations Private Limited, and a management consultant with many renowned corporates. He is a freelance journalist in Times of India, Gujarat, and an influential leader of Bharuch district. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Now, without wasting time, let's have the privilege of listening valedictory address by Shri Vinod Tiwari ji on the topic, Contextual and Eternal Values for Organizations and Leaders. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's my great honor to be here in presence of this august audience, and I would like to thank the National HRD Network South Gujarat chapter, Manshu Bhai, and everyone who has been associated with this. It's great to see some very young team members here, and I'm sure the speakers before me have talked about what the future holds for us. What I will talk to you is more about the values, how do these values they impact us, and how do we use those values to reach to an end goal for the organization. Before I start on talking things like eternal values and complex psychological issues, I think let's first try to understand what is a value. So if I try to define it in my own language, value is basically a set of principles around our life. अगर हम इसको हिंदी में इसका इक्विवेलेंट ढूंढते हैं तो probably आदर्श, उसूल, something like that is what comes out. It's not an exact translation, but I try to correlate that हमारे आदर्श क्या हैं or what are the values we practice in. So maybe you can imagine in that context. Now, these values, most of the leaders, they try to drive their organization by bringing the people on a common platform. So what you do is that when you are in an organization, you have got people who come from different values, but when you work for the organization has a different goal, and you need to have some common theme around which you bring everyone so that you can reach to your goal. A leader normally, he tries to guide his team so that he is able to achieve his objective. Now, if you talk of values, the personal values, they're very private and they're based on your own experiences in life. And sometimes they're very, very close to your heart. So you don't change your values day in and day out. And it is true that what you start practicing as a student or as a child, and when you grow into become a young adult or a mature professional, some of the values you carry through. But there are certain values which you adopted based on the organization. So that's where the differences will come, and I'll talk to you about those. The values initially are formed when you are a child based on what your parents tell you. Right? So when a child is born, and as he grows, the parents tell him to do few things and not to do few other things. And that's how it gets. So a scientific study has been done among young kids which are 5 to 7 year old, and they found that a lot of kids, they demonstrate the values what their parents have told them as early as 5 years old, and then slowly it builds up. And you have seen both sides, on the good side and even on the bad side. So you can see the people or the children who grow in an environment where crime is more frequent, they tend to go on that path. And then it's just, you know how it works. If somebody has been in a good environment, then he tries to follow a different set of values. Let's also talk about belief. So value and beliefs are two different things. Belief is something which you feel that this is true, right? But value is something which is a principle which you practice it. Sometimes both of these could be common. Like for an example, Christianity can be a value, it can be a belief. But courage, a lot of organizations like those who are in army and that kind of courage is very important value. Courage is not a belief. It's a trait what you have. So please try to understand that the belief is what you feel that it is true, and value is what your principles say is to be correct. Right? So there is a difference here. Now, within this larger umbrella of value, if we talk about what is an eternal value, again, if I try to define my own language, the eternal value is something which doesn't change with time. So it always remains the same. So take an example of Satya, Dharma, Ahimsa, Shanti. Over thousands of years, these values have not changed and will not change in the next 1,000 years. So these are the eternal values, and a lot of our great leaders, philosophers, religious personalities, they have practiced this. Whether it is Gautam Buddha or Mahavir Jain or Guru Nanak, they all had these eternal values, and what they tried to do was to build a cohesive and compassionate society around these values. So please see that eternal value is something which is, you feel that it's true, it's always correct, it doesn't change with time. Now, if you take the Indian context, when you are young, your parents tell you to follow certain values. Say, respecting your elders, taking care of your younger brother or your younger team, not to kill a life, right? These are the values what you learn from your parents. If you look at our mythology, whether it is Ramayana, Mahabharata, there are so many stories about values being practiced. Even today, a lot of us, they try to follow what Lord Ram did, and we try to do exactly similar things in the real world, because that's an ideal what has been said by Ramayana. I think you must have heard the story of Shravan Kumar, and he was so devoted to his parents that he gave his life while carrying his parents. And personally, I know a lot of Shravan Kumars in my life who still practice it. And I'm sure some of Shravan Kumars are sitting here. So that's the value you get from your mythological or your religious text. And we practice it. If you take it to Mahabharata, Mahabharata had so many characters. They had their own value, both on the good side and on the bad side. Take the example of Yudhishthir. For Yudhishthir, Satya was the value he never wanted to compromise. It was an absolute necessity, and he kept it Satya way above the throne of Hastinapur. That means, come what may, I will not compromise on Satya. And that's why he was called Dharmaraj. Take the opposite example, Karna. Despite knowing that Pandavas are his brother, he decided to be with Duryodhana, because for him loyalty was his value. He knew that he is not on the right side of Dharma, but his value was loyalty. So he continued to fight for, and he knew that he is going to lose. But he said no, because he is the guy who brought me up, so I will continue there. So these are the context in which you practice those eternal values. Let me also take you to a more recent example, Mahatma Gandhi. I think there's hardly anyone better example for both Satya and equality than Mahatma Gandhi. You know the famous incident in South Africa, Peter Maritzburg. He was kicked out of a first-class cabin. And he said that this is not fair. Every human being is born equal. And how can they kick me out just because of the color of my skin? And he started his campaign, which ultimately led to the independence of India. Now, if you look at that, it's a very important message that every human being is equal. That was his value, that you cannot differentiate just because my skin is dark. And he raised that one, and he drove the entire nation to achieve freedom. So that is the strength of value. For him, that was so important that he could bring everyone into one umbrella, say that we need to follow this one and we need to achieve this. Now, let me move to the other topic, which is the contextual value. So far what I have talked is an eternal value which comes from what you learn from your childhood and what is supposed to be true over a period of time. The second is contextual. So contextual value is the value which you adopt or practice depending on the context in which it is derived. You graduate, let's assume you graduate from a college, you join an organization. Organization has its own set of values. Most of the organizations, they have either written or unwritten values. So, a lot of traditional organizations didn't have this jargon of having values, but there was some unwritten rules or practices which people follow. And that has made them go so strong. Now, these values, I give you a simple example, things like safety, courage, reliability, responsibility, respect for environment. All these are contextual values which you adopt when you work for an organization or you are in that society. And why do the organization have this kind of setup or this kind of contextual values? Because they want to drive a uniform behavior among their employees to reach to an end goal. So, if you look at a business environment, every business entity, their goal is to create value for the shareholders. But you can't say that this is my value. My value is to create shareholders. This is the end result, what you want to achieve. But to achieve that one, what you do is that you adopt certain values under which you can bring everyone together and they work in a unified force or unified direction. Let me give you an example of how organizations have used these contextual values to be successful. There are hundreds and thousands of examples, but I'll just pick one or two. The first one is an American company called Alcoa. It was a very large aluminium company, something like what we have Hindalco in India, bigger than Hindalco. And in 1986, they appointed a new CEO called Paul O'Neill. And at that time, the whole company's enterprise value was $3 million. For a company of that size, it was not really a great company. And this guy, he studied for some time, and when he went into his first investor meet in 1987, he announced that our company has decided to adopt a path of excellence using a common core value of safety. Now imagine you are sitting in front of bankers from New York and you are talking about safety. And they started asking, are you mad? We want to know how will you cut the cost, how will you grow your business, where is the new product coming, where is the new customer, what is the rate of return? He said that if you want to know how we will do the improvement, look at my shop floor safety records, and we want to improve that and we will bring out the profitability. The analysts that came out from the meeting, they told their investors, sell Alcoa. There's no future for this company. But the good thing is that Paul O'Neill, he drove his entire organization to focus on safety as a path of excellence. What he did is that he brought the union and the management on a common platform. You know, in those days, America had a very strong steel workers union. It's called United Steelworkers. They're very, very difficult and they don't allow you to do anything. But when he said that, okay, I want to improve your life, I want to reduce your fatal injuries, and can we agree to a common path? And with that actually started the journey of excellence, and in everything he brought this common concept, and he was able to bring a major change. By the time he retired in 2000, the company's worth increased to $27 billion. Imagine, from 3 million to $27 billion using a common goal, a common values what he had. Now, you can see similar examples in India, so I won't go into this thing. Let me share a common core value of my current organization. What we have is a core value called care. Now, this care actually encompasses a lot of things, so it is not just simple care. It encompasses safety, it includes taking care of your people, it includes respecting for environment. So the whole idea is that you take care of the environment in which you live, whether it is your staff, your workers, and they will bring the improvement for you. वैष्णव जन उनसे कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने flow, and the problems what your employees have, the sort of difficulties what you have, if you can improve it, and if you can give the psychological safety to them that there is someone who is taking care of you, I think they will do wonders for you. And I heard the previous speaker talking about that you need to give that environment to the employee, that the management or his supervisor is there to take care of you. I think that's a very, very important concept. My company has been practicing for many, many years, and we are slowly trying to improve upon that. So it's just one example that how a mundane thing like care can improve the profitability of the company. Now, one of the things when you run an organization is how do you reach to your end goal? So of course, the values are something which can help you into this thing. It also helps you to build a purpose. Whenever you do a large scale organized activity, you need to have a purpose. I give you an example of why purpose is important. So in this example, basically there were two masons who were building a wall. They were bricklaying, very simple activity. You take the brick, you make this one. There was a passerby, and he asked the first mason, "Hey, what are you doing?" He said, are you mad? You can see I'm laying these bricks to earn some money for myself. He asked the same question to the second guy, and he said, I'm building a temple. So you can see the difference. Both guys are doing exactly same thing, but one has a purpose, and other one is just there to do something and get the money. Values actually help you to build that purpose. Once you have the purpose and your organization is able to bring everyone to that purpose, you will be successful. So just to share some of the examples what I have got here. Let me summarize what I have talked based on my personal experiences. So there can be different views, but basically if we try to say that values are the principles, whether you call it others, usul, based on which we live our life. There are few things which we will never do in our life because values don't permit us. In contextual value is the organization which asks you to adopt those values, but they have a noble intentions. The intention is to create certain purpose and reach to the ultimate goal. And it will be great if you can merge your personal values with the contextual values. Very similar to where Gandhiji started and where Gandhiji ended. He started with being kicked out from a first-class compartment, angry, ended up freeing India. So if you can bring all your personal values together with the organization's contextual values, you will be creating a much larger goal for both yourself and for your organization. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation on the topic. Now I invite Shri Harish Bhai Joshi to address the audience as the chief guest of the valedictory function.
Good evening. Good morning, જેવું જ good evening સાંભળવા મળ્યું, very happy. Normally આપણો એક્સપિરિયન્સ એમ કે વેલિડિક્ટરી એટલે પાછલી ખુરશીઓ તો ખાલી જ હોય અને લોકોને રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી પડે કે આગળ આવો. પણ આઈ એમ વેરી હેપી કે ધીસ ઇઝ ધી સ્ટ્રેન્થ ઓફ NHRD. So heartiest congratulations to NHRD for organizing this wonderful whole day session and 151st your NHRD meet, a significant achievement, and Bharuch એનું સાક્ષી બને, that is added flavor. See Bharuch, એટલે Bharuch having a lot of capabilities, tremendous potential is there, અને દાખલા તરીકે આટલા જબરદસ્ત ધુરંધર સ્પીકરોની વચ્ચે રાઈટ આપણે બોલવાનું હોય એન્ડમાં, ઇટ્સ વેરી ડિફિકલ્ટ ટાસ્ક. બટ it is indeed a great pleasure today to be with you. Respected Sri Vinod Tiwari ji, I had a very good association from last couple of years with Perstrop and Vinod ji. Biggest learning એમની પાસેથી જે શીખવા જેવું છે એ કે apart from industry, he is also equally concerned for the infrastructure related issues. અને આપણે બધા દાખલા તરીકે રોડની કન્ડિશન કેવી ફેન્ટાસ્ટિક છે. We have an excellent road in the whole of the Bharuch. But how many of you went to the collector or Gandhinagar कि नहीं चलो इसको रिप्रेजेंट करना चाहिए. We are master in speaking. We are very good in discussing the issues, but coming on a front foot, that is a quality. So Vinod Tiwari ji was continuously, Harish bhai apne ko Gandhinagar jana hai and Manthan. So we went to the Gandhinagar, we represented effectively the road concerns, issues between Bharuch to Saika Vilayat, right? સરકારી રીતે કામ ચાલે, it is not so easy, but yes, something has moved. જ્યાં hurdle હતી, that secretary itself was transferred after our representation. So point is that we have such a great leader, અને જે શીખવાનું છે એ છે કે he is not a concern કે it is a role of the HR कि आप जरा देखो, जरा कलेक्टर को बोलो. दूसरी कंपनी में तो यही बोलते हैं कि जरा देखो यार, आप कलेक्टर को मिलके जरा परस्यू करो, इधर करो, but nothing will. He took this as a task. So that is a quality as a leader. And of course, inspiration for all of us, respected Sri Himanshu bhai, who played a significant role in making this NHRD very active across the India. He played a very significant role in upgrading the knowledge of HR professionals.
he played significant role in my personal and professional career also. So thank you, Himanshu bhai, for your great contribution to this area. And all the NHRD team who played a significant role making this as a success. See, today's topic is indeed very unique and different, giving focus on a future challenges, which is a very right step. Because in present time of uncertainty and challenging, now this present time means when I read this topic, I went in 1975-76 in Ankleshwar. This topic was relevant at that point of time also. Ankleshwar was just beginning, and there were more than say 500 industries, small scale industries. और जो पुराने लोग हैं उनको मालूम होगा कि there was not a single influent discharge plant, even primary, secondary, कुछ नहीं था, ऐसे ही बनाओ, H acid बनाओ, drain करो. So this topic is very relevant because at that point of time, right, Anandpura Sahib is thought of to have a common influent treatment plant, right, which was set up in 1998, means after more than 12 years. So if we do something, we give a thought today, it is going to reflect after a couple of years. Even I was just thinking when crossing this Narmada new bridge, I was in Bakera relating this subject, right? Kete wakte su situation hati, Bharuch and Ankleshwar 3 hours, 2 hours, we all stuck up, right? And we thought of future, Kamlesh bhai, myself and all, Jivraj bhai, bada, ke chalo let us represent effectively because it is our future social infrastructure. Today we are talking in HR perspective, but this is applicable to everywhere. So normally HR professionals are considered as Avengers, saving the day, but without superpower or a fancy costumes. We are facing global challenges like the war situation, pandemic recovery, economic uncertainty, technological disruption, and changing workforce dynamics. But let us be honest, we handle chaos like it's just like an everyday challenge. And HR professionals are like the referee in a football match. No one notices until you blow the whistle. Aapka bus ruk gaya, right? If your bus could not able to come, then realize, अरे यार उनको phone करो. And if you could able to manage, then you will not be नहीं HR ने बहुत अच्छा. Otherwise, तो you are always, means people are blaming here and there. So even morning keynote, right? Jabardast means सवारे Ashok Ramchandra ji has given his thoughts, perspective, all rounder. यहाँ से बॉल गया, यहाँ गया, पीछे गया. और last में straight, he has put up a straight ball to you also with cautions. So indeed, it is a great learning for me also, right? That okay, this is also a thought. He spoke about the mental care. He spoke about the courage. He spoke about the value what Tiwari ji has also mentioned broadly. So fantastic. I think it's a great learning. પણ આપણા બધા કરતા સૌથી વધારે જ્ઞાની કોણ છે? Right, I have to say that સૌથી વધારે જ્ઞાની એ લોકો છે કે those big bosses are there sitting in their cabin and they feel that we are more knowledgeable than all these people. Even today's session has focused on the challenging business landscape, marketplace, digitalization, supply chain, and mostly I am also of the same thought, but of course not like Ashok ji, that in our EIL also we face the challenges. When I joined Engineers India Limited as a director, right, the attrition rate is hardly 1%. Very surprising. We have an attrition rate of 20% a year. So I have asked, क्या कर रहे हैं? It's a public sector, that is okay. But nowadays that is not a problem. Salary आप private में भी मिलता है. So I asked number of employees कि सर यहाँ सबसे बड़ा advantage क्या है कि I was working in Baroda office and I belongs to this area. So I requested, तो मेरा transfer यहाँ हो गया. Ultimately, I visited Baroda office recently and I came to know कि यहाँ काम करने वाले 100 लोग में से 90 लोग HO में ट्रांसफर हो गए because their hometown was closer. Now that is what you consider this, right? It is a good environment or bad environment? And I was surprised कि we lost a huge business of more than 500 crore because we have shifted our this regional office to the head office only because of the convenience of the employees, right? So this is when you go into the deep कि यार यहाँ पे retention क्यों नहीं है, उसकी deep में भी जाना चाहिए कि why people are stick to the organization. So उसका positive और negative factor क्या है? So economic uncertainty we all know, technological advancement, as Ashok ji has mentioned. Even my daughter, I was talking to my daughter, she is in London yesterday. Tomorrow I am going to speak on this subject of this future, what we think, right, in this challenging time. बोल रहा है डैडी उसमें क्या, you just do the AI, right? तो मेरे दामाद ने मुझे एक फोटो भेजा, right? What was Harish Joshi before 20 years back? He sent me one sketch. I was supposed to show you, but वो दिखाने जैसा नहीं है. दूसरा sketch उन्होंने ये भेजा कि what you will be at the age of 80. No, at that point of time, yes. So point is that कि future prediction ना नवा नवा रास्ता बनाया है. That is AI. And in last one of the event, मैं कहूँ तो कि AI is going to be a very big fake university, and that is a big challenge. If you are relying on AI, please do not, right? Because information you are going to get, which has been feeded by a number of people, whether it is true or wrong. So you will find in one of the days कि Times of India Indian Express में नीचे लिखेंगे sources AI, क्योंकि authenticity is one of the issue. So the technological challenges are always there, but we have to equip with this. Workforce expectations. People do not have emotions, right? मुझे क्या मिलेगा, right? उसकी बात करते हैं. I will jump from here to there, and that is the biggest challenge. And we'll see, जैसे अशोक जी ने सुबह में बताया कि भाई आपको अगर those who are not performing आप उसको एडवांस में बता दीजिए. Now equally employees responsibility is also there कि मैं नहीं आने वाला हूँ 2 महीने बाद. वो बोलेगा आपका मेरा बॉस बराबर नहीं है, ये रिजाइन रख दिया, मैं चला कल से. So expectations from the workforce is also a big challenge. Globalization and diversity, that has also has been spoke well. And what we want, right, is a continuous learning and development. Let us be honest that normally HR having a lot of policies, but nobody reads the entire HR policy. But future continuous learning will mean creating a content so engaging that employees might actually take a peek. See, explaining the HR policy to employee in detail is like explaining Wi-Fi to your grandfather. आपको सिर्फ assume करना पड़ेगा कि भाई समझ लिया ये this is the best policy, यहाँ की कंपनी जितनी है उसमें this is the best policy, और आपको assume करना है कि वो समझ गया. So you have to make a policy which will be easily understandable by the employees, right? Instead of creating a long list. At EIL, we have a 2-page policy which gives the broad idea, and then there is a 70-page document. But 2-page, at least that gives a crux that what is a vision from HR perspective. Another aspect is that is a diversity, equality and inclusion. Already spoke well, and you know that this is a challenge. What in morning example has given, even our own number of companies have started engaging women in a manufacturing sector. Sustainable work practice is another very important aspect, and we need to. So मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि HR का रोल जो है वो बिजनेस स्ट्रेटेजी में भी इन्वॉल्व होना चाहिए. You should be a part of the major decision making process. As on date, you are just educator of whatever is telling to you, you are educating. But rightly, Ashok ji has mentioned, Tiwari ji has mentioned, you should learn, right, what your company, financials, all these aspects. Then only you could able to chalk out your action plan. Leadership development is your core area. So role of HR in developing leaders is crucial, as they have to create leaders who can navigate through uncertainty and inspire their teams, and by uncertainty, I meaning figure out how to turn on the projector for a presentation without calling IT. So multi-skilling is equally required, right? क्योंकि आप लीडर डेवलप करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ से स्विच दबाने के लिए भी अगर वहाँ से किसी को यहाँ आना पड़े, so you have not developed a leader, because that is very much required. Ultimately, if you would like to build our future, we have to think and act कि हमारा भविष्य क्या रहेगा, where you work as an individual, as an employee of the organization, and as a citizen of this town and as citizen of this country. ये holistic view में अगर आप इसको देखेंगे नहीं, तो you are just driving by someone. You are driving by your bosses. You are driving by simply a policy, but you don't add value. So the most important aspect that you should add value. और value add कैसे कर पाएंगे? So knowledge. जैसे हमें today आज जो स्पीकरों ने ज्ञान दिया है, right, we should prepare a note. जैसे सुबह में अशोक जी ने बताया, तो मेरे पास गूगल नोट में मैं बहुत सारे पॉइंट लिख देता हूँ, क्योंकि वो दूसरी स्पीच में काम लगते हैं जहाँ पे नया ऑडियंस होता है. सो वी हैव टू ऐड वैल्यू, और जब ऐड वैल्यू करेंगे तो आपकी वैल्यू बढ़ेगी. आपकी वैल्यू बढ़ेगी तो आपका इंपॉर्टेंस बढ़ेगा. एंड आई रिकलेक्ट दैट आई एम लुकिंग 35 years back, sitting in a similar kind of a hall in Shalimar Hotel. At that point of time, only one hotel was there in Bharuch and Ankleshwar, Shalimar, at backseat. But I was a good listener. I was taking every point, and I have tried to develop myself, right, which has given me enough ample opportunities to grow. And that is another thing. So, with this, I think મારે વધારે કંઈ ખાસ કહેવાનું રહેતું નથી, પણ let us embrace change, lead with empathy, and focus on building the future we want, a future where organizations thrives and HR is finally understood by our relatives also, not only company. After all, if HR can survive in 2020, we can handle anything. Let us aim for a future where our organizations are thriving, our employees are engaged. I see a future where HR professionals are celebrated like the unsung heroes in a blockbuster movies. Your commitment to the company's success is unwavering. People in your organization and out of company may not have noticed you, but you are there making sure that the end of this blockbuster movie ends very well. So you all are unsung heroes in present context for your organization. I convey my heartiest best wishes to you, and thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshi sir, for adding immense value to our gathering today. Let's heartily applaud our dignitaries. Finally, we invite Shri Bhavesh Upadhyay sir for giving concluding remarks and rendering vote of thanks for valedictory session.
So, thank you so much, both of the panel members. First, Vinod sir, you have touched upon the very softer aspect of the values, because in today's context, and its past world values are basically ignored many a times. But you have very well focused on the values that we should always focus on our personal as well as professional life. And you have very well linked this with mythological cases and examples. So thank you so much, sir, for your words. Harish bhai, as always, a great supporter, and for the HR fraternity, and the person who is always taking care of this entire district. So thank you, Harish bhai, for your words. And being a non-HR professional, you know the points or difficulties of HR. So thank you so much for pointing out and recognizing the HR fraternity. So thank you so much for your words. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavesh sir. Now I request Shri Tushar Upadhyay sir to present a token of appreciation, mementos to our dignitaries of valedictory function. Students volunteer, please.
Just because.
We request our respected dignitaries to stay back on the dais, and also request Shri Himanshu Bhatt sir to join the dais.
There's a chair coming.
Thank you, Bhatt sir. Now it's time to share our gratitude to all the supporters of the today's event. Without their support, this convention would not have been possible. So we request any of the member present over here to come forward on the stage and receive token of appreciation as a memory from NHRDN South Gujarat Surat chapter. We request Shri Vinod Tiwari sir to give mementos to the members of the supporting companies. We will start with Purse Shop Limited. Bandhan sir.
You can skip first stop.
Yeah.
नहीं. First stop को हरीश भाई देंगे. आइए. आओ छोटे. हाँ आओ then. Please. भाई जरा position ले.
आओ जो ना अगर जा करो.
Yes, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
सर यहाँ जो Okay.
Next, Kohler Limited. Any member from Kohler India Limited?
तो भाई हो तो आगे मत जाए.
SRF? Any member representing SRF? Please come on stage. Great. Yes. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Member from CIEL Consultancy? Anyone from Geeta Consultancy? Geeta.
Geeta, yes.
Geeta Hospitals.
He is there. Hospitality.
Hospitality.
ચલો તા મિડલમાં જ છે.
Next, Ria Placement Private Limited. Any member from Ria Placement Private Limited? Any member from VC Shah Patel? VC Shah Patel. Next, Z1 Security and Allied Services. Z1 Security and Allied Services. Next, Regenta Central Harimangla Bharuch. Yes, Z1 Security.
ઓ ભાઈ સરને લેવા દે રિજન્ટા में કે ભાઈ.
Member representing Regenta.
Yes, Regenta.
Okay.
Yes. And all the best. Thank you.
And last, Honey Basin. Any member representing Honey Basin? Yeah. Now at this occasion, how can we forget all the support and contributions given by different organizations in conducting all past 150th uninterrupted monthly meetings. It's time to appreciate their efforts and support. So we request any of the member present over here to come forward on the stage and receive token of appreciation from our respected dignitaries. To start with, member from GFL. Next, FMC Keminova India Limited Panoli. Next, Zentiva Private Limited Ankleshwar. Yes, Shreyank. Yes, big round of applause please.
Zentiva, Sanofi, Purana Hext, we had 16 meetings out of 151. एक साल से ज़्यादा.
We should round of applause for Upadhyay sir also.
Yes. I think all 16 meetings under his leadership.
Next, Asian Paints Limited Ankleshwar. Birla Cellulose Kharach. Anyone from Birla Cellulose? तालियां कम सुनाई दे रही है. Next, from Gujarat Industries Power Company Limited, Surat. Next, Peregrine Security Private Limited, Ankleshwar. Aarti Industries Limited, Jhagadia. Shri Sadvidya Mandal Institute of Technology, Bharuch. DCM Shriram Limited, Jhagadia. Colourtex Industries Private Limited, Vilayat. Mahesh sir, we have Mahesh sir.
पिलर है, आप तो उनको जानते हैं, लेकिन वो HR में से बिजनेस में गए। Started as HR leader. All the best, my guy.
Next, VC Shah Patel Services Private Limited, Bharuch.
That was sponsored. Oh yes, yes, yes. Host.
Yes. Next, from Rallies India Limited, Ankleshwar. Ubac Color Private Limited, Ankleshwar. We have a member from UBAC. Please, big round of applause. Next, from Narmada College, Bharuch. Rakhi madam and Iram madam, please join.
Yes, yes, yes.
Then do we have anyone from Zydus? Yeah. Do we have anyone from Apotex? Do we have anyone from Evac Alloy? Lupin? Cadila Pharma? Godrej? Ankleshwar Walia? PGP class? Anyone from PGP class? Smeaton? Department of HRD? There are a lot of alumni from Department of HRD. And we thank our department for that. Deccan Fine Chem, Vipul Bhai.
Please clap.
ये सारी मीटिंग्स 150 मीटिंग्स ये सब होस्ट के यहाँ पे हुई है. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच अगेन टू ऑल आवर होस्ट्स. अतुल लिमिटेड प्रवीण भाई. प्रवीण भाई फ्रॉम अतुल. ओके. कनोरिया केमिकल्स अंकलेश्वर.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, before ending the convention, we would like to invite Shri Vipul Rana sir for giving a brief summary and key takeaways from all the sessions throughout the day. सो अभी भी किसी का नोटिंग बाकी रह गया है तो लास्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी.
Thank you and very big congratulations to NHRD network for 151st uninterrupted meeting. So let's have a big round of applause please. आज के सेशन की शुरुआत हमारे मार्गदर्शक श्री हिमांशु भट्ट सर के इनॉग्रल स्पीच के साथ शुरुआत हुई. उन्होंने एक नींव रखी ये NHRD की अनइंटरप्टेड मीटिंग की और लोग उसमें जुड़ते गए और ये कारवा बनता गया और अभी तक जैसे साहब ने बताया कि ये नींव दुर्लभ टीम की वजह से पॉसिबल हुआ है और ज्ञान की गंगा बहती रहनी चाहिए. तो उस सेशन के साथ शुरुआत हुई उनके वरद हस्तों से और उन्होंने ये सेशन के बारे में ब्रीफ आज की थीम के बारे में बताया और उन्होंने जो की नोट एड्रेस स्पीकर जो थे अशोक रामचंद्रन जी, उनको बताया कि वो रोल मॉडल है in living by example, holding values, virtual and habits. He also talked about Praveen Danji as a Eklavya and he said in એમની આગવી શૈલીમાં એમને કહ્યું કે બીજ વેર્યા છે અમે અહીં છૂટે હાથે બાકી ધરા જાણે અને જાણે મેઘ. Then our inaugural session started with key takeaways from Ashok Ramchandraji session, and he talked about his route. He started his career from Bharuch and Ankleshwar only, so he carries lot of good memories with him. He built his career, and he also talked about you need to realize what you are as a person. He also congratulated NHRD for continuous journey. He emphasizes on attitude for learning and reading habit, cultivating reading habit. How should HR respond in challenging era? He said few key themes, 4 key themes and 12 values, 12 trends rather. He also talked about volatility versus just in time. HR people must understand business and finances. He also talked about plan and prepare well, 30, 60, 90 days plan. He talked about job market is growing versus unemployment is growing. Second, industries to partner with education institute. Invest in people. He also talked about how we can make investment in people. It is a continuous effort and journey for HR fraternity as well as the organization. He also touched upon premium will be going up for talent and skilled people. On the contradictory, there is no unemployment. He also talked about the premium for the talent and skilled people. He talked about culture of care with performance with age. So to really sustain the performance is also equally important. He gave emphasis on the culture building. He also talked about the tolerance with non-performance. That will definitely last step. He also talked about to upgrade and upgrow, learn, relearn and unlearn. We will be out of market if we are not technically future ready. So for all youngsters to be ready with the upcoming challenges, we need to continuously learn. He also talked about good governance and diversity. HR people must be business centric, know the people aspirations. He also talked about the ageism. People wants to work more even after retirement. So there is a different perspective he also shared. He gave emphasis on mental health will be a big priority in the coming days. And the last he said investment in learning. True HR is the line manager. He also talked about the HR start from the line manager itself. He also defined the role for HR, team facilitator, guardian of values, championing ease of working, creating winners out of ordinary people. These 4 dimensions are really key takeaways for the HR fraternity. He also talked about the self-discipline. We need to be very harsh with ourselves for delivering the results. And he also said some book names, Hidden Potential by Adam Grant and Immunity to Change by Bob Cadam, Habits. So this is about अशोक जी सेशन. प्रवीण दान गढ़वी जी अपनी शैली में उन्होंने अपनी अगवी शैली में कविता गुजराती पोएम से शुरुआत की. He also talked about the 3C, cost, compliance and culture. Tangible increase, good time, culture defines organization, positive and negative. Everything is within us, so let me self-introspect and create positivity in ourselves. He also focused on the learning and continuous learning. In our second session, Mr. Rishikesh Rawal has elaboratively and comprehensively described the leadership model, challenges for talent pipeline and leadership pipeline, frequent changes in top leaders, issue with the trust in organization down the line. He also talked about the mission statement of his organization, that we build people to build our business. He also emphasized on instead of buying talent from market, build internal talent. In spite of adverse situation, let's focus on learning and development activity, on-time appraisal, emphasis to support ecosystem, quoted example of self, philosophy and internal talent pipeline, effectiveness of the leadership, assessment center, credibility and commitment. Also talked about few survey data of leadership check on the organization. 21% are really having organization having a succession plan, and other organization also wants to have an intention to have a plan, but they did not able to create. So he talks about the challenges and real case study, and there is question answer session. He has also replied that it is a really tough challenge to sustainable with the leadership development. He also shown some model of level 1 to level 5 for different cadre of people, different tools like leap model, step up, and especially he also focused upon the women's leadership in the organization and the model developed wings. And he also focused upon the identification of future ready leadership skill sets and the comprehensive competency model. In session 2, Sri Himanshu Bhai has talked upon the values, virtues and habits, and our next objective to help the educational institute by whatever knowledge we carry, and we focus upon to develop the youth for the future ready leaders. There was a wonderful panel discussion on the today's very relevant topic on when the concept of loyalty has changed and frequent job changes are not viewed adversely. It really holds relevant, and after prolonged discussion and deliberation, we all come to a conclusion that yes, ગુજરાતીમાં કહેવત છે કે છોરું કચોરું થાય પણ માવતર કમાવતર ના થાય. So we keep on continuing the good practices, best practices, and keep on changing and review our policy in the today's context as well as the future context, and meet the and align the organization's value as well as the employees' expectation and aspirations. And in valedictory session, once again, Sri Vinod Tiwari ji, MD, Post of India, and Sri Harish Bhai Joshi touched upon the eternal values. Mr. Vinod Tiwari ji explained the definition of values, the set of principle in our life. He also elaborated eternal values which doesn't change with time. He also gave example of mythological Yudhishthir and Karna example, and he also talked about the contextual value in today's business era, that to adopt a precise within the context of the organization to achieve a common goal. He also talked about the top core value, that is care, and to achieve the purpose. Harish Bhai Joshi has touched upon a very relevant aspect that Bharuch has always contributed and much more capability and potential to lead from the front in this challenging era. He also reminded us that what values we should carry as a HR person and what we need to think out of box to achieve our purpose. He also focused upon the diversity, globalization challenges, digital interruptions, and digital challenges and AI. So he also talked about the adding value to create our own value. So that is very relevant for the any person, any young talent or grooming talent. So this is about the today's keynotes from the today's session. Thank you.
We invite few reflections from today's session from the entire convention. Any reflections? Student volunteers, please provide mic to the audience.
Good evening, friends. Good evening, friends. I am Dr. Rakesh Doshi from Surat. ओवरऑल तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, लेकिन एक चीज़ यहाँ पर मैंने महसूस किया. I was talking to Trupti ma'am. I was just asking कि मैडम आप लोगों ने एज एकेडमिक पार्टनर पार्टिसिपेट तो किया है, लेकिन उसका यूज़ क्या करोगे? तो the way she narrated कि how they are using and how they are going to use for their students, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा. मतलब जो
तो जैसे कि इन्वेस्टमेंट
करना लर्निंग में, मैं फ्यू थिंग्स आई एम रीडिंग फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ रिफ्लेक्शन। इन्वेस्टमेंट इन लर्निंग, तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में हमने लर्निंग इंसेंटिव चालू किया था, लेकिन 1 साल से स्लो हो गया था। तो इसका आज मुझे और पुशअप मिला कि नहीं, उसको स्लो क्यों हो गया है, तो लीडरशिप लेवल में मुझे कुछ आगे करना पड़ेगा। तो दैट थिंग, फिर एम्प्लॉय को रिटायरमेंट के लिए भी उसको तैयार करना चाहिए, क्योंकि 58 पे हेल्थ तो अच्छी होती है, तो फिर उसके लिए भी मतलब ऐसे पॉइंट लिखे हैं, बिजनेस प्रोसेस एंड और जो कुछ चीज़ों में मेरा करेज कम रहता है, तो उसके बारे में भी मेरा ध्यान गया आज। जब लर्निंग के लिए आते हैं तो खुद पे ध्यान ज़्यादा जाता है, तो ऐसी चीज़ों पे ध्यान गया कि नहीं, ये बातें ऐसी है कि इसमें कुछ हमें करेज करके करना पड़ेगा। फिर सर ने आगे बताया था, जायडस में थे सर ने, कि भाई जो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं देते उनके लिए भी कुछ मतलब कि थोड़ा करेज बता के उनको पेन देना पड़ेगा, कि जिसकी वजह से वो सीखने के लिए तैयार हो, और उसके लिए भी उनको हमें टाइम देना पड़ेगा। ऐसा नहीं कि तुरंत, लेकिन हम क्या करते हैं जल्दी ज़्यादातर कि उसको बुलाते हैं, आपका परफॉर्मेंस नहीं है, ऐसे करके उनको 1-2 महीने का टाइम देके हम करते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए हमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहिए। और जब भी आग लगे तब कुआं खुदने से नहीं चलेगा, उनको पहले से हमें तैयार करना, 1 साल पहले से प्रिपेयर करके उनको ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का जो लायबिलिटीज है उसकी जगह पे उसको एसेट में टर्न करना पड़ेगा। तो उसके लिए प्रीमियम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को पे करना पड़ेगा। जब भी ऐसे प्रीमियम करेंगे तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का ग्रोथ डिसाइड ही है। और हमारे पास 4000 एम्प्लॉय है, हम डायमंड में पतली साइज में काम करते हैं। नॉर्थ गुजरात में मतलब अच्छी तरह से हमने एक एस्टेब्लिशमेंट किया है। ज़्यादातर डायमंड का नाम जब देते हैं तो सूरत का ही नाम आता है, लेकिन नॉर्थ गुजरात में वी हैव डन गुड मतलब। और अभी वुमेन में भी हमने, हमारे वहाँ 200 वुमेन काम करती है, लेकिन उसमें भी अभी मुझे गैप दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ भी हम कुछ काम कर सकते हैं। और सर ने बताया कि रेपुटेशन में कुछ ऐसा लिटल नहीं चलता, रेपुटेशन तो 100% ही होना चाहिए। तो अभी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को 37 ईयर हो गए हैं, तो हमें अभी ध्यान रखना है, तो वही रखना है कि कोई भी ऐसा काम ना होना चाहिए कि जिसकी वजह से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का रेपुटेशन 100% होता है या 0% होता है। तो जो चीज़ है, लेकिन उससे आज मतलब कि क्या बोले उसको, फिर ज़्यादा उसको फोर्स मिला कि यही करना है मतलब। तो ऐसी चीज़ें फिर जायडस में सर ने बताया है, तो पूरा मेरे माइंड में एक क्वेश्चन था कि कैसे लीडर डेवलप करें, तो उसका पूरा ब्लूप्रिंट मिला है। अभी मैं विक्रम सर की हेल्प लेके, मैं उनका अपॉइंटमेंट लेके, हमारी टॉप टीम उनको मिलेंगे, मतलब आगे जाके एक पहले तो मेंटल मतलब एक एटीट्यूड डेवलप करेंगे, और फिर बाद में एक अच्छा पूरा रोड मैप मुझे आज मिल गया। आज सुबह में हम आए तो कैंसिल हो गई हमारी ट्रेन अहमदाबाद से, तो फिर वही गाड़ी में आए तो भरूच से 5 किलोमीटर दूर थी और उसका चार्जिंग खत्म हो गया, फिर ऐसे कैसे करके आ गए। और मतलब कि एक सीखने की करेज है, और आपकी प्रति एक कृतज्ञता भाव आपने जो हिमांशु भाई जो दिया है, HR फैटर्निटी को जो दिया है, वही एक हमें वहाँ से विसनगर से इधर आने के लिए हमें एक करेज देता है। ये आपकी जो आपका प्योर जो हृदय का भाव है हम तक पहुँचता है, उसके लिए हम हमारे वहाँ से आए सब लोग आपके प्रति कृतज्ञ थे। ऐसे कई सारी चीज़ है, इंडक्शन में हमें कुछ करना है, AI में हमें कुछ पढ़ना है, ऐसी सारी पॉइंट मैंने बनाए हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी।
वंडरफुल। एनी मोर रिफ्लेक्शंस?
मेरा नाम सर्वेश गुप्ता है और मैं सूरत से हूँ। मुझे ये कहना है कि यहाँ आने से पहले ही लर्निंग पूरी हो गई थी। हुआ ये कि हम लोगों ने ट्रेन मिस कर दी, तो हम तो घर वापस जा रहे थे, लेकिन हिमांशु भाई ने कहा कि आप आ सकते हैं, तो हमने वो डिसाइड किया कि हम आएंगे। और अर्जुन ने लिंक हमें भेज दिया था, तो बिफोर आई रीच्ड तो आई वॉज एबल टू हियर अशोक भाईज फ्यू थिंग्स। तो 2 बड़ी ज़बरदस्त चीज़ें अशोक भाई ने जो शेयर की थी, तो मतलब उन्होंने मुझे शेक ऑफ कर दिया पूरा। फॉर एन HR एम्प्लॉई इन हिज 2nd ईयर, एक करेज का जो उन्होंने लेसन बताया अपने लेबर कोड के अंदर में, तो वो उसने मुझे ऐसा टच किया। आई थिंक इट वाज द बिगेस्ट लर्निंग इन माय लाइफ, कि किस तरह से वैल्यूज़ के ऊपर में हमें काम करना है, किस तरह से कैसे लीडर्स। सो वी वर डिस्कसिंग कि he was fortunate enough to have a boss who was able to support his cause. Normally एक बॉस ऐसा हो सकता था जो बोलता कि नहीं ऐसा मत करो and just go ahead with whatever has been done. So he was fortunate to be led by a boss like that. So that was a very wonderful learning. उसके अलावा एक क्वेश्चन किसी ऑडियंस में से जब पूछा गया था कि सीनियर लोगों को जो अबाउट टू रिटायर हैं और हाईली पेड लोग हैं उनको छुट्टा करने के लिए CEOs कहते हैं, तो उन्होंने उस पर जो इट वॉज अ वेरी ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन एंड आई वॉज वेरी सरप्राइज एंड आई वॉज वेरी टच्ड बाय द रिस्पॉन्स दैट अशोक भाई के। उन्होंने जो प्रिपरेशन बताई, जो 4-5 पॉइंट्स उन्होंने शेयर किए थे, दोज वर वेरी वंडरफुल। कि 57 ईयर्स में आप क्यों देख रहे हो, वाई डोंट यू सी हिम एट 40 ईयर्स, उस समय आपने तैयारी क्यों नहीं की, वाई डिड यू नॉट उनको स्किल सेट्स क्यों नहीं उनके इम्प्रूव किए, एंड यू नीड टू बी ग्रेशियस। जो करना है वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा, बट डूइंग दैट वाज वेरी एसेंशियल। 2-3 चीज़ें उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी और कही थी कि हम लेबर यूनियंस को भी बोलेंगे कि डोंट पुश अस टू मच सो दैट वी बिकम इररेलेवेंट, वी विल हैव टू क्लोज डाउन, सो दैट विल अगेन लीड टू समथिंग ऑफ दिस सॉर्ट। सो ये सारी लर्निंग तो इस हॉल में एंटर करने से पहले मिल गई थी। तो बाकी जो यहाँ पर रह करके, मतलब अगर फिजिकली प्रेजेंट ना होकर के ऐसी लर्निंग मिली, तो फिजिकली प्रेजेंट होकर के तो आई कैन नॉट टेल व्हाट इमेंस वैल्यू वी हैव रिसीव्ड। एंड जो सबसे बड़ी बात है कि वी हैव एन एक्सेस टू हिमांशु भाई, जो हमारा अनलिमिटेड एक्सेस उनको है हमारा उनकी तरफ। और यहाँ आकर के जो सीनियर मोस्ट लीडर्स यहाँ के हैं, जिस तरीके से वो उनको रिवर करते हैं, तो कहीं पे हमें अपने ऊपर ये रिफ्लेक्शन है कि वी टेक हिम अ लॉट फॉर ग्रांटेड। मतलब उनकी चीज़ों को, उनके बताए हुए रास्तों को, उन पे बताए हुए आदर्शों पे हमें और ज़्यादा मेहनत से और ईमानदारी से चलने की ज़रूरत है। सो इट वॉज अ वेरी वेरी वैल्यूबल लर्निंग टू बी हियर। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर।
Thank you, sir. Can we have reflection from Rakhi madam? From Narmada College of Management.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ashok sir mentioned HR is a gift. So thank you so much, sir, that we have realized that we are gift, not only for the society, for everyone. Second thing is realize that continuous learning. And sir also focused about that. We Indians always give excuses. That is, we did not do this thing because of. So today's reflection is we should not give such kind of excuses. So that is my learning. And definitely building the future we want in this challenging time. So we are building our students definitely for the futures. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakhi madam.
Hello, good evening all. My name is Devendra Bimda. I am heading HR at Surat Container Systems Private Limited, Dahej. आज की जो ये सेशन है उसमें एक पॉइंट में ही बात करेंगे। बिगिनिंग टू मिस्टर अशोक रामचंद्रन, करेज की जो बात की अभी सर्वेश्वर जी ने, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि HR का जो काम है वो ये है कि कहाँ पे ब्रेन यूज़ करना और कहाँ पे हार्ट यूज़ करना। अगर ये आप सबको पता चल जाए, मेरे को भी पता चल जाए, तो हम बहुत सक्सेसफुल HR बन सकते हैं। बिकॉज इट इज़ ऑलवेज अ ब्लेंड गेम ऑफ हार्ट एंड माइंड। HR इज अ ब्लेंड गेम ऑफ हार्ट एंड माइंड। तो उन्होंने बोला कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने जो बोला वहाँ पे ब्रेन यूज हुआ था, और उन्होंने जो कहा वहाँ आत्मा की आवाज़ थी कि वी आर डूइंग रॉन्ग थिंग। सो दिस इज द लर्निंग। देन वी हैड मिस्टर ऋषिकेश सर, कंसिस्टेंसी। लीडर बिजनेस ऐसे ही बिल्टअप नहीं होते। जो उन्होंने बताया कि 95 से जो कंसिस्टेंटली वो लोग इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं, तो हर प्रैक्टिस हम लोग बोलते हैं ये कंपनी की प्रैक्टिस ये है वो है, बट वो तभी जाके बनती है जब हम हमारे लोगों के साथ, हमारे वैल्यूज़ के साथ, हमारी प्रैक्टिस के साथ कंसिस्टेंट रहे। वो भी हम लोगों को देखना पड़ेगा। आई वॉज मिस्ड मोर पार्ट ऑफ मंथन एंड भावेश conversation, but I lastly listened from Manthan sir that yes, मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में बात कर दिया, वो बड़ी बात नहीं है, बट मेंटल हेल्थ को मेंटेन करना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में वो बहुत बड़ी बात है। और उन्होंने जो सबसे बड़ी बात बताई कि HR पॉलिसीज है वो 2-2 साल तक रिव्यू नहीं होती है, जब भी ज़रूरत पड़े, जब भी फील लगे वो रिव्यू होनी चाहिए. इट इज़ अ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट फॉर ऑल HR मेंबर्स, बिकॉज हरीश साहब ने भी बताया कि वो HR पॉलिसी लोग को बताना वो बहुत बड़ी बात है, बट मेरा ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस है कि HR वालों को भी ज़्यादातर अपनी पॉलिसी के बारे में पता नहीं होता है. तो इट इज़ अवर हम्बल and our moral responsibility to know our policy better than any of us. Then and only we can convey to our people that what the exact policy is. And last but not the least, that Vinod Tiwari साहब, उन्होंने जो बताया mythological examples जो दिए, वैष्णव जन तो टेनेरे कहिए से लेके धर्मराज युधिष्ठिर, मैंने बहुत सारे IIM और IITians को सुने हैं मेरी लाइफ में. Everybody is quoting this mythology, श्रीमद् भगवद गीता, because जो भी मैनेजमेंट का सार है वो वहाँ पे है. और ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें अगर हम प्रैक्टिस करेंगे तो डेफिनेटली वी विल एबल टू बिल्ड अ वेरी कल्चरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विद द एथिक्स एंड वैल्यूज. थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर द थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, Bimra sir. Any more reflections?
Yeah, thank you. Today's session was very insightful and fruitful for HR fraternity. I'm sure the fraternity can take benefits of and do self-assessment of their policies and take benefit of them accordingly. Also thankful to NHRD for his wonderful event and invitation to us. And big congratulations to his 151st uninterrupted monthly meeting. Thanks and congratulate to NHRD.
Thank you, sir. Your name, please, and your association. Your name and association.
Yeah, myself Sawan Rawal and my colleague Harshit Chauhan. We came from ACG Capsules, Dahej.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can we have any reflections from the students? What are your key takeaways from the sessions, from the whole day?
Good evening, sir. I am Sudharishika, second year student of Narmada College of Management, Bharuch. So, as per my reviews and what I learned, that the education that we get in college and what we learn today was practically very different. As sir said, it is very important to bridge the difference between the education as well as the practical learning required in the industry. So, as per my learning, I came to know that in order to be competitive in this environment, we need to be technologically upgrade ourselves, try to read more and more books, interact with others, build networking. So as sir says, we don't build organization, we build people, and in return they build organization. So it is very important that be it in any role we perform in HR, right from recruitment or training, it is very important to develop people overall. And being working as a person of HR, I believe that understanding, like sir said, empathy is very important. What I learned in today's session. Apart from this, there were many key takeaways from inaugural session till valedictory session. We also came to know about values, virtues, beliefs that we all must have. So it was overall a very learning and learnful session for all our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ishita. Can we have reflection from Gaurang sir?
Good evening all. Myself Gaurang Seth. I have been an HR professional for 24 years, and for last couple of years I am in my career 2.0. I have started as a freelancer and doing that role in whatever way I can support to the MSMEs who are looking to set up their HR systems and employee development. So coming to this today's session, in fact, it was more like coming to home, and as all of us have been acknowledging, it is Butser's affection for all of us which bring us to this kind of full day convention. It is his selfless pursuit for 151 weeks post retirement. It's not an easy task. So my humble appreciation to you, sir, and as you keep on saying, ye Ganga behti rahegi. So I believe it is now the role of all of us who have to actually take up little more and try to add more value in coming days. When I say so, I mean owning up few more interventions in future, so that something more which industries today require. Definitely that project which sir has talked about will surely add more value when we will add those young students, which is a big gap today, which today many organizations do this kind of campus to career or campus to corporate programs. But when institutes start doing this from their own end, it will surely add a lot of value. And from all the sessions, definitely each sessions had wonderful insights. Mr. Ashok Ramchandran, as we know him, down to earth personality, there is nothing more we have to look for if we want to grow in our career. The way he presented his life story is remarkable. Reaching at this level, the humility with which he was talking about his experiences, it's not everybody's preference. Somebody can not dare to acknowledge it in a public domain kind of thing, yes, that I goofed up. So I think the learning was that, yeah, we do make mistakes in our career, but it's better that we acknowledge, we correct, and we in fact do what is required. And the session by Rishikesh Bhai was again wonderful, as he said about their own practices, which any of us can learn. And the panel discussion, definitely, employee engagement, it's really, I mean, it would have been taken a little longer because there are many myths about that, employee engagement. When I see now in my career 2.2 and I observe, people still have that mindset of having fun events, celebrations, still that exists in HR professionals. So I mean, if they don't understand the deeper meaning of employee engagement and its eternal relevance, they may lose their people. So this kind of session will certainly help them, that it's more deeper for all the professionals. And the session by, valedictory by Tiwari sir is just excellent one. I mean, as many others have appreciated. He very lucidly explained us. Otherwise, if we look at the title of the topic of the session, contextual values, eternal values, it's little heavy. But the way he made it simpler for all of us to understand and take away the learnings was excellent. So thank you so much to you. And Harish Bhai, as he mentioned, he himself is part of us and he also supported us. So highly appreciate your support to NHRD and all the participants. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be with you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurang sir. Reflection from Jyoti madam, first stop.
Hi everyone, I'm Jyoti from Postop. Thank you for NHRD organizing this session for 151 meeting. And we had a wonderful day with all the speakers where they have shared their experience, their learnings, their challenges. So it's really inspiration for our young colleagues as well, so that they can grow and they can implement the new learnings in their company. And as many of the speakers mentioned about the care and the mental health, so it is really important nowadays, because since we are working in our organizations and we manage our personal and professional journey, wherein we are feeling sometimes we are very stressed and we are not able to share with anybody, not even with our managers as well. So it's really important nowadays where we give focus towards our mental health, and as we all are working towards diversity, so it's really important that we give focus on the diversity and inclusion as well, because on paper we are speaking and we are doing many activities, but sometimes we are lacking to strengthen that area also. So thank you everyone, and thank you all the speakers to share your experiences.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Can we have reflection from Professor Sandeepan Bandyopadhyay sir?
Hello, good evening everybody. Yeah, today the entire day, what would I say, like it was a great day was full of learning. Now starting from the very first session, where we had Mr. Ashok Ramachandran. Now he had focused upon basically the topic, that is the challenges. So he has rightly started with that how the business has to come forward, and how it will be able to meet the challenging situation. And if we move on to the second session, where actually we got to learn about the leadership development process which is being practiced in Cadila Healthcare, or we can say Zydus Life Science Limited. Then we had a panel discussion where we can say a very relevant topic, that is about the issue of, you can say, employee loyalty, employee engagement, which was really a very engaging session. And finally, we can say the valedictory session, where again, in a very simple and lucid word, with lot of examples, Vinod sir and Harish sir, they have nicely, you can say, nicely concluded today's, you can say, session. And we can say that the entire day, it was really a memorable day with, you can say, lot of takeaways, and we can always practice it over a period of time. Thank you everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? ऐसे मौके मिलते नहीं है बार बार.
Good morning all. It's evening, right? So thank you very much. So this is the beauty of an HRD team member. The attentive listening and alertness is as equal it was in the morning. I'm Irfan from Surat, and thank you very much NHRD team, all leaders and the speaker for adding a lot of value. So it was indeed like an insightful experience and a learning experience on behalf of the entire audience. I can say that it was a wonderful experience. Now one last appeal from my side, because lot of reflection already had. One appeal from my side. Now approx we are having 200 plus people representing around 120 or 150 organizations. Now if we look at this today, then the days come to the end. But वो एक dialogue है ना, फिल्म अभी खत्म नहीं हुई दोस्त. So यहाँ से we have to take the ownership, right? Whatever learning we today had, if we keep this learning as a showcase, like the way book is part of showcase of our decoration, it should not happen like that way. Now we have to take the onus, even one or two today's learning take away. And if we apply in our day-to-day life tomorrow at our organization, probably in our next 200 uninterrupted meeting, we may have some examples to share on that day. Some success story or some real life case study to share on that day. So that is the appeal from my side. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much.
Professor Iram madam.
Good evening everyone. I'm Iram. This is the 151st uninterrupted monthly meeting. For me this was the first NHRD meeting which I attended, but it has been a very, very, very enriching experience for me. Building the future we want in these challenging times. This is not a relevant topic for HR. This is a relevant topic for business, and anybody associated with business should be a part of this. And I have been taking away many local case studies which I'll be taking to my students in the class, and therefore it was a very enriching experience for me. The entire day we heard so many stalwarts, and I'm very much grateful to Himanshu sir and the office bearers of NHRD for giving us this platform in a city like Bharuch, which is comparatively a small city. We get such kind of an exposure to listen to people who have a global exposure. So thank you so much, NHRD, for giving us this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iram Madam. And the last reflection from the Shreyank Parekh.
So hi, good evening one and all present here. Thank you for inviting all the HR fraternity. And मेरे लिए आज ऐसा हुआ है कि मेरे प्रोफेसर को भी मिल लिया, मेरे प्रीवियस सर लोग को भी मिल लिया, और मेरी जो टीम है सबको मिल लिया. सो अभी और क्या सीखने को बाकी है. सो मेरे लिए 2 टेक अवेज आज इम्पोर्टेंट है. सो फर्स्ट वन इज विपुल सर ने मेंशन किया था फॉर रिटेंशन. सो जो भी बंदा रिजाइन करता है उसके पास लिखो कि पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव करंट कंपनी में क्या है एंड वहाँ पे आपको पॉजिटिव क्या मिल रहा है. सो उसको सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन हो ही जाएगा कि भाई मुझे वहाँ पे बेनिफिट कम है. सो आई थिंक यू कैन ऑल्सो अडॉप्ट दिस पॉइंट एंड वी आर ऑल्सो गोइंग टू इम्प्लीमेंट लीडरशिप मॉडल एंड असेसमेंट सेंटर एट अवर साइट. सो द मॉडल विच Zydus has reflected, so that will help us to implement at our site. So thank you all of you, and काफ़ी बहुत बारिश थी तो भी काफ़ी अच्छी मात्रा में लोग आए हैं. So thank you one and all present here.
Thank you, Shreyank. So we are winding up the convention.
I will be end by saying, which as Ashok sir mentioned, one of the more important, stay relevant before it. Because we are living in that world, अगर चाय में मक्खी गिरे तो चाय गिरा देते हैं, और घी में गिरे तो मक्खी गिरा देते हैं. So we should be stay relevant. That is more important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rashmi. So here we wind up the convention, and please stand for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाए तव जय गाथा. जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे, जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 हे. Thank you everyone. Thank you. Please join us for the high tea.